This kid chose the legendary sword when he was young, and his talent made his brothers jealous. The boys tried to humiliate Jin in every way possible, but they found out Jin wasn't the nice guy he used to be. They tried to beat Jin up because he didn't show fear like he was supposed to, but Jin fought back and crushed them completely. This kid isn't the same anymore. The truth is, in his past life, Jin was soft. He chose the Patriarch's sword when he was young. When he grew up, everyone expected him to be the most talented in history, but things went differently. Jin Runkandel had no talent, so his older brothers bullied him constantly. If you don't have power or talent, you can't live in this family, so Jin was kicked out. But what seemed terrible actually saved Jin. Since he sucked at swordsmanship, he picked magic and mastered it fast, and this changed his life. He summoned the Shadow God, and this god offered him a deal. There was a hidden talent inside Jin. The poor kid was cursed when he was young. This curse, called Blade Illusion, ruined his life. Soldaret is a god, and he was curious to see how Jin would change the world if his talent wasn't blocked. The contract with Soldaret made Jin immune to curses, and his dormant sword talent was unleashed. But who knew his talent wasn't enough to survive? All those lost years couldn't be recovered, but maybe God is more generous than we think. Jin reincarnated into his own body 20 years in the past. It was that exact day he was supposed to choose the Patriarch's sword. With this new chance to start over, Jin decided to walk the path of power the right way. The boy holds his sword, getting praise from his family. This time, he chose the weapon himself. 6 years after choosing the Balasada, the small boy couldn't reach the top shelf. He's lived in Storm Castle for some time and must stay 3 more years until he's free. He feels trapped. Then, a maid is shocked to find a dead bird in his room. Jin looks at the situation, knowing only 2 people would do something so bold and cruel. These 2 are his laughing brothers, who don't care about the poor animal. Diatona is 9, and the white-haired boy, Haitona, is also 9. As they laugh at the bird, Jin feels sad. These 2 became murderers in his first life. Right now, they are children. Even so, they killed a small bird to mock their brother. The 2 brothers had no boundaries. They were trying to provoke Jin, making fun of him for not carrying the Balasada. Jin was about to speak when Haitona moved to hit him. When his punch was stopped, even Haitona was shocked. Jin was serious, landing a strong punch on his face. He gave Haitona a severe beating. Though Jin barely used his powers, he still defeated his brother soundly. Finally, Jin warned his troublesome brothers to stay clear of him. Khan arrived, surprised that Jin had beaten both his brothers. Jin simply said they had fought among themselves, which led to their defeat. This was of course untrue. Still, Khan wanted to take them to a doctor, but Jin refused this idea. He took them elsewhere. Jin left them out in a heavy storm. It seemed cruel, but he felt it was needed to show his brothers the results of their behavior. Khan had no right to question the young master's commands. Oddly, Khan sensed a strange dark energy coming from the young master. Khan wondered if Jin had used mana. Realizing Jin was behind his brother's injuries, Khan decided to report it to the clan patriarch. Back at the Storm Castle, Jin saw Khan making his move. He knew Khan was their guardian and reported everything to the patriarch. Jin guessed Khan must have felt the shadow force. This was his power source after he made a deal with the god of darkness. It also meant that even in his second life, his hidden dark powers were awake, giving him protection from the curse he got in his first life. Free from the curse, Jin had changed history. He would no longer be known as the worst swordsman. He was happy about this. His next challenge was facing his father, the patriarch. After Khan's report, the patriarch told the guardian knight to gather the flag bearers. He feels he needs to meet with his son. With all 200 Runkandel family knights ready, the clan's leader returns to the Storm Castle. Mary is puzzled they were ordered to gather suddenly. Dyfus, her fellow flag bearer, is also unsure why. They were in the middle of a big battle when it happened. Dyfus thinks it has something to do with Jin. They don't understand why the patriarch needs to see his son. Luna interrupts them both, telling them to be quiet. But Mary is still wondering because she doesn't understand why Jin's specialty is so important. Back at the Storm Castle, a maid tells Jin his father has arrived. The boy wonders what the guardian knight told his father. He thinks his father wants to know about the power he used, because it's unlike both mana and aura. The meeting is needed to see if Jin's powers will help the clan. The patriarch arrives with his knights, carrying his fine sword. He orders both Haitona and Diatona brought to him. After their arrival, he asks them about their mistakes. The brothers try to be clever, saying they did nothing. It was Jin who attacked them with a strange power, like magic. But they are only saying this to trick their brother. But this trick doesn't convince the patriarch, and he gives both sons stern advice. They won't last long in the clan with such a weak mindset. He simply called them cowards and ordered that Jin be brought to him. Jin faces his father, Kiran Runkandel, the family head and strongest person, so powerful that he is known as a divine star knight and a demigod. After gaining such power, Kiran's feelings have faded. The only thing he cares about is his clan's strength and future. In his first life, Jin was seen as nothing. He had nothing to show his father. But in this life, the boy walks confidently, knowing no one can underestimate him now. He enters as the flag bearers look at him and kneels before his father. Kieran asks why his son called him patriarch instead of father. The boy replies that he felt it was right to show his father respect. The Divine Knight then asks him the same question he asked his brothers. Jin, clenching his fist in frustration, says their only error was revenge. He states that the Runkindel clan's rule is always to seek revenge, no matter the ties. After hearing this, Kieran orders the knights and flag bearers to exit the room. Everyone is surprised Jin passed the patriarch's test. Mary is impressed her little brother got a private talk with their father. The door closes loudly as Kieran finally speaks about magic. He reminds Jin that magic reduces their skill with swords. The patriarch directly asks where Jin's powers come from, saying punishment will follow if it's mana. Considering his choices, the boy believes he'll be in serious trouble if he reveals his power comes from the god of darkness. Jin replies that he also doesn't understand his own abilities, then shows his father a brief look at his powers. It turns out Jin's powers were once used by the clan's first patriarch. Kieran instantly notices the Shadow Force, amazed his son can use both Balisada and the Shadow Force. He questions if Jin is meant to be the next patriarch. Tieran already knows about the God of Shadows. He says Soldaret once formed an agreement with Tamar, the clan's first patriarch, which allowed them to grow. But after Tamar died, the God of Shadows never gave his powers to a Runkindel again until Jin was born, who now uses the Shadow Force. Jin, feeling curious, asks his father a key question. He asks if the God of Shadows is even stronger than Kieran. Kieran considers it briefly, then says he doesn't know since he hasn't fought a god. Yet his words show strong confidence, because only the world's most powerful man could speak like that. Kieran approves of the question and pats his son. He feels proud of the boy and asks how Jin plans to use his powers. The boy admits he will use them for the clan's well-being. Kieran laughs, seeing through the boy's lie. He knows his son is harsh, having beaten his brothers and left them in a storm. That answer was a mistake for Jin, so this time, he gives a true answer, stating he will use the Shadow Force for himself. Kieran is not upset by this answer. He even commends the boy for it. He decided to watch him in the future. With that, the father and son's meeting concluded. Jin felt tired but satisfied with the result. He no longer needed to hide his powers. This was a positive development. Jin recalled feeling invisible in his previous life, yet things were improving in his current life. That night, his older sister Mary gave him a unique present. She prepared him a good meal as a farewell present. Jin did not recall her being so kind before. When he opened the box, inside was a burning phoenix heart. It was an unusual gift for a 7-year-old, but Mary was known for such acts. She serves as a flag bearer and a 6-star knight. She has many titles, but maybe her most infamous is the Madwoman of the South. She's like a typical girl, but with extreme power. This present was an invitation for her brother to grow strong quickly and challenge her later. Eating a phoenix heart gives a big advantage, providing full fire immunity and boosting one's development. Jin wondered if he could become strong enough to summon a phoenix by himself one day. His maid, Jilly, brought him the soup she made. But before he could start eating, Jin's 2 unruly brothers were staring at the meal with desire. They also wanted some, but were too proud to ask directly. Jin offered them a chance to eat the soup if they did him a favor. The favor was an irritating task. Haytona and Daytona had to dig a hole to find something, but these 2 were willing to risk everything for soup. Underneath the ground lay an incubation chamber, holding the body of a mysterious, dark figure. After a lot of digging, the boys finally finished. They came back in poor condition, ready for their earned soup. However, Jin had already eaten most of it. He left only a teaspoon's worth for them. Jin acts like a savage, while his brothers are furious over his bad tactic. Jin arrives at the place where they dug a hole for him. He is impressed by their work, and thinks a simple spell should pierce what's left. Jin is glad he can finally use his mana, shattering the hollow wall. He finds the secret library of the Runkindel clan. This place was hidden from him in his first life. There's a code that lets you go inside. Jin feels confident and speaks his request to console Murakan. The door opens after his chant. After ruling the world, the Runkindel clan kept the relics of their defeated enemies. Only the family's chosen members can enter this area. And in his past life, he learned the phrase from Daifus. This helped him unexpectedly in this life. But Jin is still surprised when he sees a murky figure kept in a capsule. Seeing the man's scaly skin, he wonders if this being isn't human. Jin suddenly realizes that this is Murakan, the dark dragon. According to old tales, the dragon was beaten by the first patriarch before falling into a deep sleep. Jin stands before this legend and looks for the ancient books. After finding them, he begins his research to learn the secrets of the Kungan clan. However, the words are too hard for Jin. He wants to take the book, but fears getting caught. The boy takes out his supplies, planning to copy the text. Every day, he would study at home and the library. One day, things became difficult. Someone else decided to visit the library at an odd time. But this isn't just anyone. It's the dark dragon Murakan, who has suddenly woken up. Jin tries to stay calm, knowing this monster is a clan ally. He attempts to be polite with the dragon by calling him Dragon, but this angers the dragon, who viciously shouts at the young boy. Murakan is angry about being a guardian for the Runkindels. He sulks about his situation. He only woke up because he sensed something from the boy. Murakan is surprised to find shadow power inside Jin. He says such power only comes from Soldere's contractor, so it's certain. Jin decides to try and shocks him by showing his powers. The dragon stutters, then collapses. He's disappointed that the new contractor is a pipsqueak. Murakan sadly explains that he promised the god of darkness, and so his partner is Jin. The dragon decides to explain later. He decides to introduce himself to the boy as he shows his true form. Murakan is a helper for the god of shadows, and the last of the shadow line. He made a promise thousands of years ago. This large beast promised to partner with the boy since he is Soldere's contractor. Jin introduces himself as the youngest Runkindel and greets the dragon. The mountain with the storm castle was named after the dragon who ruled the lands for thousands of years before losing a fight to the first Runkindel patriarch. It was clear they weren't actually enemies. God's contractors are always given a guardian dragon, which is why people wondered why the dark dragon disappeared. They didn't know he was sleeping deeply. Jin wonders if he's found a guardian dragon after the dragon woke up. Thanks to his human form, he can chat with him and get some questions answered. Jin went to the library often for months after the dragon woke up. He wanted to know why Tamar and Murakan fought. The silly dragon doesn't remember the real reason. More importantly, he's become obsessed with strawberry pies. Jin tells him that he makes copies of the old books in the library. Sadly, he doesn't know most of the content. Murakan is still impressed by the boy's effort, as most kids would have given up. The boy explains that he's just average for a Runkindel. He has a dozen older siblings and great parents. Jin holds great ambition and aims to surpass them. He wonders how much Tamar knew at his age, as this man is said to be the strongest in history. Jin wanted to know how he compared to Tamar. Murakan told him that even he hadn't understood anything at such a young age. Tamar did not read books to gain strength. Murakan stressed that the boy has great talent, just like the first patriarch. Jin asks if he can match the flames of Tamar's power. Murakan tells him to train and get strong over time so he can match or even pass the founding patriarch's power. To amuse him, Murakan shares Solderet's second name. The shadow god is also known as Solderet the Infinite because his power has no limits. This also means the boy has immense potential. To motivate him, Murakan chooses to teach him a new move, a move named the Shadow Force Release. This skill is vital for anyone who masters the Shadow Force. It poses a risk to the user, so Murakan tells the boy to learn it well. Murakan tells him to let out his mana. Jin gets confused, so Murakan explains that two skills control the Shadow Force Release. The first is mana release, and the second is mana transfer. The skill needs at least 3 years to master, but that's too long for the boy. Murakan won't teach him advanced moves without the basics. Jin completely surprises him with a perfect mana release, which honestly looks like a Rasengan. He can also use mana transfer for some reason. Murakan is stunned because he's just found a genius pipsqueak. With both steps done, he's set to teach the boy the Shadow Force Release skill. Since all shadows come from Solderet's power, this means Solderet is the master, and Jin is the only contractor. The library fills with dark shadows as Murakan shows that Jin could also master the shadows. Jin is amazed seeing the full power of his magic. The scene shifts to flagbearer Luna, who is almost done with her mission. With 4 months left until completion, Luna stands among dead monsters, thinking what gift her younger brother might like. 6 months after Murakan woke up, Hitona and Diatona left the castle when they came of age. The young master then gets a celebration cake from Jilly for his 9th birthday. He wants everyone to enjoy the cake. Khan the Snitch appears suddenly, apologizing for his urgent message. Lady Luna, the boy's older sister, arrives for a private visit. As the clan's first flag bearer, an excellent knight, and the eldest sibling, Luna Runkindel is the strongest heir. She is different from the others, not wanting to become the patriarch. Luna does not care about her siblings. In his past life, she treated him like a stranger, so now now it feels strange that this distant sister would visit him. Jin wonders if something happened with the clan. He fears his sister might have found out about his secret library visits. Luna pats her little brother and shows him unusual kindness, even caring about his health. Jin says he feels wary of his sister. Luna thinks her brother believes they are enemies, and that she sees him as an outsider wanting the throne. She gets frustrated by this thought and comforts her baby brother. Luna apologizes, kneeling to show her little brother respect and asking to speak in private. Jin is surprised by this request and meets her with a smile. When they are alone, Luna says she hurried home for an important reason. Since Jin's sudden rise, their other siblings have been watching him closely. This means they might act against him when he leaves the storm castle. The once cold and distant sister fears Jin might lose his happiness among their family's small conflicts. She dislikes the Run Candle clan's traditions. Her words make Jin understand why Luna stopped trying to become the patriarch, but she did not say these words in his past life. Jin wonders if he was not worthy in his past life to hear such comfort, but it's also because his sister worries that Jin's siblings might threaten him soon. He prepares his answer, refusing to back down from the fight against his brothers. Luna stresses that she is not advising him for her own benefit. Her baby brother agrees, even saying he once faced an assassination attempt. Hearing this surprising news, Luna uses her terrifying powers, furious that someone would even try to hurt her brother at the storm castle. She asks for the assassin's name, but Jin says he doesn't know and is okay for now. The boy is glad to know he has gotten understanding from one of his siblings. Luna hugs Jin, apologizing for the problems their family traditions bring to the Run Candle clan. As she hugged him, Jin didn't know his sister was so kind. Luna doesn't want to ruin his birthday party and gives him a suitable gift. It's a blue pendant. She tells him to turn around. The necklace can summon Luna one time after it breaks. She wants Jin to use it when he's in a tough spot. Luna is happy for her brother on his birthday, and they have a warm celebration. Sadly, she has to return to her tasks. She says goodbye to him. Later, Jin goes to the library with the necklace and surprises Murakan because the necklace is a very valuable treasure. This treasure used to belong to the Demon Beast King. Many people risked their lives for this item. It also protects the wearer from weaker spells and makes their own spells stronger. Jin says his eldest sister gave him the pendant. He's also surprised to find out that Luna likely already felt Murakan's energy, but she won't tell the clan because she cares for her little brother's safety. Meanwhile, Luna knows something is going on with Jin and Murakan, but she decides to trust his abilities and support her little brother, no matter what happens to him. Jin thought that the first 10 years of his life would be slow and boring at the castle, but in this short time, he learned a lot. He received gifts and gained from his bonds after meeting good people. These were the things his old self had dreamed of. The day finally came when the boy turned 10. He sparred with Khan as he got ready to leave the castle. The boy's great strength at this age impressed the guardian knight, who then understood why the patriarch kept an eye on the youngest child. Jin had the look of a teacher, checking if Khan was right to teach him. After their training for the day, Khan shows respect to the young child. He can only train the boy until he leaves the storm castle. Jin is prepared to meet his goals. At one point, Jin felt fireproof because of the phoenix heart Mary gave him. He is happy that some of his powers are now active. Soon, he will fully absorb the phoenix's powers. Jin will leave the storm castle tomorrow. Jilly sees his books and is told to pack them for his reading time. As always, the boy asks for strawberry pie as a snack. He goes for a walk at an odd time. The boy reaches the secret library to meet Murakan. The dark dragon expected this day. Jin asks how they will stay in touch, but the dragon isn't concerned about such a small problem. Though weaker than before, Murakan explains he can regain strength when Jin gets stronger, since he is a guardian dragon. Murakan wants the boy to become like Tamar. Jin asks a key question about the clan. Soldaret once said that the Runkendel clan used to be a spell sword clan. The first leader is known as the best spell sword user ever, but this past is now just a myth, as the clan only focuses on swordsmanship now. They object to magic due to a pact made 1,000 years ago. Though they saw Murakan as their guardian long ago, they likely hate him now. It's too bad, because the boy would have been very rich for bringing him back in the old days. Then again, since it's his terrible clan, it might not have happened. Murakan promises him he will follow the boy wherever he goes. For his capsule, he plans to leave a fake image of himself. A fake image so strong that others won't spot his trick. The fake image won't last long due to the dragon's fading power, but Murakan intends to keep the fake image until Jin grows up. He brought Murakan a special gift to celebrate. The dark dragon loves the chance to to drink and enjoy the party. He's even willing to meet Jilly if it means more strawberry pies. As Jin gets ready to depart for his family's clan home, he is told his life would become very busy. Jilly can no longer serve him with her tasty food, but she's ready to serve him when needed. Jin is met by the Guardian Knights, Jerome and Holtz, to escort him. They begin their travels. At the end of the 18th century, Jin leaves the Storm Castle for his family home, the Garden of Swords. They encounter heavy snowfall along the way. Unfortunately, they cannot use a portal in this weather. Suddenly, the carriage stops and Jerome and Holtz warn Jin to stay inside. The carriage is under attack, but Jilly trusts the strength of the 7-star Knights to protect them. However, they are outnumbered, 20 men to 1. Jin understands something important and quickly tells her they need to go, as the Guardian Knights have secretly betrayed them. This means they are working with traitors or imposters, and that there's an issue with the carriage. Jilly is frustrated and uses her full strength to protect Jin for the clan's sake. The carriage explodes as they barely get away. Jilly wants to take the blame for this, but Jin tells her that bigger issues are happening, like how the people attacking the knights might actually be their friends instead of enemies. Jin is surprised that they let them escape, which makes him doubt their true goals. The Utah clan, the sorcerers of the Metel Kingdom, and the Black Mercenary Group are all here to ensure the boys' safety. After finding them, Vice Captain Merca states his job is to protect Jin. As for Jerome and Holtz, they are finding it hard to fight so many. This is because they are imposters and not even 7-star knights. As they are surrounded by the group, the tricky man says he won't speak to a Runkindel servant. Jin, cold as always, orders one of them killed so the other will speak. Jilly attacks very fast, cutting down one man with sharp blows. After he's defeated, she cuts both arms of the second imposter precisely, causing him great pain. With both his arms cut off, Jilly wins the fight and pulls him to Jin. They underestimated Jilly's protective powers. Even as a maid, she is a loyal 7-star martial artist. Whoever planned Jin's killing should have used stronger knights for the task. The man without limbs warns them that the time of the Runkindels will finish. Jin surprisingly agrees with him. This midget is full of himself, caring only for his own reputation, not the clan's benefit. The imposter reveals his link to Zyphils, a sorcerer clan controlling a large part of the world. They are rivals of the Runcandle clan, focusing only on mastering magic. After Timar died, the Zyphils clan made them sign a pact banning magic use. This sealed all the family's magic powers for good. The Zyphil clan had been the Runkindel's direct enemy for over 1,000 years. This imposter is one of their pawns. Jin doesn't find him useful, so he lets Jilly finish the job. The man begs to be killed, but Jin shows no mercy. He thinks about what could cause such an attack. More importantly, the boy believes a Zyphil extremist attacked them, not the clan directly. Also, Jilly was tricked by their disguise. This means someone else is doing this dirty work. The boy thanks the knight's vice captain for saving his life. He plans to tell his clan everything, so the man can be properly rewarded. Merca is surprised, because the 10-year-old boy doesn't sound like a normal child. Thinking about the boy's words, Merca wonders if Jin truly wants to become the best. He tells his men to act respectfully around Jin. It is time to continue their journey. When asked about the imposter, Jin says he wants the body to serve as a warning to his allies. Unfortunately, they must walk 2 hours to reach the nearest village. Jin doesn't want Jilly blamed for what happened, since even Khan, a 9-star knight, couldn't see through their trick. Jilly is still troubled by what happened and apologizes to the young master. For the Runkindels, their nanny alone is responsible for raising a child. Jilly was the same in his past life, but sadly, they went easy on her for the talentless boy she was assigned to raise. Jilly was so kind she never blamed Jin. She was expelled from the clan the same day as him, and even then, she apologized for failing him. She was the only devoted person he knew in his life. Jin wants to get her ready for the future. This woman keeps blaming herself, so Jin gets frustrated and states she is the only knight he trusts to protect him. Later, Jilly considers the boy's words. She understands he didn't want her upset. She's now ready to do her best to impress him. Arriving at the village inn, Jin believes the Transfigurator is likely involved. Bubar Gaston is skilled in a dragon ability called Transformation. He could transform better than even monsters, which let many crimes happen worldwide. Jin thinks that with that man involved, things could get difficult. He remembers Bubar's chaotic acts ended when he got arrested in his past life. The boy thinks about recruiting the man in this life, even if one of Bubar's plans almost killed him. Jin is exhausted and finally collapses into bed. Jilly helps him rest. When Jin wakes up, he understands his tough training is exhausting his body. There is a troublesome cat outside his window. He suddenly realizes this cat is Murakan. Murakan turned into a cat to follow him around the world. Murakan gets angry and hisses. Jin lets him inside, but Murakhan is still annoyed. He changes to his human form to yell at Jin, but he's so clumsy he crashes into Jin's desk. Jilly quickly rushes in to check on Jin and then finds the intruder. She prepares to kill the man before Jin can speak. Murakhan suddenly recalls Jilly baked him strawberry pies. Murakhan realizes he's found a good thing. Jin is worried about his situation. He chooses to be honest with her by introducing Murakhan as the clan's guardian dragon. Jilly is shocked and apologizes for the attack. She's also curious why her nickname is suddenly Strawberry Pie. Jilly learns that Jin had secretly asked her to bake pies for Murakhan all this time. After a detailed explanation, Jilly is surprised to find out the boy can use magic and has a deal with the god of darkness. She supports his skills, which is why Jin chose to tell her everything. He stresses that his link with Murakhan and where his powers come from must stay hidden. Initially, she trusts the guardian dragon, but after seeing he is clumsy enough to trip, Jilly questions if depending on him is wise. They get to the portal, where Mirka's job is done. He looks forward to seeing what kind of person Jin will become. Mirka wants to know why a great fighter like Jilly left her group to join the Run Candles. She won't say more and leaves with the boy. The people at Metel Portal learn they are dealing with high-ranking members of the Run Candle family. They let them into first-class seats for a fast teleport. Jilly worries about Jin's magic, since there's no good reason to tell the Run Candle group. The boy plans to keep where his powers come from a secret. Suddenly, he sees a noble mage from the Zefel group, who also has first-class seats. The noble shows his dislike openly, but is drawn to the cat. Murakhan acts boldly, cutting the rude noble and giving him what he deserved. The Zefel noble is surprised Jin stays calm and quiet, even with his provoking words. Veridine introduces himself and shakes the boy's hand. Jin knows him. This man became a talented sorcerer and a strong choice for the next leader of their group. Even though Jin also has a skill in sorcery, his skill is much less than Veridine's. The boy is wary of him and tells Veridine that his men almost drew their blades, and they would have died for it. He gives back similar teasing as a joke, but Jin states he wasn't simply joking. Veridine feels a real chill from the boy, but he gives him advice not to cause problems between the two big groups. Jin says both their fathers are important people, and they would not go to war over a children's fight. Veridine is impressed, but Jin is speaking harshly to him. He tells him to be quiet for the rest of the portal trip. Veridine is almost charmed and wants to be Jin's friend, but it would make their group's ties difficult. So instead, he promises to make him his rival for the future. Jin is surprised Veridine keeps his cool even after his joke. It's as if the Zefels are wild and mixed up in their minds. Teleportation begins. Before leaving, Veridine says he's excited to see Jin again, but Jin doesn't feel the same and hopes it won't happen. Jin has arrived. Petrov, a second-class butler, greets him. He welcomes Jin to the Garden of Swords and the Run Candle family home. The Garden of Swords is a place for weapons, used by the Run Candle family's most respected members. Having a weapon marked here is the greatest honor for a Run Candle. Jin once wanted this too, but in his past life, his flaws made him naive and foolish. Now, with his new cunning mind, Jin thinks life in the house will be easier. He then meets his mother, Rosa Runkendel. Ciaran is surprised by the cat Jin found on the way. His claim of owning the animal is seen as a sign of pride. Jin names it Kitty Runkendel, but his brothers find this name insulting since it's an animal unworthy of their family name. Ciaran asks why he chose that name. Jin replies that he wants to be responsible for the cat, which he claimed as his own. He wants to care for it, even though carrying the Runkendel name is a huge weight. If anyone harms his pet, Jin will have to get revenge. The patriarch is impressed by Jin's talent for making enemies fast. His siblings are no different. Jin states he won't avoid fighting his enemies. His father likes this attitude. He hopes Jin's older siblings stay alert and don't underestimate him. 4 years pass. Jin is now 14 and a 2-star knight. His training with Garen is over. His next session is set with Luna. Jin doesn't want to eat lunch with his family. He prefers eating with the cats. Velop brings him lunch. Velop is a commoner who will soon be removed from the clan. Velop is calm and always praises Jin's strength. Jin tells him to stop being so humble, as people often look down on him. Jin tells him to be proud of his skills, since he is also a Runkandel cadet. Velop is upset because he has the lowest grades and bad swordsmanship. Even so, becoming a Runkandel cadet is an achievement on its own. He may have the worst grades, but he's still better than most. Jin thinks about how a quiet and shy boy like him could become a serious threat later. Also, he died by his own hand. Velop's life could end similarly, so Jin wants to stop that from happening. This time, he's determined to ensure Velop remains part of the clan. Later, Jin assesses his own skills. He is set to achieve 3-star swordsmanship in the coming years. But for now, he has to train with Luna, who asks him to train differently than yesterday. Luna tells him to use his mind's eye to picture his training. Having the mind's eye is the best tool for a swordsman. It's a type of advanced meditation, a skill only mastered by 7-star knights. Jin doesn't understand why he's being taught this skill so soon. Luna forbids using aura in their training, so Jin doesn't get why. He trusts his older sister's advice and focuses more to learn the technique. The training session finishes. Luna thinks that Jin's focus is amazing for a knight at his stage. He will soon unlock even greater power. The scene shifts to a sparring session. It's a big day for Jin. If he defeats all 10 cadets, he can join the intermediate class. While Jin is confident, his friend Velop is very nervous. The coach tells the cadets to spar 3 times with different partners. Only the 10 best fighters will face Jin. The competition begins, with each cadet showing good swordsmanship. Once the 10 cadets are chosen, the others sit down. Jin prepares to face them, and his best record so far was beating 8 fighters in a row. Jin is most concerned about Mesa Milcano, the best fighter among the cadets. This match will decide everything. She rushes to attack Jin, and he just blocks, feeling she's stronger since their last battle. The main issue is having 8 more opponents to defeat after Mesa. She's surprised by his choice to use simple moves instead of complex ones. Mesa suddenly sees that Jin is looking down on her. Insulted by this, she attacks to unleash more of her strength. Mesa is set on defeating the young master. She lunges for a final strike, but Jin shatters her blade and wins the fight. Mesa is shocked that Jin could hit the same spot, making her sword chip and break. They have similar strength and stamina, but his precision gave Jin the victory. Mesa says she will continue her training to impress him in their next fight. Though he's up against 10 cadets, Jin is glad to have beaten Mesa and makes them feel hopeless. He quickly defeats the 10th cadet, completing the challenge. As his reward, he will join the intermediate class next year, getting real training from a true run candle. Though the training is over, Jin says he wants to fight one final cadet. He shouts Velop's name and challenges him to fight. The shy, nervous cadet initially refuses, but Jin reminds him that his time in the clan won't last long if he keeps up the act. Jin says he plans to crush Velop in the fight. Shaking as he goes to the battlefield, Velop hardly has the confidence to hold his weapon. He thinks this is punishment from Jin, who says this should be an easy fight for Velop since Jin is tired after facing 10 cadets. But even so, Jin is sure he can overpower the weakling. Without another word, Jin rushes to attack him fiercely. He can barely block the attack. Jin is impressed by how he blocks. Velop tries to hold on, but Jin is not holding back his attacks. He's attacking him hard with his strength, saying he could have even killed Velop with his last attack. Velop gets a second chance. Velop gets back on his feet, but he seems different. A golden glow covers his body as he's ready to launch a dangerous attack. Mesa tells Garen that Jin's life is at risk. The young master orders everyone to keep this fight quiet. He wants Velop to use aura to boost his skills. Velop attacks with all his strength, thinking he will defeat Jin in his weakened state. Even though Jin blocks the attack, Jin's blade shatters from the impact. Jin knew Velop had talent, but he didn't know Velop could use aura. Even with his blade broken, Jin strikes back strongly and puts Velop in a headlock. He then lets go, showing Velop mercy. Jin tells his friend honestly that he didn't want to fight this way. Even though he doesn't know Velop well, Jin wants him to be strong and keep his kind heart. In their clan, kindness isn't enough to survive. The young master is gentle, asking Velop to get along with others by getting strong and protecting what he believes in. It's lunchtime. Jin decides to get them food, as Velop usually brings it. Kieran is surprised by Khan's report about Jin's recent kindness. His father is proud Jin cares for those weaker than him. He's excited about his son's progress and ready to give him his first mission.
In January 1795, Jin turned 15. He was promoted to a 3-star knight and got a break from training. The intermediate class used real swords instead of wooden ones. Each cadet got a custom-made blade, so some had to wait for their weapons. Jin also needed a weapon, but Luna was even more excited for this day. She would pick his weapon since she asked him to.
Her brother trusts her choices and thinks she'll find the perfect weapon. That is, until she brings out a giant sword. Even Jin is shocked. Luna says she used the same weapon when she was his age. She even designed it, and it's a prototype for her main weapon. Jin, however, doesn't want her choice. He refuses the weapon, hurting Luna's feelings. Seeing his reaction, Luna chooses a different weapon, a weapon that would suit his fighting style. Luna spent a lot of time finding his weapon. Since he chose the Balisada as an infant, she thought the Bradamante would be ideal. It's the weapon of the first patriarch, a blade he likes, and it's a valuable clan treasure. Jin had wanted this weapon later, but he's glad Luna offered it to him for free. Both swords are good for those who use Shadow Force. Jin couldn't have gotten the weapon himself due to sibling rivalry. It's a great gift from Luna that he got so easily. Luna says he doesn't need to pay her back, as she knows he's cautious around her. Feeling upset, Luna tells her brother to close his eyes for another training session. She tells him the Runkindel siblings always fight each other, but even so, she wants to remind him of her full love, as she will support him no matter what. She says this because Luna felt very lonely and isolated before Jin came. She hopes her little brother never has to feel that way in his life. With that, they go back to their training session. After training, Jin happily shows off his new weapon to Murakhan, who thinks it's not a good weapon for his skill level right now. The boy needs to master his Shadow Force to unlock Bradamante's power. Jin is too weak at his level right now, but he hopes to reach 3 stars in Shadow Force soon. Murakhan gets annoyed by the boy's arrogance and stresses how careful one must be to use the Patriarch's holy weapons. Instead of 3 stars, he tells the boy to reach 5 stars instead. Jin is a stubborn child who hates waiting. He hopes to reach his goal by next year, which annoys Murakhan. To annoy him more, Jin takes his book and threatens to rip it. Luckily, Jilly comes to tell the boy about Garen, who wants to meet him to talk about his new mission. Jin is surprised. He finds out his first mission will begin after the break ends. Even though he's happy, he doesn't get why it must start right after the break. Jilly knows missions are hard even for intermediate cadets. Jin is curious and wants to discuss it with Garen. He enters the room to meet Garen and learns he must do a mission with 10 beginner cadets. They will be divided into pairs. The goal is to check out the border area of the Jian Kingdom. This area is usually too dangerous for beginner cadets. Jin thinks it will be hard, especially since his teammates are very weak. The boy thinks his father is behind the strict mission rules. He wonders if Velop is involved in this. Still, the boy is ready to show his skills to the Divine Star Knight, proving his resolve is strong. 4 days passed. They were on a mission to save Sember Bill of the Bill family. They quickly set up camp near the border. Then they would start their work. Each day, a group would exchange information with their base camp. Jin is the leader and wants his allies to call him that. Anyone injured should rest often to help the mission succeed. Jin finds out there are no werewolves in the area. He's impressed with Velop's understanding, who handles the information. The group leader continues searching in Area 13. Something about the mission bothers him. While it's true his father helped assign the mission, everything is going very smoothly. The boy wonders if his gut feeling about the mission was wrong. The land beyond Area 13 is called the Land of Halfman. It's a dangerous area, too difficult for new cadets. Jin wants an easy win instead of using up his resources. Suddenly, Velop brings important news about the situation. Jin hears the worrying news that Group 2 was attacked by an enemy. He immediately gets ready to go and Velop tells him 3 human attackers struck them. It's possible there are more than 3 enemies. Jin tells his team to return to the base camp. He leads the attack on the enemies, stopping their plans. Many questions bother Jin, but he's ready to get revenge on the enemy. Bloodstains scare Velop. He fears Mesa's group was wiped out. However, Jin believes there's still hope since there are no body parts nearby. It's possible only one attacker is hitting them. Jin finds a bloodied bandage. From this, he figures out that Group 2 changed direction after sensing another danger nearby. He tells Sierra to go with Eddington and David, while Jin will pursue Group 2 with Velop. They both find Group 2 in a fight, but Mesa is missing. He orders Velop to attack the one on the left. Jin covers his weapon with Shadow Force, making its attacks stronger. He throws his blade, killing one of the assailants at once. Velop attacks the second assailant, but Jin is fast and cuts him from behind. Thus, both assailants are defeated. Jin learns about Mesa's capture. He gives the assailant 2 choices, both leading to his death. This fearsome 15-year-old is unmerciful and swears to kill everyone the assailant has ever known. The man doesn't want his family to die, so he tells about his connection to the Kinzalo faction. They are a terrorist group who killed the king of the Jian Kingdom in the original timeline. They pretend to be revolutionaries, but secretly plan to conquer the world. Jin asks about their plan. Unfortunately, the assailant is a lower-ranking member, so he knows little about their main base. He tells him about a different base that has 20 martial artists and sorcerers. Finally, Jin asks why they kidnapped Mesa. He learns they were ordered to capture the female cadets for a political reason. After getting this information, Jin kills him, showing no mercy to his enemies. 1 hour has passed since Mesa's capture. He wants his team to call for help after healing. Jin is ready to fight all 20 assailants himself. His friends are against such a reckless plan, wanting to help him on a dangerous mission. Jin states firmly that it is his duty to protect his clan's people. He trusts his power to complete the mission and does not like objections to his orders. Jin tells Velop to be the leader while he is gone. With that, the group leader rushes to save Mesa, hoping to reach her before it is too late. Jin faces skilled enemies that are a challenge for him. It's true that he's strong, but he's not strong enough to defeat all of them alone. So his plan is to rescue Mesa, not to fight his opponents directly. Jin uses detection magic along with wind detection for better results. This helps him find the enemy's location. Jin keeps moving forward, but is suddenly attacked by many enemies. The Run-Candle young master surprises them with his magic abilities. He beats one, but then a mage traps his hand. Jin cuts the attacker from behind and is not hurt by the fire due to his immunity. The mage uses ice magic to fight him, but even that doesn't work against this monster. The sorcerer is defeated and dies. Jin Jin thinks if the attackers are looking down on his group because they are new. He knows the Gonzalo ranks and believes Mesa will be safe until she gets to the officer. This is his only chance to save Mesa. Jin plans to draw his enemies away and uses fire magic for this. This will make them look at the fire while Jin makes his next move. He enters their base, waiting for his enemies to mess up. Jin sees their leader, who knows someone set the fire. Bad for him. Jin defeats him when his men are not near. He gets the keys and forces open the prison room. Inside, he finds a trap door and finally sees Mesa. She is surprised to see him in such a risky place. Jin lets her go, but then the whole building starts shaking. Mesa asks to stay behind if it becomes hard for them to get away. Jin ignores her plea and focuses on saving Mesa. After getting outside, he realizes something terrible. A half-man has suddenly killed many enemies. This scary monster is the white werewolf. Jin makes Mesa pass out so she won't do anything foolish. The werewolf asks if Jin started the fire. Jin tells him he is the patriarch's son and prepares to fight the werewolf, who is surprised to see a Run Candle clan member. Days before this, Jin tried to master his weapon, but Murakhan always bothered him for being silly. He told him not to use the sword too soon and hurt his body. Annoyed, Jin gave up his chase. Now, he faces his toughest enemy. Quazoidotruka is a strong warrior from the white werewolf race. These monsters are born wanting to kill their enemies. They are powerful beings who can beat 6-star knights and hate the Run Candles since Tamar killed their god. Jin is in trouble. He can't safely take Mesa with this guy following him. The only option is to fight. The monster asks if the Run Candle will face him directly or choose to hide and run. Jin says he will fight with respect. This makes Quazoidotruka rush forward to attack. He swings his huge hammer to hit Jin. Luckily, he dodges the hit, but just for a moment. Jin is overwhelmed by the monster's great speed and power. He struggles to stay put, but sees a chance if he can use his hidden powers. Jin won't risk using Luna's pendant. He wants to succeed by beating this tough foe. Weak magic won't work on a werewolf's defenses. There's also a chance others will find out about his secret powers. His only option is the Shadow Force. Jin needs to awaken his sword, or he will lose. The monster is impressed his weapon is strong in a fight, but Jin is still on the defensive. Holding the sword tightly, he tries to make it work. Then suddenly a beam of light appears as the blade rises, blinding the werewolf. A strong slash cuts the air. The monster falls to his knees, badly cut in the stomach. Jin says the fight is over, standing as the winner, but the sword's effects start to weaken him. Murakhan had warned him about this. His bad memories and the voices in his head start to overwhelm him. Murakhan stands before the boy, reminding him of the cost of using the sword too soon. With shadows covering his body, Murakhan tells the boy to fight back, or he will lose his awareness forever. Jin tries to release the Shadow Force, but it's an impossible task since dark energy is engulfing his body. Jin aims to calm down and finally removes the pain from his body. Luckily, he didn't get any wounds, but his body is still full of the Shadow Force. With the little strength he has, he tries to stand up to save Mesa. Suddenly, he feels a man nearby. The man tells him he is not with Gonzalo. Actually, he is Sember Bill, the man they were searching for. Jin tells him he is there to rescue him for the Run Candle family. Hearing this, Sember is very happy. Jin rescues Mesa and asks how Sember was caught by the Gonzalo. He explains how he met a woman he loved. Sadly, she died 2 years ago, but he was shocked to find the same woman who tricked him, which led to his capture. Hearing this, Jin immediately knew it was the Transfigurators' doing. Sember's capture is connected to a combined attack from Bubar and Gonzalo. Jin hopes to meet him soon to find out what he wants. As for Sember, he's very thankful for Jin's help on this mission. He wants to help Jin later. The mission is finally done, and Jilly congratulates Jin when he gets back. But more than that, the tricky little cat bites his hand. In response, Jin throws the cat out the window. Murakhan is upset that Jin used the sword too soon, before he was ready. He scolds Solderet's previous contractor for being foolish enough to risk his life. Jilly tries to step in, but he stops her too. Jin replies that he didn't want to lose his pendant, especially with stronger enemies waiting for them. More than that, he's curious how Murakhan knew about the sword's awakening. It's because Jin's Shadow Force grew quickly when he used the sword. Shadow Force overload is hard to handle. 9 of the 11 users gave in and collapsed. The only ones who didn't were Murakhan and Jin. Still, he fears experiencing such intense pain again. The Dark Dragon asks for strawberry pie at the same time, but feels sad when refused. News of Jin's victory over the White Werewolf has caused suspicion. It's clear Jin's ability is only rated around 3 stars, so he shouldn't have been able to beat the werewolf. Anna thinks the monster he faced must have been weaker than him. However, Mew doesn't accept that explanation. Both of them turn to the Tona twins for an explanation. They question if Jin really defeated a monster much stronger than him. Also, he's now in the intermediate class, which means Haytona and Diatona are going to have a hard time. Mew and Anna find their situation amusing. Anna glares at them, giving a stern warning not to lie. The brothers admit they are very afraid of Jin. Anna is ready to help these two using their slaves. The intermediate class operates on the survival of the fittest. Only the strongest cadets, from 3 to 5 stars, remain. Anna and Mew have taken many of these cadets as their own. They are ready to send them to Haitona and Diatona to beat Jin. The perspective shifts to Jin, who has reached 4 stars in Shadow Force after completing the mission. Using his full powers carries an immediate risk, so Jin wants to reach 6 stars in swordsmanship within the next few years. He hopes to become a great swordsman before reaching rank 7 as a master. However, the strongest swordsmen are all 8-star knights or higher. In fact, there are only 100 skilled knights at this level on a continent with 2 billion people. But there's more. A class exists beyond even 10 stars. This is the divine star level of Patriarch Tyron, who has the strength of a demigod. That is his goal. Jin aims to become a divine star knight to surpass his father, but for now, his main goal is to handle the intermediate class. The Tona twins will cause him much trouble besides the rest of his siblings. The beginner class was simple and helpful since they were new, but for the intermediate class, things are not the same. The only way to judge strength is by power and skill. Jin's goal is simple. He plans to excel in the intermediate class and prove himself. He is called to meet his mother, who praises him for finishing his first mission. Also, her butler told her that Jin didn't want to use the new room. This special room is meant for future patriarchs. The room was empty, so she wants him to take it. However, her son declines the offer, stating that it's just a room and that he doesn't fancy spacious rooms. He's satisfied with what he has. Hearing this answer, she tells him to take his leave. Rosa is confused about the ambitions of the boy, not understanding if he is full of ambition or devoid of it. It was clear that he would have been treated with brilliant support after acquiring the room. But at the same time, Jin would become the target of his siblings. The offer was a test, and our boy aced it to his mother's expectations. Jin returns to inform the novice cadets about factions that are linked in an intermediate class. Since these fresh cadets will be considered a part of Jin's faction, they're going to face scrutiny and harassment, but their leader isn't going to sit around and watch. He hopes to conquer the intermediate class immediately. As caution, Jin advises them to stay on their guard and be always accompanied by an ally. The following day, Jed Runcandle, an experienced 8-star knight as well as the younger brother of the patriarch, offers his speech to the cadets who are promoted to the intermediate class. Jed will not be involved in any serious events and exists only to evaluate their swordsmanship. He roars his message to remind the newbies of their cold motto. Strength is the only thing that matters, so anyone weak will be discarded from the clan. Jin senses that this is an attempt to intimidate the freshmen. He spots the Tona twins, and also spots an unusual-looking warrior next to them. For some reason, he guesses that Anne and Mew are operating from behind the scenes to intimidate the newbies. Mesa observes Jin, who is walking straight towards the Tona twins. He takes out his blade and slashes the man right next to them. To everyone's utter shock, the man loses his arm as Jin hopes to emphasize to his enemies that he's the one in control instead of the other way around. When asked for his name, the cadet introduces himself as Kazan Romero. The Tona twins try to interfere in the matter, but Jin shoots them a warning to remember. One of the brothers gives into anger and accidentally blurts out the cadet's allegiance to his faction. This is exactly what Jin was looking for. He further provokes them by stating he had a petty reason for slashing the man's arm. War between the Runcandle siblings has already started. Jed realizes that the twins' trap worked against them. With Kazan's allegiance to their faction, Jin's act is no longer seen as a selfish mistake. Instead, it is considered the War of Ranks, a tradition of the Runcandle clan. Right this moment, Jin shouts his name loud and clear, reminding the intermediate class that he will not hesitate to cut anyone down if they prove to be hostile. But this level of defiance has pinned him against the 8-star knight. His uncle Jed is infuriated by his words. Jin states that he's contesting the decisions of Jed. Offended, the 8-star knight materializes his weapon, vowing to kill the boy if his reason lacks conviction. Jin responds that Jed is responsible for leading the immediate class. He could realize from that moment that he is perpetrating the attack. Hearing this, the powerful knight thrusts his blade against Jin's face, grazing him as a warning. The young emphasizes that he didn't feel offended. As for why he didn't contest Jed in a head-on match, it was clear that he would lose, else he could have attacked him from the beginning. Jed reminds the boy that he's unafraid of cutting him down, even if he is the son of the patriarch. Jin responds, prefacing his bravery, as though his opponent is far stronger than him. A Runcandle never backs down for his honor. Jed laughs at his words, but in a way finds them pleasing enough. He acknowledges Jin's place in the Runcandle clan, and reminds the young cadets of the best example of what a Runcandle is actually like. The session is at last dismissed. Jin walks away, but departs with a piece of advice for the Tona twins. He reminds them that there will come a time where they will fear him more than their older siblings. Back in his room with Murakon, Jin tells Jilly about the war of ranks. He's certain that Miyu and Anne are secretly manipulating the strings of their conflict from behind. Jin/Tae cadet who stepped out of line. He was a man who was once part of Anne's faction, but somehow joined the twins' faction. It's impossible for them to have 5-star knights in their group, since the leaders aren't supposed to be weaker. Jilly fails to understand Anne and Miyu's intentions, but the boy is glad that he's being seen as an enemy and a rival. They can abuse their power to manipulate the difficulty of his missions to ensure Jin fails, but apart from that, there's not much they can do, since Jin is capable of fending off their threats in individual operations. That's exactly what Jin is intending to do, since he knows he will be forced to handle difficult missions. It will allow him to stack a number of wins and become stronger. He can also take Murakon along for safety measures. Jin has a different role for Murakon. The following day, the Tona twins and Jin share a meeting with their uncle. They are informed about the special training privileges they will receive as Runkandel pureblood heirs. The training will be difficult, but it will embody the character and motto of the Runkandel clan. The Runkandel's fighting style is deprived of standard swordsmanship. They have special moves reserved for flag bearers to learn. Since their fighting style is mostly unorthodox, it sets them apart from other clans. Jin predicts that it's because the physical abilities of the Runkandels are unique. The bloodline of these swordmasters allow them God-given talent for sword mastery. It's in their blood to be born with such special ability. Compared to that, their training will be focused on simple movements. The task is to hold a steel ball. Jin senses that there's something inside. The steel balls are called singing stones. They generate specific sounds upon each strike. Jed demonstrates by striking the steel ball, which produces a sharp clang, deafening their ears. Then, the Commander Knight strikes a second time, but there's a twist. A beautiful melodic sound is created. Each sound depends on how hard the ball is struck. The objective is to strike perfectly to release a beautiful sound with each strike. Jin realizes that this is the most effective form of training for the Runkandels. But even so, it's still too easy and simple to be called a secret training method. Jed attempts to produce the third and final sound. Jin is curious. The blade hits the stone when he suddenly realizes the effects. Jin pushes his brothers away as the steel ball explodes to oblivion. The Tona twins are shocked while Jed is impressed by the boy's sharp senses. The stones will always explode when struck with too much power. This basically means their lives are at risk in the name of training. Jed explains that all of their previous siblings experienced the same effects of the explosion. Jin wants to know how Luna was able to dodge. Jed explains that she didn't even try to dodge and succumb to the destruction of the blast, but she was so powerful in her defenses that it didn't even hurt her. This response leaves not just Jin, but also his brothers completely speechless. The power of having a cracked elder sister. Jed assigns them their mission, which is to train until they can create the beautiful sound at will. The scene cuts to Luna, who learns about Jin's recent assassination attempt. She is aware of Miyu and Anne playing around, but she also knows they're not foolish enough to attack him at the Storm's castle. What's more, their lives would be at stake if the Patriarch uncovered their plans. Luna's maid wonders if the boy lied to her sister at the time. She knows it is possible since he was so young, and they have yet to find any traces of the assassination in the past 5 years. Luna remembers him being extremely cautious of her, but remembering his face, she could tell that his words were genuine. Luna instructs her maid to keep an eye on Miyu and Anne's schemes. She wonders what Jin is up to, especially when she recalls her experience with the singing stones. The very next day, Jin is barely able to maintain his posture. It's the toughest form of training he has ever been a part of. Jed is supervising their training. Our boy was severely mistaken when he thought this training was related to their physical abilities. Instead, it is focused on increasing one's aura. Jin has to increase his aura to make up for his lack of strength. He aims to remain calm. It's not an impossible task, as the Tona twins managed to complete it in his previous life. Jed observes each sibling struggling, but only Jin shows the most amount of progress among the three. It's possible that he will overcome Luna's record for the singing stones. The training concludes with the Tona twins facing utter collapse. Jed is impressed by their endurance nonetheless. As for Jin, his dear uncle is offended that he's the youngest of the siblings because this boy is a diamond in the making. The dude is slowly becoming his nephew's #1 fan. 1 month passed. The intermediate class was finally being handed its first missions. The mission is to protect the recruits of the Minche Blacksmith Guild. wild. Each faction is assigned their missions until finally it's Jin's faction's turn. This group of 10 cadets is tasked to slay an enormous number of 25 orcs, nearly double their number. It's not the easiest mission, especially when they've just joined the intermediate class. It's evident that a lot of them won't even make it past their first mission. The other factions make fun of Jin's group, just like he predicted they would. Mesa stops her comrades from arguing, demanding that they maintain their composure as Runkindels. They have no choice in the matter of choosing their missions. The only way out is to execute on them. Mesa wants to shut their haters down for good after achieving victory. Diatona ends up striking the singing stone so hard that it explodes right on him. Jin barely evades the explosion before getting struck by the blast. He doesn't want to train around these clowns because they're careless about their surroundings. The Tona twins are in the process of exploding the stones, but for Jin, something strange happened. His senses became so sharp that it felt like he could sense the object coming from a mile away. At this point, he's confident in his ability to evade the steel pellets should the singing stones ever explode. Jin wonders if this training has something to do with the mind's eye training he did with Luna. To confirm his suspicions, he decides to try again, but Jed breaks into their training session to report them about the new missions. The Tona twins are seething as it's a ceremony with the Vymanth Empire. It's not a life-threatening mission, but a draining one. Jed emphasizes the importance of attending the mission with seriousness, no matter the task. It's an event where strong warriors get to meet up, including the Run Candles. Jed wants the Tona twins to get a good scope of those people. Jin's mission is different, however. He's assigned a target mission. Jin has to kill Talaris' affectionate lover. The secret palace refers to the giant tower controlled by rulers. The current ruler is called Talaris Endorma, a woman so deadly that she doesn't show mercy to those who hurt her lovers. Jin is given the broad scope of the threat of this mission. His target is a man called Alcaro, who is effectively guarded by the agents of the secret palace. What's more, this kind of mission is usually assigned to guardian knights, prompting Haitona and Diatona's reactions. Jin is intrigued by the request. He wonders if the Chandra family really wants to assassinate one of their own people. Jed explains that his family tried numerous times to retrieve Alcaro to preserve the family's secrets. With no options left, they pinned an assassination request over his head. Jin accepts the mission with conviction, much to Jed's shock, as it is well beyond Jin's current skill level. Jed decides to entertain his answer. He tasks the three to go out for the mission in 3 days. The Tona twins are actually worried for Jin's life, because even they understand the gravity of this mission. They advise him to state his name as a Run Candle, thinking it would be enough to help him. Our boy is shocked by their consideration and slices the steel ball perfectly, producing a gentle sound. Jin has already achieved mastery, and by the time he returns, the Tona twins will be forced to side with him. Even Jed believes they should make the sensible choice of following Jin, because their very lives will be at stake if they don't. The day of the mission is here. Jin will be designated in the dangerous Mahmit Lawless region. The Run Candle young master has maintained a slight disguise to mask his appearance and identity. Jin's group is supposed to slay monsters, but he doesn't know they're supposed to be facing 25 orcs. All of them are miserable about the mission, to the point they've already accepted their deaths. Jin emphasizes that he will return from this mission no matter what. Jilly finds his subordinates cute for acting worried for him. Murakon tries to gloat about being the great dark dragon, not realizing he's reduced to being a stupid cat right now. Jin wants Jilly to enjoy the vacation while he's gone. She shares her personal concerns as Mamit is a deadly place. Jin promises his return and takes off. The Mamit region is festered with the worst criminals around. These people bask in toxicity and malice. Jin has arrived to kick their butts. They haven't seen this person before. He acts audacious like he owns the place. One of the crooks questions if he's secretly a 9-star knight. He wants the newbie to understand the order of strength, but Jin has no time for such petty banters. He stabs the man's head clean and instills a chilling sensation among the people. The criminals don't share feelings of loss for their fallen fellow. They're psychopathic people, and as advised by his teacher, Jin is trying to show them he's not to mess around with. He's grateful for his teacher's help. Jin takes the drink, unafraid of it being poisoned. He tosses the payment and eats breakfast. The bartender wonders if he's looking for someone. Jin confirms and asks for a person called Hester. Unfortunately, there's no one like her in town. Jin asks for a place to stay. The bartender recommends Moonlight Well, a safe inn where only the kings of Mamit reside. It's a luxurious inn. Since Alcaro is a rich kid, he didn't have to worry about minuscule troubles in his life. He's nothing more than a clown who can't control his lust for pleasure. Alcaro's only sticking around to try and gain the affection of the ruler, but there's no point as she's moved on to her next fascination. With only one one place left to his enjoyment and safety, it's clear that Alcaro must have guards swarming around him. Jin decides to stay in the lobby to get a good view of the situation. Interestingly, he spots Alcaro immediately as he's arguing with his men. The guards don't want to leave him unattended, but Alcaro is lost in his desires. He even threatens to kill them. In response, Alcaro gets slammed by a heavy punch that knocks him out for good. They're tired of guarding this annoying clown who is mad in his obsession. Alcaro's guards are all powerful enough to cross the 6-star level. The assassination itself is easy, but making his return and fleeing safely is the difficult part. Since he can't easily poison someone in Mahmit, it will be difficult. There's no chance of killing him directly because of Alcaro's men. Jin finds himself in a pinch until he discovers the perfect solution to all his worries. The following day, we catch a glimpse of Cirrus Indorma, the ruler's daughter. She learns that 6 men are guarding Alcaro strongly, a man who may as well be called a fool. Funnily enough, she's also prepared to kill him because the woman is sick and tired of his antics. As they're approaching the inn, an enormous thunderbolt strikes the establishment and pulverizes the place. The daughter of Talaris is excited, realizing there is more than what meets the eye. Circling back to Jin's grand plan, he opted to use a magic attack and increase its potency by stacking Shadow Force on top. This would help create a powerful 6-star magic spell, strong enough to assert the idea that they're being attacked by a powerful mage. No one would suspect the boy, especially when the greatest prodigy of sorcery, Veridine Zyphal, also just reached 6-star level. Jin has to ensure the attack came from outside, which is why he decided to go for a lightning-based attack. With his command over Shadow Force, he casted its release and manifested his lightning powers. The disastrous thunderbolt struck the settlement before they could even act. Their immediate suspicion alerted them to believe that this is the attack of a sorcerer. Ceres assesses the seriousness of the situation. She wants to protect her guards even if the scumbag died, but the moment they try to get close, the thunderbolt sends them flying back. They wonder if the Zyphal sorcerers are exacting revenge against the secret palace. A third thunderbolt strikes the settlement. Ceres thinks there won't be a fourth attack. She's hoping no one is massively hurt. Unfortunately, during this stunt, even Jin caught massive injuries as he endured the wrath of his own spell. Though the guards are still alive, Alcaro is nowhere to be found. Jin wants to ensure the execution while he still can. But unfortunately, Ceres catches sight of him and tries to help him. She doesn't really care about Alcaro's safety and prefers his execution anyway. Ceres also demands the capture of the sorcerer responsible for casting the spells. Jin is glad that he doesn't have to do the dirty work of killing Alcaro when she's here with a whole squad of her own. But there's bound to be trouble if she recognizes Jin's identity as a run candle. The guards come to inform Alcaro's confirmed death because of the lethal spell. Ceres gains control of the Moonlight Well as the daughter of the ruler Talaris. There are obvious objections to her declaration, as she is challenged by the crooks of Mamete. Ceres shows her domination as she cuts them down with her icicle blade. She plans to compensate for the damages if the sorcerer aims to attack the secret palace. But she's also ready to ruin their lives if the sorcerer's target was one of the criminals. Ceres claims control over the inn. Her next target is the sorcerer who attacked them. It's clear that it has to be one of the survivors who casted the spell. She's already pissed that they provoked a powerful enemy. Ceres is annoyed by Jin's sluggish pace, calling him a coward. She tends to his leg injury, something a commoner could brag about for a century. Ceres knows this goofball can't repay her anyway, so she leaves him an experience to remember. Jin waves her goodbye, but this dude locks in like crazy after she leaves. He's just completed his objective and covered his tracks at the same time. The scene jumps to the battle against the orcs. Mesa and the others have freshly taken down an orc, gaining a delusional confidence that they might overcome the challenge without any casualties. But Mesa is more serious. With 7 more targets to kill, she doesn't want her people to get sloppy. What's concerning is the odd behavior of the orcs. They usually attack in groups, but strangely, they're all alone. Mesa thinks that Jin's blessing has helped them on this mission. While they're focused on completing the mission, Murakan is glad that he'll finally be free after this. It's actually pretty easy as to why the orcs are behaving this way. Murakan threatened to kill them if they did otherwise. The orcs were so afraid that they never got back with each other again. Unfortunately, the cat dragon thinks he will be tasked to do more annoying quests in the future. Murakan wants to read comic books in exchange for his service. He's glad that they're all in one piece. But then, even Murakan senses an incredible dark energy that he previously didn't predict. This monster is stomping its way to the location of Mesa's group. Murakan spreads a powerful shadow barrier that goes unnoticed by everyone except Velop. During this time, he enters his true form to obliterate the monster who casts its energy without his permission. The tomb giants were once brought to extinction nearly 2 millennia ago. Murakami fails to understand the creature's reason for showing up here. He prepares a deadly beam and annihilates the creature with a column of darkness. With the monster defeated, Murakami feels tense all over his body. He hasn't used this much power in a long while, but he's confident the Exifals have something to do with the tomb giant's sudden appearance. These strange coincidences riddle him, but he's uninterested in informing Jin about the situation. Murakami understands that there will come a time when Jin will face the Zyfil clan. The scene cuts to the Transfigurator, who is utterly shocked that his creation, the tomb giant, was instantly destroyed. He's frustrated at the outcome, but Bishkul is concerned about an even more pressing matter. The Shadow Dragon became responsible for destroying the creature, as if to warn them. Bishkek wants to meet with the Exifals as soon as he can. Jed feels the weight of pride after Jin's fantastic return. It's a crushing defeat to the flag bearers responsible for assigning him an important mission. The intermediate class is dismissed as Jin catches up with his friends and learns they also succeeded in their endeavors. Most of the intermediate class knights are jealous that a pure-blood-run Candle is armed with godly luck on his side. After all, they're hard stuck at their ranks. They make fun of Jin, who is a mere 4-star knight in their eyes. Despite his arrogance, they can't dent him because of his position as a pureblood. They're waiting for their next orders from Miyu and Anne. Interestingly, Jin invites the challenge by walking right towards them, enjoyably stating that he heard every word. He taunts Kazan, who admits talking trash behind his back. Jin confirms that he doesn't boast a higher rank than the rest of them. Kazan scoffs at him, fed up with Jin, who only completed the mission because of luck. Jin makes himself clear. He fully admits that the 5-star knight might outclass Jin's rank as a 4-star knight. Instead of letting them talk, Jin wants Kazan to challenge him to a duel. He fully allows the use of aura. Kazan thinks he's going to snatch an easy victory. He lunges to attack Jin, who can sense his frustration behind every swing. At the same time, Jin has experienced battle with far stronger opponents, so he's not feeling outclassed. Kazan tries to finish the fight, boasting himself as the stronger one of the two fighters. Jin blocks the attack but gets struck by his aura. Finally, he's able to keep up with the trajectories of his attacks, all possible combinations made with a sword. Jin is perceptive of every attack coming towards him. Thankfully, his opponent is fueled by rage, blind to his senses. With a clash of their swords, Jin prepares to end the fight with conviction. He hawks at his opponent for being predictable and bearing no chances of winning. 3 critical moves follow in Kazan's attacks. Jin counters everything and prepares for the killer blow. He renders a powerful aura slash that annihilates Kazan, stealing the victory from his mouth. Jin is certain of his strength. He has improved massively and entered the domain of a 5-star knight. It was his plan to misguide his opponent into believing he was an inferior opponent to exploit openings. The Tona twins come to the scene to find themselves baffled, but Jin doesn't even think much of the fight and walks away casually. When Kazan reports to his faction leaders, they take it as a joke. They're stunned that the boy has already reached the level of a 5-star knight at his fragile age. Both Miyu and Anne are aware of Jin's hostile message to the clan. They're prepared to mobilize strict measures to cut him down on his next mission. The clan murmurs about Jin's recent strength and improvement. Only the best of the best from his clan could achieve this level at the same age. Even Jin didn't predict this level of growth. He didn't refine his sword mastery skills apart from his special training. Growth in one side of his training affects all other aspects. Improving Shadow Force helped improve aura and mana flow too. He's the only person in his clan to master all 3 powers. Jin spots a bunch of flowers he's never seen before in his room. He doesn't mind since they seem to be safe. As for his latest achievement, Jin is certain that his siblings will become even more anxious to cut him down. Joshua is one of those people. He's a candidate for the throne right after Luna gave up her to become the patriarch. Joshua is working on improving his strategic position in the clan with the help of their mother. At first, Jin wanted to conceal his skills, but he changed his mind. It's clear that the whole world will know about his accomplishments. Instead of gloating about his achievements, Jin wants his father to take notice. Siren isn't satisfied with Joshua sitting on the throne. Ihai wanted Luna, but she lacked ambition and walked away despite her incredible talents. With Luna gone, the next candidate became Joshua. All of this happened long before Jin made his accomplishments show that he is worthy of the throne. Jin is aware that his father will definitely test him with a difficult trial. What's more is that he might provide personal protection to safeguard Jin in case he gets ambushed before the test. Thanks to his Kieran's intrigue, Jin will survive the wrath of his siblings. Knowing that a banquet will be hosted insisted upon his father's return, Jin is expecting great things. A few days after this conversation, invitational letters from clans all over the world have come crashing in. Jin has maintained a peaceful life against the flag bearers. They don't want to risk attacking him while he's sharing the limelight. The Run-Kandel family reputation would be at stake in that case. Petrov suddenly comes rushing in with news of Jin's latest mission. Their mother is infuriated, disappointed by her children's actions. They were bold enough to send Jin right to his death by assigning him a mission in the Zefal territory. Jin crashes the party with his appearance. Luntia, Ran, and Vuigo glance at their youngest brother. Their mother instantly cancels the mission, crushing both Anne and Miu's plans. She roars at the scumbags who openly decided to plot their own brother's death. Miu and Anne share extreme hostility, as if plotting their brother's death should be taken lightly. They're walking on eggshells. Conflicts were encouraged for the sake of competition when they grew up. They all had to face hardship while growing up during their time in the intermediate class. Rosa validates their concerns, confirming the necessity of competition. But at the same time, neither Anne or Miu reached the achievement of a 5-star knight at a young age. Jin is literally built differently, basically. In other words, their mother does not want to lose an exceptional talent to their antics. What's more is that Luntia, Ran, and Vuigo are getting equal trouble for their involvement. They're punished by returning precious swords to the clan. Rosa even threatens to confiscate every sword in their possession if they do not oblige. Faced with so much commotion, Rosa waits for Jin's response. She wonders if he's going to be kind enough to receive the punishment, or if he will use this to his amusement. She wants to test the boy's resolve. Jin raises his voice, intending to take on the mission. Rosa is shocked that he fails to grasp the danger that comes with accepting the mission. The territory of Zyfels is terrifying, but Jin is confident of his victory. He's all for the mission he was assigned by his beloved sisters. Actually, he even sides with his sisters for helping him take on a mission within his powers. Rosa taunts him for putting on a courageous act, but the 15-year-old shares concerns for the reputation of the clan if there is a sudden change in missions. Rosa blasts his excuse, knowing that he's just being exploited through this mission. Since they can't fight directly, that's what Jin is hoping for. He knows he's no match for his sisters at present, so he wants to prove a point by completely destroying them with this mission. Rosa is still cautious and reminds him of the danger. Jin is glad to take on the fight for the condition of retrieving the swords from his brothers after his return. Both Vuigo and Ran are even ready to stop him from going on a mission so dangerous by offering him a sword now. But Jin isn't buying into their schemes because if they were on his side from the beginning, they would have stopped Miu and Anne's schemes. Rosa accepts the boy's conditions. She fears the possibility that Jin might one day become like Luna, but now, Rosa is happy with her son's recent development. With the meeting coming to a close, Anne taunts him for boasting a lucky track record. She's even ready to send some of her own slaves to finish the job. Jin doesn't acknowledge their words and hopes to give them a slap on the face with his return. The intermediate class knights from their faction are none other than the hooligans who were taunting Jin since the first day. Kazan is one of the three. Jin shows no signs of distrust to their faces, but deep down, he knows they're waiting for the right opportunity to strike him down. The mission objective is to hijack items after infiltration. 4 relics rest in the historic sites of Kalin. It was once a thriving land that now belongs to the Geifels. After discovering the land, they mercilessly slaughtered the natives. They only act like they respect Kalin's people, but deep down, it's clear they're still facing enslavement by the sorcerers. While the Zyfels generally try to play with reason, they are extremely cruel, and Jin knows from experience in his past life. Even the sorcerers were hunting a special relic in this land, a mirror that is boasted as a top-secret relic. One journalist was able to cover the mirror in great detail by investigating and testifying from Kalin's people. The mystical well of mana is so powerful that it boosts one's mana to 7 stars, allowing the Zyfels to build an unstoppable army in the future. The object has yet to be discovered in this timeline. Jin wants to ensure the same doesn't happen again. The relic rests in the 3rd warehouse guarded by the Zyfels. They will have to take caution against the sentry spells in the area. Kazan offers his undivided support, but Jin obviously knows it's a bunch of crap. Kazan's men recommend keeping an efficient approach on the journey, but Jin has different ideas. He's not in the mood to play around, so he spikes their food with a sleeping drug. Their bodies flop to the ground. Jin thinks it was obvious they were trying to kill him from the start. He advances forth to finish this mission all by himself. Our boy immediately throws hands and sharply dodges the enemy's attacks. With 2 low-class fighters down for the count, Jin inspects the ordinary-looking lock. Jin cracks it easily to find a magic circle marked on the ground. Rumors suggest that only those with specific bloodlines can transport via magic circles. However, that technicality only exists for demons or humans. Jin slices the defeated guard's hand to extract the necessary blood. He could have used his own, but that wouldn't cover his tracks. The magic circle activates after coming in contact with the blood, but suddenly, it reacted harshly, even though he used the blood of the guard. Jin turns to realize that the mob characters he just defeated are actually monsters. He falls back to inflict them with wind magic. Originally, Jin wanted to cover his mana, but he's forced to use magic against these monsters. With his blade, he stabs the demon with a sharp slash, but ultimately gets pushed back. Jin unsheathes the holy blade, which scares the ugly twins. What's more is that they're capable of regeneration at an immense speed. Jin is confident that he isn't dealing with ordinary demons since they were humans only moments ago. The Zifal territory is filled with sorcerers, and now there is the appearance of terrifying monsters with mysterious origins. The answer is clear, that they were forged biological golems. This implies that the Zifals are using the people of Kolin as their personal lab facility. These monsters only possess the speed and strength of a regular 4-star knight, so they're not impossible to beat. Jin narrows his focus on attacking the golem's core as they are considered the greatest weakness. Jin thrusts this dude's head clean, but it's not enough to kill him. The monster is even more enraged than from before. Jin impales the creature's abdomen, but it's still not enough to defeat the monster. The final spot is the creature's heart. Jin defeats the golem at last, pitying the humans who were forced to become such creatures. He kills the second golem in the same manner, and with that, both creatures are subdued. The pitiable remains of the human begged for a release. Jin eased his pain by dealing the finishing blow. It's clear to him that there is an outside evil force turning innocent humans into bloodthirsty monsters. His heart is filled with anger. After discovering the horrors of the swordsman wonders if his sisters knew about this fact. And yet, Jin's spirit burns to complete the mission. He has no leverage against the Zyphils, even if he exposes their shitty schemes. Experimentation and creation of biological golems is a taboo, so it would put incredible pressure on the clan's reputation. Jin safeguards what little evidence he has to use against the Zyphils in the future. What's more is that the sorcerers aren't jumping him to attack, implying that it's a regular warehouse. Jin observes guarded relics. He has to overcome their spells before obtaining them. First, he wanted to try and solve each spell, but with the discovery of the biological golems, Jin takes a reckless approach by combining Shadow Force with his flame magic. He obliterates the site in the hopes of delivering a message for the Zyphils to remember. Back at the Run Candle Castle, both Anne and Mew are slapped around by their elder sister Luna. She is royally pissed that they sent him on a deadly mission. Luna questions if they're so bold as to wage a war against their youngest brother, who isn't even a flag bearer at his current level. Luna hopes they reflect on their shameful actions. Anne fights back against her sister, claiming that she shouldn't be the one to talk when she has never had an interest in ranks. Luna happily tells them the news of Jin's successful mission run. He has recovered the relics and reported its completion to their mother. That's why Luna was scolding their stupidity, as they've allowed Jin to seem even more capable than his rank. Before sending them away, Luna reminds her dear sisters that they're dealing with someone who loves to pay back double when it comes to revenge. She's literally fearing for their lives, knowing Jin could very well destroy them soon. Luna returns to her room after giving her sisters a verbal spanking of the century. Her maid shares the same concerns. If anything, Jin isn't the type to forgive and forget. He's going to become so powerful with his rate of growth that he will surpass his sisters and probably even kill them. Luna asks for an update on the person who assigned Jin's assassination. It's clear that neither Anne nor Mew were responsible for such an atrocity. It couldn't be the Tona twins either. Luna shares her suspicions for Joshua, Dyphus, and the others. They can't easily be investigated because of their rank. Luna recommends sitting back and waiting. Jin's growth is another reason she isn't too worried about him. Our boy has returned home at last. Jilly is teary-eyed because she was afraid of losing him. She loves him so much that she's ready to put down her life for him. Jin has submitted the report, making it seem like an outside force helped him this time too. More importantly, he shares his findings by presenting them with the heart of the golem. Murakon thinks he got way too lucky, but even the Dark Dragon receives a shock to his being when he learns that they were biological golems. Murakon fears the worst from the Zyphils and seems confident that they're responsible for their creation. He insists on visiting the Kulin territory with Jin because he's got a bad feeling. Even though our boy is afraid of going back, he thinks it will be alright with Murakon guarding his his ass. Jin hopes to arrange an excuse to venture into the Zyphal territory again. The 3 delinquents that he knocked unconscious returned after Jin's mission, but they were soon banished from the Run Candle clan. Jin's training continued as he mastered the singing stones. Jed wants him to stop training with the cadets, as he's got a meeting with the Patriarch next week. The Tona twins are stunned. It's possible for him to become a reserve flag bearer to maintain his reputation until his role is officialized in the clan. Our boy was happy to operate on his own at last. He wears a happy smile as this will allow him to become even stronger. Kieran marched his army towards the Garden of Swords. He keeps coming back because of Jin's amazing progress. Khan admits that the boy's abilities were once exceptional, but now they're in another league of their own. Jin boasts the will to fight with ambition and determination. Kieran remembers the day he provoked his dear siblings when he arrived in the Garden of Swords. He wanted to destroy his enemies in the long run. They tried stopping him in many ways, but the fact that he survived the Kulon territory proves that he can survive against his siblings' best attempts to kill him. He even fought a white werewolf and defeated the creature, not with the help of others, but standing on his own. Kieran is proud of his son's determination to keep up with his promises. He's certain of the boy's ability to defeat the werewolf alone. He's still interested in asking how that fight went down upon meeting him. Kieran arrives at the Garden of Swords at last. Rosa welcomes him in kind, having prepared much for his return. Joshua has been actively handling most of her responsibilities behind their back, but Kieran still thinks Joshua is imperfect. The Patriarch emphasizes that their enemies fear him, but not his children. When he passes Jin, Kieran spots fancy new blades. He wonders if Ran and Vuigo happily extended their swords to Jin as a gift. The Patriarch roars in a sudden laugh when he hears that Jin obtained the swords by completing the mission. The little boy keeps on surprising him. Kieran shares a meeting with Jin in private. The boy has never been part of a banquet hosted by his own family. In his previous life, he couldn't even participate in these banquets. That's how worthless he was. But today, he's a guest of honor standing next to his father. It may have taken a cycle of reincarnation, but he has everything he wants. Sharon explains that the banquet is held in honor of the boy's extraordinary achievement. Jin assumes there might be a total of 1,000 guests. Kieran confirms that the number exceeds the previous banquet that was held 7 years ago. The Run Candles have increased their influence to the point every guest is known. Sharon has been exterminating monsters in the Dark Sea while at the same time honing his skills. Even without his interference, the Run Candle reputation soars at an all-time high because of his demigod rank. The Patriarch fears that if he bites the bullet, the very people participating as guests could end up becoming enemies of the Run Candles. The Run Candles and the Zyphals are considered the strongest clans in the world, but everything will change when Kieran is no longer in the picture. It's likely that the Zyphals will conquer the world in that outcome. Jin shocks his father with a striking confession. He declares to leave the Run Candle clan once they fall victim to the Zyphals. The reason is simple. It's because the blame would befall upon the leading Patriarch. Jin isn't interested in serving an unskilled leader. Jin returned Vuego's weapon in exchange for obtaining secret information of the contracts that only the flag bearers are privy to. He learned that many clans are actually indebted to the Run Candles for their services. Some of them haven't paid their due. There's so much material hidden in the form of blackmail and negotiation that Jin is planning to exploit them well after his father's death. The possibility of a divine Star Knight coming into the picture is slim, so our boy is planning to become a negotiation mastermind to turn the tide in an unfortunate future. Siren reminds the boy that the Zyphals could do the same in response, but Jin believes that they can't exploit others like the Run Candles. Jin is firm on his decision to leave the clan if the next Patriarch ends up incompetent, which will then lead to a solo quest to take apart the Zyphals. Kieran is impressed by his strategy. The rest of his children are meek. They lack the vigor to discuss possible futures in front of him. Jin, on the other hand, is reasonably calculating. Kieran thinks the boy shares the strengths of Luna, Mary, and Dyphus. The Patriarch doesn't have much more time left to maintain his position. He muses the possibility of Jin overcoming the ranks within that time span. Sharon wants to discuss one more topic after the banquet ends. Jin is confident that the conversation will be related to his promotion to a reserve flag bearer. He's very excited for that to happen. Suddenly, a Run Candle servant rushes to inform the Patriarch about special guests who came uninformed. Kieran instantly realizes that it must be the Zyphals. 5 Zyphals have arrived along with the minor Patriarch of the clan. Kieran accepts the others but refuses to welcome Andre's entrance. Jin is alarmed to see his father's humiliating response to the Zyphal minor Patriarch, but but he agrees that it is necessary. It's a smart order because Andre would be disobeying Kieran's orders if he forced his way in. This means Andre has to follow their command no matter what, unless he's interested in getting himself killed. Kieran welcomes his guests as the patriarch of the Run Candle clan. He highlights Jin's exceptional progress as the reason for the banquet. The guests praise the boy's accomplishments. Kieran explains that only 2 rules exist in the banquet. The first is that drunk fighting is acceptable in the arena, and the loser will be forgiven if he concedes the victory, as this is nothing more than a banquet. With 1,000 enemies brought together in one circle, they can't do anything but follow the rules of the Run Candle clan's banquet. However, they can happily choose to beat each other in the arena as much as they please. It's a way of settling scores or accomplishing records. Even Jin thinks they're a battle-driven, crazy clan. Chiraon tells the boy to enjoy his time fighting anyone who dares challenge him. However, he's only supposed to fight the strong instead of picking on the weak. Kieran emphasizes that if he loses even a single fight, he will be stripped of his privileges. It's a scary thing to say and the stakes are high. Then again, Jin never shared the privilege of speaking to his father in his previous life, but now they are closer than ever. Despite that, Jin doesn't hope to foster a happy relationship with his family. His lifelong goal is to surpass his father instead. Jin joins the banquet. The Tona twins merrily stick around him. They inform him of their progress with the singing stones, but Jin knows they're here to just steal some of his attention. The first flag bearer of the Ken clan extends his gratitude for the Run Candle prodigy. The Tona twins exit the scene, while Jin talks highly of Ken's accomplishments, viewing him as a hero. Suddenly, an arrogant imbecile interrupts their conversation. Ugar disrespects Jin, who maintains his calm despite the provocation. Despite being the asshole, he accuses Jin of a case of disrespect. Our boy confidently responds that what he did could have ended very badly for him. The flag bearers of the Ken clan, among others, treated Jin with immense respect. And then this nobody chimed in, acting like he owned the place. Ugar instantly realizes that he's making himself seem like a target. He does as he is asked, apologizing for getting ahead of himself. Jin forgives him promptly, while the gorgeous Luna comments how Jin loves making enemies. She wants him to take it easy, and wonders what would have happened if the man challenged him to a duel. For Jin, it doesn't seem like a problem. He was betting on Tuco clan's patriarch to stop his foolishness before that happened. Luna is impressed by his quick thinking. Jin emphasizes that he has to learn a fuck ton of things to make sure he survives in the family, especially when he's the youngest of the bunch. He's a prodigious boy who was targeted even at the safest castle. Luna is curious about the identity of the man who tried to assassinate him. She doesn't fancy such parties and hopes to leave. She refuses to dance with her brother for now, calling our boy a short king. Before leaving, Luna dearly embraces her brother as a display of affection. This would make them fear interacting with Jin, since they're even more afraid of the legendary white whale of the Runkandel clan. Some of them grow furiously jealous. Bubare is actually a diehard fan of Luna and simps for her like a creepy maniac. Bishkel is disappointed by this dude, while his sister Margiela is spoiling the man for having his type. Jin is most tired of his role in the banquet. He wonders what happened to the Zfel intruders. In unexpected suddenness, Jin spots the icy Cirrus in Dorma. She greets him with conviction, as if she has already met him from somewhere. Jin behaves as if they're encountering each other for the first time. She thinks highly of his accomplishments for reaching 5 stars at a nimble age. Jin returns the compliment and thinks that Cirrus is doing well as an heir to the secret palace. She taunts him for having one too many siblings. Instead of feeling offended, Jin agrees. He's actually certain that Cirrus knows about his identity from the time he infiltrated Mammoth. The sharp woman finally gets to the main topic if his leg is recovered. Jin simply smiles and returns the assertion that he remembers their interaction. Cirrus wants to know the identity of the man who led the attack. The sorcerer was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, suspicions rose regarding Jin's identity. The Runkandel prodigy uses his clan's reputation to imply that he can't possibly use magic. Cirrus knows that, but she thinks he must have used an outside sorcerer to do the job instead. Cirrus gets insistent in her demands, dying to know the answer, but she's misinformed and thinks that Jin targeted her guards instead of Alcaro. The Runkandel prodigy maintains his stance of innocence. Cirrus predicted this would happen. She challenges him to a duel to humiliate Jin. In utmost savagery, Jin tells her that he can't fight opponents weaker than him, but he's happy to take on her offer. This man knows how to roast. The preparations for the duel are underway. Jin asks for 2 swords for their fight. The arena will be locked for the time being. Jin doesn't want her to suffer a humiliating defeat in front of the entire party. Cirrus is hoping that he will spill everything about his mission when she wins. Jin places his condition that if he wins, she will never speak of their interaction in Mamete. The fight begins with Jin rushing to attack, but he's blindsided by the special ability of the Endorma bloodline. Cirrus has brought out the big guns and the fight has only just begun. Jin is sad that he can't learn special moves of his clan because he's the youngest one in the family. Cirrus goes on a heavy attack, but she's equally impressed to see Jin countering each of her blows impressively. But even so, Cirrus is certain of her victory thanks to her Sword of Ice. While Jin specializes in attack and stamina, she is expecting to finish him with a counterattack. Acknowledging Cirrus as an impressive martial artist, Jin figures out her strategy to deploy a secret move. He plans to counter with a secret move of his own when the time is right. Based on his knowledge from the ancient library, Jin has a weapon of his own that he has been hiding. Cirrus finally activates the third move of the Sword of Sea Ice. The avalanche catches him with its sharp burst of aura. Cirrus is the embodiment of the harsh snow, but Jin confidently laughs in her face. He cuts through the avalanche with his sword, shocking Cirrus as he barely missed her face. But that was the intent, as it caused an explosion. Jin is worried for Cirrus's condition as he didn't anticipate such a powerful finishing move. He is desperately hoping she survived the attack. Jin finds her kneeling in defeat, completely lost and stripped of her confidence. She had just encountered death. Jin consoles her and even apologizes for getting ahead of himself. The 15-year-old dodged, but only because her opponent instructed her at the final moment. She's deeply scarred in her pride, and Jin acknowledges her feelings. Instead of getting angry at him, Cirrus tends to the wound on Jin's face. She is humiliated that Jin had to save her life just now. Accepting her defeat, Cirrus turns away, honoring their promise. The following day, even fewer people arrived than yesterday. All eyes are set on Jin, who is eager to get in touch with the Xiphals. They're supposed to be just as young, so Jin is curious how he stacks up against their prodigies. He's juggling his thoughts regarding becoming a flag bearer and investigating Kallen with Murakhan. There's also an incredible chance of his success if Murakhan helps him locate the Well of Mana, preventing the Xiphal clan's growth. Speaking of the devil, Murakhan enjoys being pet by Cirrus. She laughs, realizing Jin named his dumb cat. An unexpected visitor comes to meet them. It's Veridine from the Xiphal clan. Jin doesn't even remember this clumsy fool. While on the other hand, Veridine thought of him every day. Jin doesn't remember the clown even with 2 hints. Veridine thinks our boy must have a serious case of dementia, so as to not remember him. Jin breaks his teasing and emphasizes that he was messing with him. What he can't believe is this same guy ends up becoming a 9-star sorcerer in his prime and rises as the patriarch of his clan. And here, he couldn't even find Jin after looking for him the whole day. Jin is disappointed because this guy can't even navigate in a small hall for the life of him. Veridine is impressed by his amazing achievement, but tries to one-up him by stating that he rose to 6 stars in his magic. Jin isn't actually impressed. Instead, he's disappointed, because with the way his magic improvement is going, he'll even surpass Veridine's magic by the time he reaches 18 years of age. Jin is almost certain of the fact that he will become the strongest sorcerer in the entire world in his quest. Jin curiously asks why the Xiphals popped up out of nowhere. Veridine explains that he begged to come along to see Jin. The entire shit show at the beginning happened because one teenager wanted to meet another teenager. Veridine promises to welcome Jin to his clan's banquet without any harm. He doesn't care if Jin goes on to attack the Xiphal territory if that happens. Jin thinks he's being stupid for allowing his enemy such an easy advantage. More importantly, our boy has noticed Bubar secretly eavesdropping their conversation. Jin calls him out, so Bubar turns into a simp and asks for Luna's return. This man was writing love poems for her all night. The dude thinks he's Romeo, but all he needs to do is take a look in the mirror. Even Veridine spits out his drink. Jin is met with so much anger that he obliterates the present. He finds the man's very suggestion offensive. Jin orders the man to be sent to the arena for his insolence. Bubar feels mistreated. After all, he simply wanted to earn the love of the Runkendel family's beautiful goddess. Bubar shouts his complaints, but Jin is so pissed that he wants to beat the shit out of him with his own hands. The Transfigurator fails to understand what he did was so wrong that earned him such punishment. Bishkil and his sister are both stunned to see such an unexpected development. Ceres is annoyed that she can't fight Jin in place of the fatty. Veridine tries to butter up to her and gets told off in return. Unlike yesterday, this match is held before the eyes of the public. While everyone knows about Jin's identity, Bubar is a mystery. He begs for a chance to introduce himself, but before he could even state his name, Jin obliterates this meatball's face with a punch. Bubare shows a display of confidence by commanding his aura. Basically, Jin is facing someone a level stronger than his own. Bubare actually manages to punch Jin across the face. He easily gives in to arrogance, which becomes his undoing. Jin slams his fat ass to the ground before hammering him with hundreds of punches all over his body. The fight is supposed to be over, but Margiela fails to comprehend the Runkendel's actions. Bishkil explains to her sister that Bubar is actually pretty strong himself. She wants Bishkul to go ahead and defeat Jin in a one-on-one fight. He accepts to honor his sister's desires. Bishkek enters the arena with a confident star. He's a 7-star knight, much stronger than Jin, who is planning to use this as an opportunity to learn about his clan. Jin is even more shocked by Margiela, who is sacrificing her brother to get what she wants. Jin commends his display of affection for his dear sister. He feels the same about his own sisters, and hopes that Bishkul teaches his underlings to keep their mouth shut. The 7-star knight finally name-drops Bubar's name, causing a shock to Jin because he realizes he just beat up the Transfigurator in real time. Jin is having major flashbacks, realizing that Bubar is deeply connected with Bishkul's clan. Jin finds himself incredibly distracted, but tries to focus against his opponent, who is a competent knight. The fight begins with Bishkul dishing out incredibly offensive moves. Jin can't believe that he's dealing with an ordinary 7-star knight, as this man's talent rivals even that of his uncle. Bishkul's hammering blows put Jin on the back foot. He's barely able to defend against Bishkul's menacing swordsmanship. However, Varadin is firm of the opinion that the Runkindles thrive on being cornered. He compares them to a rhinoceros, which would never stop to defeat their foes no matter what it takes. Jin is getting pushed back, and he knows that his opponent is barely using any power in the fight. He's a 5-star swordsman going up against a knight way beyond 7 stars. Jin is cornered and at the brink of losing, but it's exactly when he feels the same feeling he felt fighting Kazan. Bishkul dashes to finish the fight. Jin awaits his slash in a state of meditation. With his blade decimated from the impact, Bishkul stops his weapon right next to Jin's neck. Jin collapses and Bishkul is crowned the victor. However, he nearly endured a fatal blow to his neck. Bishkul assesses the situation, realizing that Jin managed to master the Blade of the Heart skill in their fight. If only he had been a millisecond faster, the 7-star knight would have been killed. This fight alone has confirmed how much of a threat Jin poses to the other clans. He wakes up later in his room, annoyed that he fainted for 2 days. The banquet ended in his sleep, so he couldn't even bid farewell to his dear guests. Jilly tells him that people excitedly talked about the fight while he was unconscious. They were shocked to see such a special skill rise from a 5-star knight. The Blade of Heart helped him immensely, thanks to Luna's lessons from a young age. He couldn't comprehend their lessons when he was young, but this skill has saved him many times. He projected the talents of an 8-star knight and feels proud of his achievements. Jin found out about a bunch of things as a result of the banquet. He learned about Varadin's strength and influence, and earned Sirris's friendship. What's more is the discovery of Bubari's relationship with the Ivaliano clan. Jin wants to take his time to investigate deeper into his concerns. Before leaving, Sirris left him beautiful flowers. Jilly wonders if she has found a crush on him, but Jin believes otherwise. The flowers represent a symbol called the unending fight, meaning she desires to fight him someday again. Morricone still thinks it's an achievement for this man to earn her affection. Jilly abruptly informs Jin to visit his father, who is expecting him. Jin realizes that his mission to get sent away is right around the corner. He tries to find him. Kieran is expecting him in the shadows. Jin is prepared to leave the clan, an answer his father seems to like. Their current location is called the Crypt, a place where select few heroes of the clan are honored. Heroes that saved their clan many times in millennia. Kieran shares that the first patriarch rests in a different location. The very power that Jin now possesses is the reason they were never able to claim his body. Upon his death, the Zyphals cornered them into a contract to forever stop using magic. They placed a prominent curse upon the Runkindles, stopping the production of mana in their bodies from birth. Kieran remembers when he first asked the boy how he came to acquire such a power. He lied then, but the same answer could have put him in deep trouble at his current age. Kieran learns that Soldaret made him into his contractor. Interestingly, his father is curious if the boy wields the ability to conquer the clan with his newfound powers. Jin answers that once he discovers there is nothing in the world that is more desirable than his own clan, he will return to take his spot and conquer the clan. Kieran smiles as the boy possesses an entirely different reason for leaving the clan. Jin is given a duration of 5 years to make his decision. Unsheathing his weapon, Jin is prepared to meet his father at the end of his years. After his conversation, Jin wants to depart immediately, but Jilly is chained from using her powers. The Runkindles don't want Jin to accomplish anything with the assistance of outside forces, but rest assured, because our boy is prepared to manhandle the situation during this time. He feels sorry for Jilly for enduring harsh treatment for his sake, but she's more than happy with his accomplishments for becoming a reserve flag bearer. Jin turns to look at the Runkindle estate a final time, realizing that this is where his journey truly begins. The perspective shifts to Kieran's contemplation. He may have become the strongest in the era with his might, even if he failed to void the pact made with the Zyphals. But for his son, he boasts the power of the God of Darkness. Kieran is excited about what will become of him, and if he will be responsible for freeing the Run Candles for their lifelong curse. That night, Jin left without saying goodbye to any of his junior cadets, or even Luna. He thinks she wouldn't mind because he's just going out for training. Jilly wonders where they should go. Normally, reserve flag bearers like to explore Mehmet Lawless to stack a reputation for catching criminals. It's necessary to amass a reputation before being accepted as a true flag bearer. For Mary, she defeated powerful warriors at her age and earned the reputation of the Mad Woman of the South. Usually, his siblings return to the clan at most up to 2 years. But Siren wanted Jin to explore the world for longer. He senses that Kieran wants the boy to master his powers fully before returning home. Jin sets his sights on the Arkan Kingdom, a dangerous Zephyl territory. His reasoning is simple. He heard about mercenaries hanging around the region to terrorize the locals of the area. Jilly is pumped with excitement. The truth is, our boy lied. He only knows this information because of his past life. A criminal syndicate called Tessing runs an underground auction, full of mysterious secrets. The valuables are what Jin is after. Since they can't use a portal to transport to the kingdom instantly, it's going to be a problem. Jin isn't supposed to reveal his identity or make use of his status as a member of the clan. He tells Jilly that they don't have to worry until they reach the Jian Kingdom. Our boy wants Murakan's help as his private escort. He ignores the risks as Murakan transforms into a beautiful dark dragon. Back at the castle, Luna suddenly feels a sharp sensation. She's shocked that Jin would take such absurd ways to travel right after exiting the clan. She's hoping the best for his success, despite feeling butthurt that he didn't even come to say goodbye. Having reached the Jian Kingdom, Jilly feels travel sick because of how fast they were going. Murakan is deeply worried about her, despite being a dark dragon of mysterious origins. Jin goes out to collect money while Murakan is taking care of his nanny. Remember Sember Bill, the dude he saved in his first real mission? He's sad that he didn't get invited to the Runkindel banquet. Fortunately for him, Jin is right here. He creeps him out with a silent entry and wants his help. Jin requests that he obtain a good amount of money for them, surprising Sember. Unofficial flag bearers are told off against revealing their true identities because their mission is to survive with their own powers instead of using the Runkindel family's name. This becomes a major problem for them when it comes to obtaining wealth. They spend the first few months grinding out funds for travel. This way, they live through the life of poverty and experience what it feels like to be a commoner. In Jin's case, this never happened. They got a good head start thanks to the wealth Sember promised. He returned the favor in kind. As they're preparing to teleport, Jin hopes that dragon boy over here doesn't just throw up like last time. The reason they didn't just fly their way to the Arkan Kingdom is because the Zyphals control many dragons of their own. That flight would become a declaration of war. Murakan is seriously annoyed that those pesky sorcerers have marked their control over the skies as well. The clan boasts powerful dragons as well as the gods that created them. On the contrary, the Runkindels have one dude with one dragon that not even his own clan knows about. The Zyphals would have gotten an easy victory if Jin's father wasn't in the picture. In the midst of his contemplation, Jin reaches an epiphany. It's impossible to bring so many contractors and tie them into a single generation. His train of thought is broken when they reach the entrance. Jin has altered his identity to fit their travels. They await the teleportation to activate, while Jilly comments on how impressive their clan's forged documents are. They're able to bypass any security with ease. The teleportation commences with Murakan being scared for his life. Jin recalls that it's been 15 whole years since his last visit to the Arkan Kingdom. They're here at last. Jin spent his final year in the same capital. Not much has changed since then. The people are lifeless as they used to be. Even Jilly senses the dark atmosphere caused by the crime syndicate Tessing. Jin prioritizes them to acquire lodgings before hunting down targets. They come around an ordinary-looking house. Murakan is salty. He chose a broken crib instead of investing in a nice apartment. Jin explains that he wants to keep low on his spendings for now. Murakan doubts his reasoning but ultimately accepts. As they enter inside, the lousy innkeeper is surprised that he received any guests at all. He presents them with drinks, welcoming his guests. But get this. Here's the plot twist. The juice is spiked and Murakan knows that. He smashes the glass in his face for pulling such a measly trick. Dragon Boy kicks him across his face for having the balls to mess around with his group. Murakan kicks him around mercilessly without remorse. Jetu, the information merchant, was actually a great buddy of Jin in the past. He helped him find a place when he was freshly thrown out of the Runkandel clan. However, Jetu was secretly a scumbag who betrayed Jin in his past life. He was tricked and lost all his wealth. It makes him frustrated just thinking about his stupid past life. That's why why he's nonchalant about Jetu getting his ass beat by Murakami. He will squeeze him to get everything out of the guy. Jetu grows frustrated and shouts that he's a 5-star combatant, but Murakami legit does not give a flying fuck. He's just beating him black and blue. He had no plans of stopping either. But Jin intervenes as Jetu is nearing death, begging for mercy. Jin is in the mood to interrogate and emphasizes that he will kill the merchant if he fails to give an insufficient answer. Jetu answers Jin's first question, all the way up to the part where he reveals his disgusting business dealing in human trafficking. He begs to be spared to help them, as previously his plan was to take advantage of the newcomers by selling them off while unconscious. Jin stomps his hand, crushing his fingers as he reveals his association with the underground auction house. Now that Jin has gotten him to testify about Tessing, he's ready to work with the merchant. Much to the dismay of his friends, Jin wants to patch him up. He explains that they're dealing with a crime syndicate as well as an underground auction house. It's the perfect target to crush and make a name for themselves. They need an adequate guide working under their heels. Jetu happens to be that person, so Jin personally ventures out to get a healer for the snob. Arriving outside, he feels suffocated concealing information from Jilly and Murakami as they are unaware of his reincarnation. The doctor patches the merchant to health. He's incredibly annoyed and wonders what kind of person he's dealing with. More or less, Jetu doesn't want to betray Jin's expectations. Speaking of Jin, he wants him to lead the way to the auction house. Arriving in front of the grandeur of a beautiful estate, the guards are surprised to see Jetu with his so-called guests. They're given an easy entrance thanks to his name. Jin enters the house to find a bunch of musicians and waiters enjoying a premium party. One could hardly consider them criminals of a syndicate. Jetu explains that the organization has a cover leader called Salka, but their real leader is hiding elsewhere. He's called Spider-Hand Alu, and he's the one who decorated the place to hide his dirty professional life. Alau isn't just your average thug, however. He's got the influence to crush the underworld. He's also a powerful martial artist, stronger than Jin's current rank. Jetu reveals that the run candles are also associated with him. While Jilly and Murakami treat this rumor as a silly joke, Jin thinks that it's possible that one run candle could in fact be responsible for this deed. This person might be the same one who cursed him at birth. After all, the curse he suffered from is a 9-star curse that strips the talents of the swordsman completely. In the past 15 years of his new life, this is the first connection Jin has discovered relating to his lifelong curse in the previous life. He wants to investigate Alu and destroy the crooks under his reign. The master plan is to defeat their enemies in one day. Jilly raises caution about the skill of their enemies. There's also a problem that they're dealing with a platoon of sorcerers in the enemy territory. Jin still wants to take on this challenge. He has a plan that sounds so crazy that Murakami doesn't even understand it one bit. Jilly doesn't think it's a great idea since he's a run candle, but Jin is ready to drop the plan if their plans end up backfiring. Jetu leads them right to the underground auction house, which is undergoing its current trade of human beings. Jin sees this and realizes this dirty little Jetu wanted to knock them out and do the same. He's happy that there aren't any children among the people. Murakami is anxious, but Jin is playing out his plan with patience. He wants to wait for a useful auction item. The item he's looking for is a ring artifact. A week passed. They've been coming here all the same without making any purchase. Jetu states that it's necessary to buy something, or else the criminal organization might pose some trouble. Jin leaves that problem in the merchant's hands. Jetu accepts on the outside, but he faces immense internal conflict because Tessing won't forgive them for refusing to purchase. Luckily for him, a magic book artifact is presented at last. It's an invaluable item once belonging to the sorcerer who ruled the world. Jin immediately recognizes the fake artifact. After all, the Zephyls would never allow such a treasure to get traded openly. Everything in this auction has been the same. The items are always fake, but foolish sorcerers keep purchasing them anyway. But something about Chenmi's artifact is different. Even Murakami vouches for the valuable object and insists Jin to purchase it. Jin puts up 150 gold, an amount no one is able to match. After making his first purchase, Jin makes a second purchase for another relic. Murakami doesn't understand why he's playing for such an expensive purchase. Jin feigns ignorance, but he knows that the object belongs to the Hister clan. It's a memory of his teacher in his past life, so he wants to give it to her as a gift if they ever encounter each other. After the purchase, Murakami inspects the legitimacy of the book. He's pleased with the results, but he certainly can't understand the second book Jin purchased. It's in a special language that only a few people can understand. Jin immediately calls for his next objective. He wants to meet with the leader of the syndicate immediately. Jetu explains that it is beyond his powers to do such a thing. Jin comes up with a sinister plan, forcing the merchant to name-drop Veridine Zephel's name, fooling him into a meeting with Jin. Jetu goes crazy because he thinks it's the real Veridine in the flesh. He happily crashes into Alu's place to tell him to meet Veridine. Alu's men come around to escort the so-called Veridine. Instead of complying, Jin bashes him with a punch before casting a strong fireball. The poor guard tries to clear the misunderstanding, but Jin blasts his ass for a case of disrespect. He wants Alu to come meet him in the open on his knees. The humbled boss of the crime syndicate did as he was instructed by Jin. He apologizes for being respectful. Jetu thinks he has won the jackpot, becoming accommodated with the Veridine Zifel himself. Even the magic spell Jin used was powerful and would be impossible for anyone to use at this age. 1 week prior, Jin explained his plan to impersonate Veridine. It was a crazy idea to fool Alu, who was influenced by the Zifels and wouldn't want to mess around testing Veridine's true identity. But that wasn't Jilly's main concern. What she feared was their own clan discovering Jin's attempt at impersonation. He demands Alu to lift his head and presents him with the secret magic tomes. Alu apologizes for trading them without the clan's permission. Jin feels offended that Alu sold off many valuables of the Zifels to ordinary people. The crime syndicate's leader apologizes, as he is a martial artist who doesn't know how to deal with ancient artifacts. Alu offers to recover the traded relics, but Jin is so pissed that he demands access to the client logs, threatening that his clan will investigate the matter privately. Alu finds himself a checkmate. He thinks his life built inside the Arcan Kingdom is no more, as the Zifels have become furious of his actions. It's clear that the entire organization will cease to exist if the Zifels become infuriated. Alu presents him with all the information necessary. He even offers to bring over highly confidential documents from his house. Jin immediately calls out his bluff, stating that Alu would use that time to plot something behind his back. With his plans uncovered, Alu finds herself struggling to utter even a single word. He turns around and instructs his men to keep them busy while he's gone. Alu is frustrated and becomes desperate in finding a way out of this mess. Geely and Murakan scout the information logs. Murakan communicates with the boy through telepathy. Alu would soon discover Jin's real identity, but he isn't worried. Jin finally found the ring he was desperately looking for. Best Nanny Gilly is concerned for our boy's reckless methods, while the information merchant Jetu brings him a list of all the slaves Jin requested. Jin forces his way through Alu's guard, knocking him out in a single punch. Jetu doesn't understand his intentions, but Jin's mission with him has put him under major fire, so much so that he recommends the man flee to the Vymanth Empire because he's not surviving in the current place. Jetu wants to go along with Jin. He begs to stay by Veridine's side, thinking that he's going to steal all the glory. Jin finally reveals that he's not even Veridine himself. The poor informant's dreams are utterly crushed. 2 hours after that, Alu returned to confirm that the real Veridine boasts silver hair. This means they got heavily played by a bunch of no-name clowns. Alu learns that they escaped after retrieving information of all the slaves. In a fit of rage, he slams his own man in the nearest wall, killing him at once. Alu wants his men to find the imposters so that he can repay them for such humiliation. Meanwhile, Murakan is concerned the crime syndicate's leader will locate them. Jin emphasizes that he wants to confirm the rumor of the Runkandels working with the man. They've already acquired the valuables. Murakan is about to ask how Jin acquired the ancient ring, but before that, they have a fight to deal with. Alu has arrived, armed with his weapons to kill Jin and his friends. Unfazed, the 5-star knight simply tells him that they've reported the client list to the rest of the world, meaning his life is over. With that settled, it's time for the fight. Jin wants to solo his ass and instructs Murakan to handle the rest of the goons. Alu thinks they're underestimating him and orders his sorcerers to attack. Murakan simply waits for them to come at him. He's strong enough to fend off each of their blows without even moving from his spot. Murakan annihilates the remainder of Alu's men, being a one-man army of his own. Alu tells them to attack Jin and Jilly with their magical spells. But the spells are all weak in comparison to what Jin can pull off. He simply blocks them all thanks to the effects of the stone Luna gifted him long ago. The Dark Dragon is annoyed by their pesky numbers and reveals its true power. In a fit of fury and rage, Alu starts slaughtering his own men, having lost his damn mind. The upcoming battle is for Jin to fight, as Murakan has already eliminated the small fries that could have caused trouble. The annoyed leader demands to know who ordered such a mission. He rushes to attack Jin, impressing him with his speed. Alu makes one thing clear: he's not going to die here. Murakan reminds Jin that this time, he's facing a true 7-star fighter, unlike Bishkal, who was clearly holding back in their fight. Alu thinks Jin is extremely overconfident for challenging him. The swordsman draws his blade as the first clash connects between the two fighters. Alu is shaken to discover that this guy isn't a sorcerer but a swordsman. He pressures Jin to go on the defensive, before clawing him with a bunch of heavy attacks. Jin tries to counter. Jin realizes that he's dealing with someone way out of his league. Alu isn't concerned about Jin, but instead he's wondering why Murakan is staying out of the fight, despite being leagues ahead of him in strength. Murakan is enjoying Jin struggling in this fight. Jilly shares her concerns, but the Dark Dragon emphasizes that it's necessary for Jin's growth. If there's a miracle, Jin might even win. Alu overwhelmed the 5-star Runkandel, believing that he's going to win. But the reality is, for the Runkandels, they're used to facing enemies far stronger than them. Jin deploys the use of an incredible magic spell, blasting him away. Alu is starstruck that he's fighting a magic swordsman. Jin coats his sword with electrifying magic. Alu cuts down the attack and believes that Jin is wasting his time. A shadowy glow illuminates as the swordsman chants, "Awaken Helm." The shocked martial artist cannot fathom what he is witnessing with his eyes. A dark swordsman coated in shadows has taken form. Jin is using this special form to close the gap between their skills. With a few slashes, the fight has already ended. Murakhan explains that Jin activated an artifact called the Myolta Rune. It's an incredible defensive weapon that defends the wielder from all attacks below 7 stars. That's the power of the ring that Jin sought with desperation. It's an object that was going to be revealed several years into the future, but luckily he has acquired it now. With Alu's cut-down body resting on the ground, Jin inquires about his connection with the Runkandels. The Dark Dragon questions why he's so desperate to find out the man's connection. Alu, in his last breath, realizes that he just faced the youngest pureblood Runkandel. He seems to know about the assassination that took out Jin as a child. Alu leaves with an ominous warning to be fearful of the person he's looking for. Murakhan still doesn't get it, while Jin figures that this guy's identity is more important than he thought. He's confident that he's connected in some ways to their family. Murakhan doesn't get his intrigue. Jin wants to hunt down the mysterious person, and it is critical he finds him for his clan's safety. Jin meditates on the man's words. He's confident that it's one of his siblings from the clan, but the question is who? It has to be someone who figured out Jin's talent from a young age and wanted to eliminate the threat. There's only one person, Joshua Runkandel, the candidate patriarch to lead their clan. The following few days, Tessing's destruction is publicized to the whole world. This is thanks to Jetu's help, and though he was still interrogated by the Zyphals, it's fine because Jin profited the most from the situation. He obtained ancient books, found the special ring, and even defeated a 7-star knight with his own powers. Jilly shares her obvious concerns that he's still underestimating the capabilities of what a 7-star knight is like. This is confirmed by Jin himself, who thinks he's weaker than his nanny even at this stage. Their tracks are covered thanks to the merchant, so it's time to move on to the next location, the free city of Tikan. Murakhan is confused while Jilly instantly realizes Jin's intention to hunt down the 7-colored bird. Don't get it twisted, it's not a rainbow-ass bird. It's like a CIA unit, a trusted agency that has a lot of reputation. But Jin thinks they're the bad guys, so he wants to hunt them down. They travel by sea as Jin is starting to realize that he can't find a good excuse for claiming the things he does. His knowledge of his past life is helping him, but he doesn't know how to explain it to Jilly or Murakhan. What's more is that he has to carry out investigations into many different groups and clans. He's still bothered by a loose connection, as well as the forbidden magic discovered in Kallen. Since he has so much to investigate, the Tikan city is the best way to lie low. Murakhan talks about Chenmi's spell, which is placed on the ancient relic. It's a form of light magic that was used to protect against the Zyphals. The Zyphal clan made sure to eradicate anyone in their path. That's what happened to Chenmi too, and thus it will be the fate of the Runkandels if Jindonis end up mastering Shadow Force. It's a heavy burden. Murakhan insists that he learn a bunch of spells. He casts a shadow spell, causing confusion to Jin, who was expecting light magic instead. Suddenly, the room illuminates in a bright flash, blinding the boy's eyes as Murakhan gets a great laugh. Blinding magic can be used offensively and defensively. It's one of the spells Chenmi came up with, so Jin thinks it's a valuable find. Murakhan is more or less curious about the second relic from the Hister clan. The code is beyond his understanding, so he doesn't think anything valuable can be found inside. Jin insists they keep the book for the time being, and crack its contents when the time is right. A week of travel passed as the group arrived in the free city of Tikan, a beautiful place completely free from the influence of the Runkandels and the Zyphals. It is considered the perfect site for vacations. Jilly recommends looking for a place to stay. Dragon Boy is hoping he finds a lavish place this time. Murakhan's sudden transformation attracted the attention of a little girl, who clearly saw a cat turn into a man. The girl wants to learn how to transform too, while Jilly and Murakhan are stumped. Funnily enough, they try to gaslight the little girl into believing she was hallucinating and that people can't transform like that. Jin is out here playing politics with a tiny loudmouth gremlin who is stubborn to believe what she sees. Jilly thinks they should take her to the guards, but it might cause immense trouble if the rumors spread. Murakhan tries to talk shit, but she gives him the death stare for stupidly transforming in the middle of the damn city. Yulia spots the guards, but she doesn't like being around them since they cause her mother trouble. Feeling that something might be off, Jin assumes that Yulia's mother could be a criminal. The guard instantly recognizes Yulia's face and calls for the chief. He tells Jin that she's the daughter of their chief in command. So no, she's not a criminal. On the contrary, she's a brooding woman that looks like she will skin you alive. But when she sees her daughter, she crumbles into a sweet and lovable being. Yulia embraces her mother. Elisa introduces herself properly as the chief of the defense guards. Jin returns her kind regards and states that he's traveling with his friends. Jin requests recommendations for a place to stay. Well, before that, the little runt tells something to her mother. Elisa happily shares her recommendation letter for Jin to show to inn owners around the city, promising them a good place to stay. The group leaves, but Elisa is still concerned about the news she heard from her daughter. Yulia snitched, seeing Murakhan transforming into a cat. What's more is that transformations are only possible for dragons which concern her. Our heroes are staying in their newfound inn, receiving a premium unlike last time. They're happy to get so lucky upon arrival. Jilly wants to go and grab some ice pops. Instead of being on a mission, it feels like they're on a vacation. Murakhan is curious how the boy is planning to handle the intelligence agency. Jin explains that he's here to locate someone first. The Seven-Colored Bird Agency is commanded by Kashmir, the Phantom Sword. He's an incredible swordsman, so much so that the Run Candle family acknowledged his swordsmanship skills. But that's the only thing the world knows about him. In 10 years' time, it is actually revealed that Kashmir is the fallen prince of the empire. After that, he convinced the empire and the two most powerful clans to form Taikon into its own nation, becoming its first king. The man is not only an excellent swordsman, but also a sharp strategist who is laying low for years to come out at the perfect moment. Jin is hoping to make a friend out of him, but he doesn't know how. Suddenly, Strawberry Pie bursts into the scene, explaining that the inn has been exited completely. No one is there. A hand reaches out to grab her from the shadows. It's Kashmir himself, who was one step ahead of their plans. Murakhan is so damn annoyed because Kashmir grabbed his crush. He rushes to kill him in an instant as Jin begs him to stop. The dark dragon shows a hint of its terrifying powers, warning Kashmir to back off. Kashmir isn't supposed to be here so soon. They kept their identity hidden for the most part, so Jin doesn't understand why. He is fearful of the Murakhan killing everyone in the place, which would be detrimental to his plans of befriending Kashmir. Jin uses Gilly as his anchor to reason with Murakhan, who finally decides to revert his powers. He snatches Gilly like she belongs to him, and roars at the man for acting like they're friends. Instead of Kashmir conducting the interrogation, it's Murakhan who has turned the tables around him. Jin intervenes, requesting the swordsman to put his sword down. Kashmir is stunned that the traveler recognizes him. Instead of introducing his false persona, Jin feels adequate in revealing his connection to the Run Candles. Both Murakhan and Gilly are shocked. They don't know what's going on in his damn head. The clueless Kashmir stands speechless as Jin proposes to move to a quiet location. They sit across the respectable swordsman after he sends his troops back. He came here to uncover the existence of a dragon, but that accusation enraged Murakhan. Kashmir is undoubtedly certain he's dealing with an actual dragon based on his terrifying aura. It's because of Jin that they managed to survive his onslaught. Kashmir even knows about Gilly, sensing that she doesn't bear any aura. He wonders what she's doing traveling with Jin. Kashmir is confused and immediately confronts the topic of the dragons. He doesn't realize how Run Candles are able to form contracts with dragons, because only the Zifu clan is capable of doing such a thing. Jin emphasizes that not even his clan knows about this information, which is expected. Kashmir is concerned that he revealed an important piece of his life so easily. Jin questions what drew the man to investigate looking into a dragon. Kashmir happily returns the favor by spilling his secrets. Yulia is actually this man's daughter, and since she saw Murakhan's transformation, he came around to investigate. Yulia possesses a special contract, which means she can't be deceived with her eyes. Murakhan doesn't like what he's hearing. If the girl is a divine contractor, it doesn't make sense that her dragon is nowhere to be found. Kashmir sulks, explaining that Yulia's dragon has been missing as of late. It's possible that the Sifu clan plotted an attack, but they're uncertain. Even Murakhan is annoyed that a powerful dragon could get kidnapped for a year. The worst part is, Yulia will soon succumb to madness if she doesn't find her guardian dragon. Kashmir is shocked. He doesn't believe what he just heard. Murakhan explains that Yulia possesses the power to see the future, an ability that even powerful dragons struggle with. The only reason she hasn't divulged to madness is because of her young age, but if she stays like this for another year, Murakhan is certain the girl will lose her sanity. When Jin asks for an explanation, Murakhan adds that her powers are governed by principles of causality. If Yulia has seen the future, then she must operate accordingly. Bending this law will incur a massive punishment. The contractor that chooses not to abide by the future will suffer a future of destruction. In simple words, Yulia sees the world much differently, and she requires a guardian dragon to preserve her sanity. Hearing such agonizing news, Kashmir is overwhelmed. He cripples to his knees and explains that not even his connection to the Seven-Colored Bird Intelligence Agency could help them locate a new dragon. The Dark Dragon reasons that Yulia was looking for them when they got there, because the god Asmiel wanted her to seek their help. Obviously, he turns down any request to help her since this matter is out of his hands. Jin uses this as the perfect opportunity to befriend the man by saving his daughter. He encourages the wavering man to regain his composure, as they will personally start looking for Yulia's dragon. It's the perfect crutch he needed to have a favor over Kashmir, but it's not an easy task with all things considered. Since the Taikon city doesn't have any allegiance to a specific clan, Murakhan requests for the data of every dragon in Viminth. Jin catches on to what seems to be a last resort at saving Yulia's life. In a different location, Kui Kintal, a beautiful dragon, speaks to Enya, her contractor. Enya is impressed by Jin Runkendel's epic tales, but her dragon thinks lightly of the brat. She believes Enya is more special since she was chosen by the god of time. Suddenly, a shiver runs down her spine. She realizes this bone-chilling feeling could only mean one thing, and one thing alone. Signaling Enya to heed to safety, Kui Kintal prepares to approach the darkness that has come to visit their land. Murakhan in his dragon form intends to release all dark energy, calling out the rest of the dragons in the area. He wants Jin to keep hiding and conceal his presence. The dark dragon prepares to release the dark magic. Jin remembers how Murakhan obtained the list and learned of 4 recognizable dragons in the region. He sensed that it could become problematic handling them all at once. Before they left, Kashmir offered his earnest gratitude and begged for them to save his daughter. Murakhan instructs the man to exhaust Yulia's energy each day before she receives her new dragon. Anything that tires her out will work best in the child's favor. Kashmir intends to follow this routine. The second thing is related to ice pops. Poor Jilly wanted to get them, but she couldn't because of their intrusion. This man is rizzing her with ice pops and even earned her affection for comforting Kashmir. Jin acknowledges that deep down, the Dark Dragon is a really good guy. He warns the boy of the incoming dragons. Rabus and Untiel are rushing at a considerable speed. Jin wears his armor to conceal his identity. Murakhan explains that he used to beat these guys for entering his territory. Dragons worked like that, so now he's acquired enemies. While he's making his fancy introduction, the Earth Dragons are begging for him to leave at once. Their contractor might see him, which would become a huge problem. But instead of taking their advice, Murakhan is offended. They try to reason with him, finally revealing that Qui-Gon Tell is pissed and is in the mood to kill the Dark Dragon. The Silver Dragon has a complicated history with the guy. Actually, Jin learns that she's his damn ex. Both the Earth Dragons are beginning to leave the vicinity because their battle might cause a lot of destruction, but it's already too late. Qui-Gon Tell makes a roaring entrance with her dragon breath. Murakhan warns Jin to brace for impact because she's clearly not finished. He evades each of her strikes, causing a vortex in the ocean. All of her attacks are all 8 stars or above. Jin is terrified by her strength. Qui-Gon Tell roars in frustration, frustrated that he had the gall to show up at all. Jin learns that Murakhan shared a relationship with her for 500 years. He wants Jin to use Bradamante in case things get tough. He knows just how powerful she is, so it's going to take every last bit of Jin's strength to concentrate into a powerful attack in the hopes of damaging her. Qui-Gon Tell transforms into her dragonic state. She has a vicious desire to end Murakhan's life. Murakhan tries to have a sensible conversation with her, offering a way to resolve their conflicts after, but she's so pissed that she fires an immense beam, ignoring his offer. Then she tackles him with ferocity and attempts to bite him, but he swiftly evades. He doesn't get what's keeping her so infuriated. She tries to deliver another beam at point-blank range. Murakhan shielded himself from the attack thanks to Jin's help, who is starting to think his powers are needed to get an edge on her. Murakhan explains that she's weaker, but enraged. She tears the Shadow Force release, deeming it a pitiful attempt. The Silver Dragon lashes at him for becoming so weakened. Murakhan is beginning for her to stop, but ends up infuriating Qui-Gon Tell so much more instead. Murakhan bites her down, questioning why she's so mad over their breakup. The Silver Dragon dishes out a powerful punch to remind the dumbass that he deserves a proper beating. But this gave Jin enough time to make his move. The Silver Dragon did not anticipate this outcome. It's all up to Jin to attack, and it needs to be the same spot where Murakhan struck her. The Shadow Veil concentrates on his sword as Jin slices her with a powerful Shadow Force release. The attack cuts through her scales, slashing an entire arm off her body. Murakan hastens to rescue Jin as the silver dragon descends to the sea. Jin is overly exhausted from expiring every last bit of his strength to make that move. He thought they killed her, but this is Qui-Gon Tell. She's way more powerful than the typical dragon, especially since she governs time itself. Jin realizes that this is bad news for them. They came here looking for Yulia's dragon, but they're the ones about to go missing. The silver dragon replenishes her body, turning back her state. It's a cheat magic that drains an immense amount of energy, but it still helps her survive death. Qui-Gon Tell manifests in her human state. Murakan thought they ended the relationship on good terms, so she doesn't understand why she's so angry at him. The silver dragon is enraged that not only did he leave her, he said so without explanation. Murakan shouts back, roaring that he isn't at fault for thinking they weren't meant to be. This couple's quarrel surprises Jin. Qui-Gon Tell recognizes Jin as the newest contractor of the God of Shadows. Murakan explains that their own kind is at the risk of extinction, but she finds his words full of rubbish since he's not the type to care about such things. Murakan counters that he killed many dragons for her sake too. He turns tail, thinking that she's useless in helping them. She apologizes and learns about Yulia's situation. At long last, they're not buzzing around. Jin overhears the talk of Biarretta, the wind dragon. This monster is the guardian dragon of the minor patriarch of the Seifel clan. It's unquestionable that they're the ones who kidnapped Litri, Yulia's dragon. Qui-Gon Tell leads them to her place. She resides in a cabin outside the Viminth Empire's capital. She learns about the youngest Runkendel and recognizes that he's related to Tamar's powers. The three of them journeyed together after all, so she knows. She returns to the topic at hand. Biarretta took Litri by deception. The deal was to teach Litri some of the dragon spells. It has now jeopardized the life of a young girl who exists without her guardian dragon. The silver dragon had always been suspicious of Biarretta's intentions. He was even insistent upon meeting her contractor. Since Enya's identity is known to the public, she was safe. But for Yulia, they found an opportunity to kidnap her guardian dragon because not many knew about her contractual relationship. Jin outlines his deductions for the Zeifel's plans. He thinks that they are trying to eliminate contractors that aren't under their control. Their second goal is to acquire as many gods by their side through contracts. In his previous life, Jin discovered that the God of Time's contractor was different. He was a Zeifel clan member, which means that Enya was probably killed in that timeline. The same goes for Yulia, who might have her contract revoked. The silver dragon still doesn't find his words persuasive. After all, there would be no reason to acquire more contractors when the Zeifels already have so many. Jin bites back with a sharp response. Since human greed has no limits, it's logical to assume the Zeifels are hungry to acquire even more power. Jin sharply deduces that Qui-Gon is putting on a blindfold because she's secretly afraid of the sorcerers. Murakan senses this is bad news, as she could easily become enraged. Instead of taking offense, the silver dragon laughs. She's never seen Murakan act cautious around her. She's prepared to take the steps necessary to guarantee the safety of her contractor. Even more, Qui-Gon is prepared to help him meet Bureta and recover Latri. Grasping Jin's shoulder, she reminisces on her memories with Tamar. She wants to swear loyalty to his descendant, and even comments that he's just like the first patriarch with his provocations. While they're talking, Enya bursts into the scene, ignoring Qui-Gon's warnings to leave the house. She's a clumsy and shy fool who just so happens to fawn over Jin Runkendel. The boy is desperately asking for an explanation out of this mess. Qui-Gon sulks, explaining that she's his #1 fangirl. Enya, the #1 simp, can't contain her excitement in front of her star and model Jin. She's surprisingly a commoner, which makes Jin assume that she must be really talented in some other aspect. The silver dragon is annoyed that she rebelled against her order to stay put. Qui-Gon is barely containing her composure, while Jin thinks that Enya must have faced some serious bullying at the academy because of her rank. Jin states that he came to address Enya's safety. His kind and cooperative ask is enough to swoon the girl. She literally thinks her Prince Charming is here to rescue her from the bad guys. She's more than ready to go with him. That's just how excited this purple-haired midget is. Qui-Gon whacks her unconscious. She's afraid that her obsession for Jin might take her to the ends of the Runkandel clan. The boy is shocked to learn that his own clan has dungeons and even dragons. As for Murakan, the dude is out cold. With the two of them alone, Qui-Gon emphasizes that she's only helping out Jin because of her ex-boyfriend, especially when he's become a sorry loser compared to his original strength. He would get destroyed by the Wind Dragon at his current level, so Qui-Gon wants to take charge if it ever comes down to that. Jin is curious about the Bureta's dragon. Just how powerful is this dragon? Quikentel explains that if Murakon regained his original powers, then they should have been annihilated in their battle. The Silver Dragon wants Jin to stick around in the cabin until they can locate the Wind Dragon. Jin is surprised by how much she cares about them in secret. He's ready to handle Murakon from his side. Quikentel explains that Enya will soon regain consciousness, so he has to handle her carefully this time. Jin is stumped when he sees her actually wake up before his eyes. She's like a damn zombie for this man. After explaining the situation to Enya, she understands that she could be a potential target for the Zyphals. She trusts in his powers completely and offers to leave tomorrow. Quikentel instructs her to start packing. She will take care of the academy by calling in a sick leave for her sake. The only thing left is to take care of the Wind Dragon. Suddenly, a strange man calls out from outside. The Silver Dragon can't fathom how anyone would come in the middle of nowhere for firewood. Jin immediately realizes that it's a trap. He's confident that the guy outside isn't a nobody. In fact, he's a spy who has probably been keeping watch. Hearing this, Quikentel instantly opens the door before lifting the man by his throat. She's ready to crush him if he dares not to speak. Then, from within the cabin emerges another figure, the real perpetrator hiding in the shadows. He threatens to summon the entire task force if Quikentel fails to let him go. But this girl is mighty pissed. She dashes headfirst to beat the shit out of this guy. Her thunderous punch sends a shockwave, but it's not nearly enough to even affect this man. He didn't move an inch and simply ate her attack. An incredible punch with the power of a dragon was blocked by this dude. It's clear that he's someone distinct, someone more powerful than the task force captain. He's the Emperor's right-hand man. Lotz is another capable swordsman whose skill is acknowledged by the Run Candle clan. He's strong enough to pose immense trouble. Jin is lucky to have his identity concealed with his armor. Lotz apologizes for his intrusion and states his true purpose. He came here to check on Jin and Murakon, who had recently entered their empire. Quikentel isn't one to let him off so easily. Lotz swiftly threatens her, reminding the Silver Dragon that her contractor is out in the open, defenseless by herself. Even if she kills him, Enya won't survive the encounter. With that warning, he hastens to leave. The murderous Silver Dragon reminds Lotz that she will return him this favor by taking away everything precious to him in his life. With such an imposing warning, the man takes his leave. He fucked with the wrong dragon. He's already fulfilled his purpose. Apart from the mission, he wants his squad to stay away from Quikentel as much as possible, because if they ever dare to try to mess with her, it'll be hell. In fact, that punch alone caused his face to bleed. This man knows he's getting crushed. He's smart and refuses to endanger his squad by provoking the Silver Dragon. Quikentel is enraged that she made a stupid decision to keep Enya tangled under the roof of the Vimanth Empire. They could have done so much more if not for Jin's warning. Thankfully, they can still make amends and evacuate her to safety soon. The next morning, Jin assures Quikentel regarding Enya's safety. They've made sure nothing happens to her, and Murakon is also there to secretly protect her in case things get worse. With her safety guaranteed, it's time to handle Beretta. They will await Murakon's return and make their move. 1 week has passed. He finally returned with a fine complaint. Quikentel actually made this cabin in the image of their previous one. He's not planning on going back to her, but those days were truly something precious to him. They lived in harmony with the first patriarch. It was so much fun back then, but reliving those memories now is giving the Dark Dragon a headache he can't get rid of. Quikentel makes fun of him for being so weak-minded. She informs the group about Beretta's response. They're to hurry to the uninhabited island soon. Having arrived at the location, Jin and Murakon are observing in secret. When discussing a battle strategy, Quikentel recommended that they adopt a direct approach and beat the shit out of him if he lies about Latri. Murakon fancied the idea and thought it would be best if he could join in and double-team the Wind Dragon. However, the Silver Dragon took offense to the idea. It's a matter of honor for the dragons, implying Beretta won't bring anyone to jump them either. Quikentel is more than confident in her victory, which is usually a bad sign if you ask me, though Jin believes that Beretta will likely bring backup to take her down. The Wind Dragon finally emerges, and he's brought Andre, the minor patriarch of the Zyphals, alongside him. Quikentel hollers at him for being a coward and going back on his word. Beretta remarks that his contractor received the letter in his place, so he's just going along with the situation. He wastes no time in talking pretty and wants her to get to the point. Quikentel immediately brings Latri to the discussion, which makes the Wind Dragon burst out in an uproarious laugh, almost if it is to ridicule her foolishness. Quikentel is further annoyed and emphasizes the seriousness of the situation, but the Wind Dragon isn't interested in giving straight answers. She's getting provoked to a corner with each response. The Wind Dragon warns her not to rebel against the Zyphals. Jin and Murakon are still hiding. Beretta is done with playing around and threatens her life. But of course, she has been waiting for this moment. The epic fight begins as the Wind Dragon unleashes its furious cyclones to overwhelm Quiquentel. Transforming into her dragonic state, Quiquentel commands a bone-chilling order to free Latri if he wishes to avoid suffering. The maniac, Andre, grows excited with her powers. Unfortunately for her, she's dealing with a powerful sorcerer as well. A 9-star sorcerer, in fact, the same minor patriarch who wasn't granted entry into the banquet. Jin finds this opportunity a learning experience for the future. Andre prepares to strike her down. Quiquentel attempts to dodge, but all of a sudden, she has lost her ability to fly. This is one of the specialties of serving the god of the wind. They can negate flight of any creature at will. With Quiquentel stranded to the ground, Beretta prepares a powerful beam to attack her, not like it matters to the Silver Dragon, who is overconfident in surviving the attack. Andre pairs his powerful lightning storm with the dragon's beam. The attack is powerful enough to cause Jin to worry, but Murakhan wants to believe in her strength. He knows that they're the ones who underestimated her true strength. In this pivotal moment, the Silver Dragon responds with her overwhelming control, stopping time dead in its place. She managed to stop the spell from hitting her, impressing Andre. What's more, she intends to rip him apart by the end of this fight. Andre orders Beretta to initiate his next attack, but to his shock, the dragon has been frozen in place. The Silver Dragon's incredible control has given her the upper hand in this fight. She beats the shit out of Beretta while he's still immobile, cutting him down limb by limb. Quiquentel encourages him to talk more shit like he was doing just a moment ago. Beretta's wing is torn from its body as the Silver Dragon delivers her onslaught. She's prepared to kill his precious dragon before the sorcerer's eyes, but even Quiquentel has exhausted too much of her divine strength. She is going to need her friend's help to stop the minor patriarch. Pushed into a corner, Andre threatens to use the Origin Stone, a powerful stone that was once destroyed ages ago. It's impossible for the Zyphels to possess this cursed object. The monster unleashes its wrath, shocking even the likes of the Silver Dragon. The Zyphel sorcerer commands the Age of Domination for his clan. The creature from the Origin Stone inflicts a major wound on Quiquentel's body. The Origin Stone is a safety measure created by the gods to prevent the destruction of the world. It has the shared power of all the gods combined into a simple object. The Origin Stone was destroyed because even they feared it could be used to destroy the world instead. Murakhan can't believe that an item so ancient has resurfaced from its destruction. Quiquentel is severely injured and in no position to fight. Enraged, Murakhan reveals his presence to protect the Silver Dragon. Since there are only 2 dark dragons existing in this world, Andre recognizes Murakhan as the guardian dragon of the Runkandel family. Andre immediately recognizes Jin by his true identity as well. Andre thinks he's got a much bigger fish to fry now. The Wind Dragon regains its powers as the Origin Stone corrupts the dragon with its might. Even Murakhan is shocked to see Beretta's resurrection. Both dragons commence a head-on brawl against each other. Beretta prepares to destroy Murakhan, who counters with a punch. However, his attack is easily blocked by Beretta, who mocks him and calls him an easy opponent. Beretta is celebrating that he gets to take down the strongest dragon of the past. With their fight ongoing, Andre tends to the injured Silver Dragon with his Origin Stone spirit. While he's blindsided, Jin prepares to attack him with the light magic technique of Chen Mi. The spell blinds the sorcerer, who then gets his body severed by Jin's sword. Beretta rushes to attack Jin and smashes him with its powerful tail, sending the teenage knight crashing. He's barely able to regain his stance when 2 more attacks come rushing right at him. It is at this moment Jin senses the absolute urge to use Luna's stone. The legendary white whale of the Runkandel family is summoned as the last to overcome her brother's greatest challenge. When Jin entered the fight, he calculated slim chances of survival against Beretta and instead made Andre his target. Even Andre is starstruck by her sudden appearance. Luna is happy to have been called in an important fight. She's even impressed by her brother's ability to keep up with such strong enemies. Jin is truly grateful for her help, as it would have spelled the end of him. Luna, who is now pissed more than ever, hopes that Andre has a really good reason for attacking her baby brother. Since they're fighting the minor patriarch of the Zyphils, as well as a wind dragon armed with a divine artifact, Jin was wondering if they could survive this fight to begin with. But ever since she arrived, the outcome of the fight had been set in stone. Luna is single-handedly more powerful than everyone on the battlefield. Murakhan recovers Quiquentel and recommends that they stay away from the fight. He's thoroughly impressed by Luna's entrance, who saved him at the last second. Andre is happy to find a living proof of the Runkandels breaking their pact against the Zyphils. He's certain to report the use of Jin's magic to his clan, but the confident Luna isn't worried. She's going to make sure he never leaves this fight alive. Andre sends the cursed spirit to attack Luna. The result? It gets annihilated to pieces. Luna has had a wide history of fighting the Xiphals, and she's never been impressed by a single sorcerer. In a flash, she cuts down Beretta's dragonic form. She's happy to have such an easy target, and inflicts so much damage that he's forced to return to his human form. Beretta prepares to take the fight in combat. His powers are strengthened by the cursed demonic energy. Luna realizes that the Origin Stone comes at a cost of a recharge. She thinks it's pathetic to see the minor patriarch backed into such a corner that he has to become slave to a pitiful strategy. Beretta rushes to attack her with his spear. The white whale swiftly dodges and happily counters without struggle. She tears apart Beretta's defenses, sending him on the back foot. Even the wind dragon is no match for her cruel and sharp attacks. Luna has had enough fun. She's ready to finish the fight using the finishing move of the Run Candle clan. Luna calls forth the meteor shower. Returning to Jed's memorable words, the Run Candle fighting style relies on unstoppable destruction. It is the definition of overcoming struggle. The Run Candles only have 2 moves in their arsenal. These are called the hidden moves and the finishing moves. Luna has just used the 3rd finishing move of the clan, a beautiful meteor shower, bewildering her brother's eyes. More than its beauty, the attack is wrathful. Andre is terrified as Beretta exhausts every bit of his strength to guard him. The minor patriarch shudders in defeat, realizing that his opponent, a regular human being, is overwhelming him with crushing difference. The best part is, Luna isn't using any cheats like activating ancient artifacts. She's a monster. Beretta thinks they might have a chance of victory thanks to the demon Godstone, reincarnating him every time he dies. By the end of her attack, Luna is a little disappointed. Beretta has been decimated to pieces, but she's still nowhere near as powerful as her father's attacks. She wants this moment to be an important lesson to her baby brother. Luna is dead confident in her brother's ability to overcome Kieran's might, but her battle has yet to be finished. A strange demon is her new opponent, an unidentifiable creature of the Xiphals. Murakami theorizes that the Zilfs ended up creating their own Origin Stone thanks to their contractor's powers. He wants to escape to prevent harm, but Jin is worried for Luna's safety, especially if she's up against a powerful opponent like the incarnation of the Origin Stone. Murakami corrects Jin, stating that he's going to become a burden in this fight if he doesn't let her sister handle the creature. The youngest Run Candle reflects how he came to become a contractor to the God of Shadows. He had the best potential out of everyone and more gifts than he could ask for. Yet Jin is frustrated that he couldn't salvage this situation for himself. It's below him to accept withdrawing when he didn't contribute to the fight. It's the same as how things ended for his previous life. His thoughts can only be summarized in one emotion: anger. He refuses to become weak like this ever again. Murakami is happy that the boy is festering his ambitions to become stronger and stronger. After all, it's this motivation of his that will lead him to climb the ranks above all. As for Luna, she's underwhelmed by the demon who somehow thinks he can beat her this time. However, she learns just how powerful the demon Andre truly has become when he unleashes a malevolent beam strike. Luna defends with her sword, while the demon ridicules her. Luna calmly responds that she needs nothing more than her sword to fuck him up. While she's uninterested in showing him just how powerful she truly is, Luna hopes to demonstrate true mastery over the sword. She's the first knight to have worn a red aura. Andre is arrogant in his demonic state, believing that he has an edge in this fight with his godly powers. He prepares to unleash a final attack, hoping to end the Run Candle. But Luna is unshaken, and before long, the words Crimson Moon escape her mouth. A beautiful splash of red severs the monster in half, but the attack left behind causes a black hole of energy that draws everything near inside. Luna recognizes that she's in a pinch. Jin comes to help her, reaching out for his older sister with an honest hand. She thinks they're even for saving each other that day. Meanwhile, Lotz comes to report his newfound investigations to the Vimanth Emperor. He talks about the mysterious vortex, as well as the appearance of the wind dragon Beretta. There is proof that the dragon did not survive the fight. Lotz could up on the mana of a human, but couldn't figure out their identity. The vortex is still active. Unfortunately, Andre is nowhere to be found. The Emperor grows incredibly frustrated with Lotz, who is failing him in many ways. He wants to conceal these sudden matters from the media. He also orders Lotz to arrange a unit to uphold their relationship with the Xiphals. Finally, Lotz is left with a warning. Amir isn't looking for imperfect reports, and makes his point very clear. As for Bishkul and Bubar, they come to learn about the Silver Dragon's brawl against the Wind Dragon. The outcome resulted in an entire island getting decimated off the map. The Origin Stone is also reported to have been destroyed. Bubar is annoyed that they ruined his most precious piece, hinting that he may be responsible for the recreation of the demonic stone. Bishkek reports that their leader is pissed with the way Sifels are handling things, which means they will likely ignore their orders for now. The true patriarch of the Zefel clan acknowledges Andrei's fall, despite his overwhelming advantages. He wonders if an outside force intervened to defeat them. Talks of a dark dragon have reached his ears. Misha, the other dark dragon, as well as Murakan's sister, is actually so strong that she'd easily overcome the challenge. Hearing this, the Zefel patriarch orders his guardian dragon Kadun to look for the shadow dragons. He doesn't show any signs of concern for the loss of his brother Andrei, because he knew his brother would get killed someday. After all, that man was insolent enough to arrive at Kieran's banquet on his own whim. Kadun recommends they create more demonic stones, as they're the only source of their power capable of defeating the Runcandle clan. Kiliak Zefel has grand ambitions to conquer the world and rise as the new god of the realm. Returning to our heroes, Jin and the gang arrive safely to return to Jilly. She instantly faints upon seeing the great Luna becoming a part of their mission. Jilly is concerned about Jin's safety. He's getting involved in more trouble than ever when he's supposed to be operating solo. Luna is happy that she cares about the boy truly. Kashmir also arrives to meet the elegant Luna Runcandle. He also meets the silver dragon Quincantel, who is in a very pissed mood right now. Kashmir pays proper respect, realizing that he could fuck up majorly like last time. Quincantel cuts down on their conversation. She's only worried about Enya's safety. Kashmir explains how Litri returned 3 hours prior. She's with both Enya and Yulia, but something about the dragon is strange. The creature doesn't remember how it went missing for an entire year. He doesn't remember past the time Beretta took him away to teach him magic spells. Murakan realizes that the Zyfels wiped his memory to clear proof of their involvement. They don't want the world to discover their schemes. After a long-winded explanation of how things went down, Kashmir and Jilly catch up to speed with what happened. Murakan believes that the only reason to create a demonic stone is because the clan wants to create their own god. They're in the process of acquiring powers from each god in an effort to crush anyone who stands in their way. That is the goal of Kiliak Seifel. Quincantel goes to check on Enya with Kashmir, while Jilly sees Luna for a second time before fainting again. This poor nanny and her stress levels. Luna learns of all of Jin's accomplishments in the short span of 3 months. She thinks it's hilarious he can't even add credibility to his own missions because he abused his powers. The Runcandels would never forgive him for that. Jilly is happy that Luna is planning to let them slide under the radar. Luna shocks them all by revealing that Kieran already knows everything by now. He's only moments away from uncovering Luna's involvement too. While Jilly is fearing for her life, Jin explains he has the perfect story. He wants to go meet his father with Luna. Sounds like a great plan at first, but it's actually crazy sounding to both women. They think he's taking his father lightly. Jin explains that he's just going to warn him about the Zyfel scheme to destroy the Runcandel clans. It's ideal that he knows about the existence of the demon creation stones too. Luna reminds the boy that he's going to fail the test automatically if he returns home before his term ends. Jin doesn't care much about that. He's hoping to score a deal out of his father. For the first time, Luna delivers her words with emphasis and bluntness. She actually fears for the boy's life. Jin thinks that she'll step up before that happens. Hearing such words coming out of his mouth, Luna approaches him with a menacing stare. Testing his conviction, she's pissed. Luna realizes just how worried Jilly must feel for him. She agrees to comply with his plans. They are to leave tomorrow. Confused, Jilly questions why Luna is accepting to help her brother. It's simple. She doesn't like the way of the clan and how it thrives on killing each other. Luna hopes to become a reliable sibling to Jin, his one form of defense. She's hoping he has something good in mind to win this encounter. The next day, both Luna and Jin return to Stormcastle. They're met with scrutiny and frustration. Jin's big sister owes him big time for doing so much for him. Fuigo and the rest of the Runcandle flag bearers stand to oppose Luna's decision strongly. They're all ready to confront so easily, which also implies Kieran is aware of their return. Mary is mad and pissed that Jin is halting his growth by choosing an early death. Luna explains that Jin returned of his own volition, but then her own judgment is questioned for being unable to stop him. Luna can't argue with Luntia's clever arguments. Luntia is shocked when she learns that Jin is personally going to see their father. The rest of his siblings even try to warn him that he's definitely getting himself killed. Luntia takes a breath and allows entry. However, she is quick to draw her sword against Luna, demanding her weapon. Kieran wants to see Jin in isolation. Luna ferociously rebels against the decision with her anger, so the rest of the flag bearers all gather to beat her upon the orders of Kieran. Jin assures Luna that he's here to inform his father about something important. He's unafraid of what is to come, so he walks away without any fears. As he's making way inside the castle, Jin reflects that not even one of his siblings understands the patriarch. He thinks it's possible to earn his father's trust, so long as he keeps a cool act. Jin takes a deep breath. gently knocking on the door. The result? Well, let's just say his aura alone decimates the door. For the first time, Kieran is violently pissed against the boy. Kieran literally made a blade out of aura just to demonstrate how powerful his sword skills could become someday. It's actually a learning experience instead of a demonstration of fear. Jin knows that he shouldn't apologize and act boldly. The boy utters words that none of his children ever even spoke of, that he missed his father. Kieran is affected by his sweetness, but still calls him out for being weak. Jin emphasizes his affection, but it doesn't get him very far. Kieran unleashes his sheer intent to kill, overwhelming Jin from the very place he stands. Kieran knows that he's here for a reason. Jin reports that the minor patriarch of the Zifal clan has been defeated. He is honest about Luna's involvement in the situation. Jin tells him that he has more to state other than what he just said. Kieran takes intrigue and allows his son the chance to speak. Kieran learns of the many adventurers Jin has had along his journey as a reserve flag bearer. He wonders if Jin was here to tell him about the defeat of the second most powerful Zifal. Jin argues that Andre is far from the most powerful Zifal they have, because despite Luna's strength, it's unlikely for the Zifals to have been defeated so easily. The patriarch confirms the boy's suspicions, adding that there is someone who is even stronger than Kiliak, being more powerful than the patriarch of the Zifal clan. But Jin has yet to mention the most valuable detail: the artifact that was used in his battle against the Zifals, the Stone of the Demon God, a mystical replica of the Origin Stone which the gods themselves created. Siren interestingly mentions Murakan, revealing that he's always known about the Dark Dragon as well as the boy's ability to control mana. His father knew the depths of his secrets. He even laughs in Jin's face because he actually didn't know about Murakan and instead manipulated our boy to spill his secrets. Even Kieran can't help but laugh at the fact that the strongest dragon was reduced to a damn cat. On a more serious note, Kieran wants to discuss the information regarding the artifact with Luna. It's a dangerous object, and he wonders if the kings of the Dark Sea are aware of its powers. He feels the sudden need to return to the Dark Sea to fulfill his mission. Sieran emphasizes that Jin's return will be forgiven, but it's clear that the boy is seeking something for his accomplishments. Jin makes his words clear. He doesn't want any Runkindel to ever step foot in the city of Tikan, because it's the place where he will settle down and execute his missions. Before he can, however, Kieran lays a condition. He wants the boy to succeed in cooperating with Kashmir and win him over, and if he does, then he will make sure to uphold Jin's wish. But Sharon doesn't even know that Jin has already done that part too. He brings Kashmir, who looks like a lost puppy, in front of the patriarch. Kashmir realizes that he's facing the most powerful knight in the entire world. He feels immense pressure just being in his presence. Kashmir strengthens his resolve and pays his respect to the Runkindel patriarch. Jin takes a moment to explain that they both know each other well. Since he is clearly invested in a cooperative relationship with Kashmir, Jin's part of the deal is fulfilled. Poor Kashmir is devastated, thinking that the Runkindels might try to conquer Tikan at this rate. Jin basically lucked out and passed the test without even trying. When Kashmir learns about Jin's condition to forbid any Runkindel from entering Tikan, he's shocked and even happy. Since Kieran has a bunch of other things to discuss with Kashmir, he tells Jin to take his leave. Poor Kashmir is terrified of this man, barely able to talk. Meanwhile, Jin strolls around the manor. The Tona twins are surprised to see him in one piece. He asks the twins for a favor to look after his cadets in the time he's gone. After his leave, they both can't believe that he's fearless even after a discussion with their scary father. Jin returns outside in one piece, shocking the rest of his siblings. He tells Luna to go and chat with Kieran, even mocking his siblings by keeping the information private. Kashmir does return outside, but this man looks like he had the worst time of his life. Miu is upset that an outsider entered the Garden of Swords without approval. Luntia doesn't want her to keep yapping since they've already done their part of the job. Jin sincerely apologizes to his sister for the trouble. He's going to leave again and prioritize his training. He bids his siblings farewell. A month passed. In the underground training hall, Elisa Badger is training this man like crazy. He's taken 30 losses against this woman in a row, but his ambition and spirit to fight has yet to be quelled. He's ready to eat his 31st defeat. The Zifal clan publicly addressed the deaths of both Andre and the Wind Dragon. They didn't focus on what caused the death, but many rumors spread regarding his assassination. The most convincing rumor was believed that he fought and lost against the Runkindels. Of course, many thought that a war was soon to follow. Many factions were offering favors to the Runkindels, bestowing them with gifts for their requests. Kieran is such a Giga Chad. He turned down the gifts and accepted the requests anyway, because he's playing the long game. Unfortunately, Kieran has to deal with Jin's mess because of his proactive moves. He tells Khan about his return to the Dark Sea, but it seems that Kashmir is in an important conversation with the Patriarch. So he wants his messages delivered even if he's fighting the monsters in the Dark Sea. Going back to Jin's training, he's sharpening his swordsmanship. Even after swinging his weapon 10,000 times, this man still can't find himself facing Luna. Even though he's reached 5 stars in both swordsmanship and magic, Jin is unimpressed with his level of strength. He is working himself to the bone to get stronger. He wishes to overcome his siblings in the 5 years he's been given. Kashmir is worried for his overtraining despite his talents as a Runkendel swordmaster. Enya is also here for a surprise visit. She's concerned about Jin's swollen and bleeding hands. Kashmir reminds him that his enemies will be much stronger in the future, but it's likely that he will harm himself by overtraining through impatience. It's basically like ego lifting above his level. Jin admits that he's in the wrong here. Even though he can't stop himself from giving his absolute best, Kashmir thinks that he should be proud of his current level of effort. He wants to contribute by adding something fun to his training routine. He was then given the recommendation to spar against a powerful foe. Jin thinks Kashmir is inviting him to challenge the Swordmaster. Though he acts like a coward in front of him, Kashmir is actually crazy strong with his sword skills. It's a reason they call him the Phantom Sword, and why he was recommended as a Runkendel instructor. Kashmir wants to fight him when he's ready, but before he gets to that level, Jin has a different opponent to face. That's how his wife, Elisa, came into the picture. Jin was given 6 months to try and defeat Elisa. He was granted permission to use every single skill without holding back. Yulia was scared because the little girl didn't want her mother to fight, but Elisa welcomed the opportunity. Initially, our boy didn't have a great impression of Elisa apart from her impressive physique. Well, that is until Yulia dissed him so hard by calling him weak as hell, especially when you know she is physically incapable of speaking lies. Elisa was okay with challenging Jin every day for 6 months straight. She didn't think of it as a burden. 2 days passed and Jin found himself challenging the physical powerhouse before him. She explains that her only rule is to never go easy on anyone. Elisa is hoping Jin won't lose heart after taking his first L. It was here when he realized that the challenge to defeat her in 6 months is realistic. When the fight began, one single punch from Elisa took everything in Jin's arsenal to block. She was impressed that he could counter the move. Jin followed by using light magic, momentarily blinding her. Then he lunged forth to strike, exposing himself to a huge opening. And that is when he realized he fucked up. Elisa wound up with such a powerful punch that it sent this man flying. Elisa was impressed by Jin's ability to make 2 attacks on the first day. Even though she held back in her first punch, Elisa was surprised by Jin's blinding spell which he had casted on his sword before the fight began. But his tricks weren't enough to bypass Elisa's raw power. Even so, she thinks he was using strategy to his advantage, which is how he overcame opponents far stronger than him. It's not that Jin is overpowered, it's that he has mastered the art of creating opportunities for himself. While she's impressed, Jin is at a loss. He exposed every trick in his playbook and still shamefully lost. This is the level of difficulty he was up against, and the monster he had to overcome in the 6 months ahead. It was exciting for both fighters. 1 month has passed, and we're back to Kieran's fight against the monsters of the Dark Sea. Khan comes to deliver an important message from Kashmir. The letter is written with so much care and attention that it's looking like this man is confessing his love or something. Sharon is damn pissed because Kashmir didn't do as he was told. He wanted to be updated on Jin's progress. The letter is mostly a yap festival, but it does have a part regarding Jin's progress. It's mentioned in the report how Jin has been losing countless times against Kashmir, but the more they fight, the longer he's able to survive. He has incurred 40 losses straight, but something about this report makes Kieran exceptionally happy. The Patriarch learns that Jin lasted over 120 moves in their latest fight. It means he's doing everything in his power to overcome his previous limits. Kieran is so happy for his son that he almost didn't want the boy to leave the clan because he deems him worthy to be a successor. It's never been clear about which child he truly wanted to be named a successor. Even though Joshua is the leading candidate for throne, it is not from the interest of the Patriarch. Khan emphasizes that Jin is far too young to be called a worthy candidate. He thinks Jin lacks the ferocity and the objective approach, and that's the only thing Joshua has a lead on. Before sending Khan away, the Patriarch wonders why the letter arrived 10 days after it was submitted. Khan explains that he was fighting monsters on the way, so the Patriarch uses a mana blade to tear apart their surroundings, clearing a path for Khan's return. He hopes the following messages will be delivered sooner. Back to Jin's training, he's fought Elisa over 90 times now. He's getting harder to beat after every match, but but it's something that he must do in order to overcome Elisa's strength. Instead of going out to enjoy dessert, Jin maintains his practice, sharpening his speed of growth. Elisa notes that the boy's aura is completely in sync with mana, skyrocketing his growth thanks to the power of Shadow Force. She thinks that his talents and abilities would have been useless if not for his relentless perseverance to improve his skills. Elisa is happy as she is predicting her defeat very soon. The next day, Jin exchanges blow for blow against the martial artist. Elisa thinks that she's got the upper hand, but suffers a brutal slash. A critical strike has massively wounded her. She hasn't been injured in a long time. Jin calls for Enya and thinks that he won purely by chance. She could have dodged it, but she went all in. He was careful enough to fool her with Shadow Force. Elisa's skills are getting sloppy ever since her retirement. She's already lost, much sooner than predicted. But Jin is at odds. He doesn't want to consider this match his victory. That's a champion-level mindset if you ask me. Elisa emphasizes that it is still something to think about. Jin's improvement has skyrocketed in the past 3 months. His endless desire to improve fuels his training, and he's set to reach 6 stars in his skills. That will be the decisive moment of Elisa's defeat. Winter has arrived. Murakhan is enjoying ice pops despite the cold weather. He wanted to get some for Jilly because she likes them. Jin has an important matter to discuss with Kashmir. It is regarding Pishkul, the leading candidate successor for his clan. Jin wants information on the guy. Kashmir explains that it's hinted that Pishkul is cooperating with the Kinzalo. He goes to a special art workshop owned by Bubare, another officer among the Kinzalo organization. When it comes to relationships, it seems that Bubare has a greater rank in the organization, which is also why Bishkul came to fight in his stead at the banquet. But what's bothering Jin is Kinzalo's association with Bishkul. When it comes to the incidents of his previous life, all major clans had a major time dealing with the Kinzalo, proving their strength. While Yulia is annoying the shit out of Murakhan, Jin is curious if Kashmir was able to gather information on Alu, the fallen owner of the auction house. Apparently, nothing about him is out in the open. Jin thinks that someone is taking active procedures to cover this guy's tracks. He almost regrets killing him so soon. Our boy is happy for Kashmir wingmanning so much information to him. He's indebted to his dedication. As for Jin, he has to go spar with Elisa, but this time he wants Kashmir to come see the fruits of his efforts. In the training arena, Elisa certainly wasn't expecting her husband to come see her lose. After all, she's confident that Jin will defeat her in this match. Jin claims that he will forever remember her as an amazing training partner and friend. Kashmir is utterly stumped. He can't believe that Jin has overcome the skill level in 3 months. The fight begins as Jin calls forth his newest summon skill. A beautiful shadow phoenix emerges from magic. After reaching 6 stars in magic sorcery, a sorcerer is qualified to enter a pact with a phoenix. This pact is kept secret, as only the sorcerer can open the dimensional gate to summon the phoenix. On the contrary, it's the phoenix which selects the sorcerer, is why many magicians desperately cling to the hopes of being selected one day. Among the phoenixes, there existed the rarest of them all, the blue phoenix Tess. This bird has only accepted the calling of the strongest sorcerers in history. With his preparations ready, Jin and Elisa begin their fight. She lunges forth to crush him, but Tess makes the first move by using a high-level flame spell. There is an additional effect of the flames as it affects Elisa's powers. She senses that the skill pressure is being used. She doesn't have long to finish the fight. Jin closes the distance by attacking her and putting her on edge. He overwhelms her with a wind spell. Fortunately, Jin has faced her enough times to figure out that she prioritizes a dominating style of fighting. She prefers gaining control quickly, and that's exactly what Jin is aiming to exploit in this battle. He exploits her in close range with his sword skills. Then, he follows it up with fire magic, further putting Elisa on edge. She's cornered due to the Phoenix's flames and Jin's forward strike. Elisa realizes that dodging won't get her out of this sticky situation. She uses her full power to catch his blade mid-swing and even endures the flame attack. Elisa prepares to finish him off, but Jin is surprisingly nowhere to be found. It's impossible because she clearly felt him. Elisa suddenly realizes that the pressure trait dulled her senses. Jin uses this critical moment to attack her and win the fight, this time without any doubts. Realizing that he must have overdone it, Jin calls for Enya's help to heal Elisa. After his match, both Murakhan and Quickentel are starstruck when they find out Jin won. IT rocked their world, not because it was Elisa that he beat, but because he summoned the Phoenix Tease itself. Quickentel cripples to her knees upon that discovery. After Elisa's recovery, Jin explains that he planned his winning strategy back when they first fought each other. They both enjoyed the sparring session. Jin has made a remarkable accomplishment to defeat the captain of a task force, and he's not even 16 yet. Both Murakhan and Quickentel arrive in a rush, begging to talk to Tess. Jin does as he is instructed while Quickentel plummets to greet the ruler of the Fire Realm. Murakhan is as arrogant as he used to be. They seem to know each other for some reason, with Quickentel shivering in fear. After returning Tess to its dimension, Murakhan explains the reason as to why Tess is such a big deal. Apparently, it's not even the creature's true form. It rules over the Fire Realm, a place where dragons and phoenixes thrive. It's a place well beyond the understanding of even the gods themselves. But that's not all. There was one time when the gods dared to enter the Fire Realm along with their dragons. But when that happened, Tess was extremely offended and unleashed his ultimate power. Tess became responsible for slaughtering 5 gods and even defeating dragons. Jin is stumped to discover its true power. Unfortunately, he can't deploy the full use of its powers in the real world. Even if Jin became the peak of power, it would be impossible. It's a penalty for crossing over to the other dimension, which is the same reason the gods proved useless against Tess in the Fire Realm. So the same can be said of its powers in this realm. But even then, the Phoenix is powerful enough to turn anything to ashes. Murakhan emphasizes that all the dragons are scared shitless of that monster. He does share that Tess has taken a liking to Jin, who contemplates how powerful an asset Tess truly is. It means that he could use its powers to defeat the Zyphils one day. A month passed. Patriarch Siren Runkindel learned that his son was chosen by the god of the Fire Realm. More importantly, Jin's swordsmanship skills are skyrocketing over other aspects of his abilities. Xieren explores a different topic. He has come to know of Ron Heron's grandson and an assassination mission linked to participating in a competition. Jin learns from Kashmir about the Arena of Cosmos, which might help him face off against Dante Heron, who is a pureblood of the powerful Heron clan. The Patriarch used to rival Kieran's strength before he surpassed everyone and became a divine Star Knight. Jin's interest peaked after that information, but he's still displaying signs of uncertainty. Kashmir emphasizes that this is the only opportunity he has to face off against a prodigious pureblood of the Heron clan. Because of Kashmir's insistence, Jin decides to accept. He realizes what's going on and what Kashmir was tasked with when his father had a private meeting with him. The Runkindel Patriarch wants the boy to focus on his swordsmanship above all, and Kashmir is following commands because he has no choice. He has already prepared a trip for Jin. It's been a while since he has executed a solo mission since Mammoth Lawless. In fact, the Arena of Cosmos is much worse compared to that place. It's a brutal arena where competitors are allowed to use any kind of weapon to kill their opponents. Even killing opponents before the match is permitted. So the fact that Dante Heron, a renowned pureblood, is participating in a vile competition, Jin is really surprised by his participation. But still, he's happy to face that guy as long as it allows him an opportunity to grow. Speaking of growth, Veradine Zyphil is also in this competition. Jin arrives to sign up for the tournament, but instead, he's told to scatter as the registration phase has already ended. The grumpy receptionist doesn't actually care for any kind of regulation. He just wants Jin to leave. Happy to teach him a lesson, Jin whacks a bunch of gold coins in his face, sending him to the ground. Apparently, this guy is a weirdo who really liked Jin's brutal approach. He's ready to sign him up just for that. The dude he just kicked down is the master of the island and the pirate king Cosmos himself. Jin is in group 13. The dude guiding him to the place tells Jin that one other dude punched the captain right in the face, and that it would have been fun if they fought each other. Jin is open to fighting this mystery man in the finals. He isn't even given a proper space to stay. It seems that a bunch of guys stay in a cell, which provokes them to fight each other. After all, it's not supposed to be a fair game. One guy confronts Jin in order to mess with him, but our boy has enough experience under his belt. He's ready to smoke everyone if they don't leave by the 3rd second. The countdown finishes as Jin absolutely destroys the dudes in his cell. Now that he's made a polite introduction, Jin challenges his next few opponents, who foolishly lunge at him, thinking they'll kill the newbie. It takes our boy a few seconds to cut apart their limbs. This place is full of disgusting criminals even worse than Mamit. Jin is going to have a lot of fun defeating everyone for the few days to come. When the guide arrives at his cell, he's shocked that Jin has run through his entire competition already. He's not interested in killing them yet. The guide tells him to observe Group 1 and 2, as he may end up fighting them soon. Arriving at the arena, Jin observes the grand setting. There's a lot of people in the stands, but nobody is likely to recognize him. A bunch of them are busy chatting about a mysterious fighter who knocked out the entirety of his group. Strangely, the people seem to have caught wind of the fact that a Runkandel flag bearer has infiltrated the competition. This fact shouldn't be known to the general public. So Jin is surprised and takes a seat next to the clowns who are assuming the flag bearer is actually Jin Runkandel. Jin doesn't understand what's going on. He thinks it shouldn't be possible for people to know about him so vividly. Jin thinks that it's possible one of the twins has come to the competition. The captain of the arena takes the big stage. Cosmos is cheered and loved by the crowds as he promised to help challenges achieve their dreams. The competition is set between 14 participants in 13 groups, so nearly 200 martial artists are here to fight. The first match is between a fighter called Mantis versus a strange swordsman called Paul Mick, but the boy looks so young to be fighting at this stage. Jin thinks he's probably a 13-year-old at best. Then he remembers the words of the guide who told him about the other young boy punching down their captain. The match begins and immediately ends with Paul's instant slash. Mantis hits the ground with no one even being capable of discerning what happened. Jin recognizes Paul's ferocity, who cleaved his opponent's head clean with a single strike. This could only mean one thing. He's Dante Heron operating under a false name. Pumped by this epic fight, Veradine the Loudmouth places his bets on Paul. Jin is shocked to see this guy popping out of nowhere, as he didn't know of his participation. Veradine takes the crowd and rests his money on Paul. He's acting far too casual to be on a mission. Suddenly, the annoying sorcerer notices Jin run Candle from the stands. Paul remembers meeting Veradine at a Zyphal banquet, but didn't think he'd be happy seeing his amazing performance. The two of them are happy, while Jin is just annoyed. Before the next match, Cosmos interviews Paul on his post-win feelings. Paul is happy to have exterminated a vile scum and seems like a righteous fighter. Cosmos is almost offended and reminds the young swordsman that his provocative words will make every pirate here his enemy. With that, the preparation for the next match begins. Jin observed the following few matches, but found himself bored. It's clear that Paul Mick is Dante Heron in secret. His swordsmanship is too impressive for his age. At this point, the boy wonders if he can overcome this guy in a show of pure swordsmanship. He could easily defeat him using his other skills, but that's not what he wants. Jin's match is delayed until the rest of the fights are finished, but for the time being, he's focused on beating down the pirates in his cell. Paul, specifically exhausted from surviving his long fights, walks beside the cells. Before leaving for the arena of Cosmos, Veradine had shortly learned about the competition through a Zyphal elder. He was informed about Dante's participation in the tournament and sent on a mission to observe the swordsman's powers. Veradine came here for information gathering and collecting precious money in the process. He's bored to death with how the matches are going and wonders where the actually strong participants went. That's when Veradine learned that Jin Gray was also here, not just to spectate, but also fight. With most of his battles finished, Jin is exhausted. 35 martial artists are already dead, but only 5 of them died in the arena. Most of the deaths are occurring outside the arena, giving even Jin a run for his money since he can't even sleep unguarded. He is alerted by the sound of footsteps. Someone is making their way and they're not showing any signs of concealing their power. That means whoever it is must be quite strong. Suddenly, Jin notices an exhausted Dante Heron, begging for a chance to talk. He strikes him a deal to guard each other while they're sleeping. He has observed Jin's skills, so he knows he's quite capable. Dante collapses without being able to say another word. Jin thinks it's shameful that the Hiran clan doesn't train its warriors to survive sleepless nights. But it's not just because of that. It's because Dante has been a part of so many battles that he can't possibly go on any longer. There's a few pirates tailing him to strike him down, but what they didn't expect was Jin Run Candle popping out like Slenderman and cutting them down. He threatens their life if they dare to approach the cell. One of the pirates tries to explain that they didn't come here for him, but rather Paul Mick. Jin catches a poisonous spear with his bare hands. He's pissed more than ever that they were targeting a young boy to death. By the time Dante woke up from his slumber, Jin had already carried out his share of the battles. He explains the association of the pirates who came to hunt Dante. Their real mission was to kidnap a Run Candle clan member. Dante is extremely indebted to Jin's help. He laughs at the idea that they hunted him for being a Run Candle. Since he's indebted to Jin, the guy returns the favor by partially exposing his connection to the Vymonth Empire. Jin understands and doesn't complain. Since Jin protected him while he was asleep, Dante is ready to return the favor and get back to him. Our boy desperately needed to hear that from him, because he's also pretty tired and plops to sleep. He tells Dante to wake him up before the matches begin. Without another word, Jin goes right to sleep. Dante's impression of him is unique, as he may seem unapproachable on the outside, but is kind on the inside. The crooks of the arena are all slashed to pieces by Paul Mick, who keeps winning his fights with just one attack every time. On the other side, Jin is marking his impressive line of victories. The crowd finds itself cheering for him, and some of them wonder if he's stronger than Paul Mick. In any case, both Jin and Paul are being cheered as the favorites of the crowd. A secret group is acting against them, plotting a devious scheme. They want to ensure their demise even before the fight begins. The guide comes to remind them all that it's going to be impossible to take them down as both Jin and Paul are incredibly strong. Realizing that they really don't have a way to kill them off, the crooks decide to fix matches instead of risking their lives. The Pirate King Cosmos is frustrated to hear about their scheming behind his back. Since the matches are all getting boring, he decides to switch up all the matchups, making sure only Paul and Jin are guaranteed a spot at the finals. As for the crooks secretly planning to fix matches, they'll find themselves a victim against either of the prodigies. Cosmos thinks that the betting game on Jin and Paul is enough to make them a boatload of money. The following day, Veridine observes the state of the final match. He's excited to see which of the two sword fighters will come out on top. His subordinates have a feeling Paul will win this fight, thanks to his incredible swordsmanship. But for Veridine, he's a simp for Jin, so he placed all the money on Jin's victory, an insane amount, but the odds aren't looking great in his favor. Cosmos seems to have a lot of money. Veridine is looking to steal some of that cash through this fight. Cosmos finally announces the final match, but my poor guy gets assaulted by the crowd for halting their excitement. They just want to see the match between the Grim Reaper and Paul get going already. Cosmos skips the lame chat and roars the announcement of Paul Mick. The expert swordsman prodigy arrives fully prepared for this fight. His opponent stands on the opposite side, the Grim Reaper of Group 13. Veridine is cheering for him like his biggest fan. The knights stare each other down as the fight finally begins. Instead of making the first move instantly, they're incredibly perceptive of each other's movements. Paul explodes with his inhuman speed, giving Jin barely the chance to block the attack and respond. He knows Jin is strong enough to fend off against his normal tricks, so Paul whips out a full-blown attack. Jin reinforces his sword to respond. The fighters clash against each other in an epic display. With their blades responding to every strike, both Jin and Dante are at equal footing. Only Dante's first attack was at his top speed, but now he's focused on a conservative approach on saving his energy. Jin's strategy is to match his opponent's speed. They're fighting incredibly fast in a small arena. Veridine is impressed, almost excited even. Jin's opponent recommends that he use whatever it is in his arsenal and shows him what his top speed really looks like. Jin is caught off guard, barely evading a strike. Unfortunately, he suffers a blow in the process and is getting forced into a back foot. The crowd goes wild for Dante's performance, cheering his name as Paul Mick. Jin assesses his situation, realizing that Dante exercises an incredibly destructive swordsmanship style. Thanks to his body, he can prolong the fight and overwhelm anyone in the fight to outlast. From Dante's perspective, he's unimpressed by Jin's strength so far, preparing to deal the final blow. But he's unfamiliar with our boy's game, as one terrifying glance from Jin alerts Dante to leap away in defense. He sensed an incredible feeling rising from inside of his opponent. Dante knew that if he had connected that attack, Jin would have used a different move to finish him off. He is right, because he was planning to use Shadow Force after how hard he was pushed into a corner. Jin believes it's his turn to respond. He takes the fight seriously. Each of his downward slashes are the same strength as the previous, with no loss in energy. Dante is pushed to a corner, realizing that he will meet his end if he stalls like this. Jin is seriously annoyed that Dante is choosing to withhold his powers instead of facing him with full strength. He reveals Dante's true name, acknowledging his connection to the Huron family. Dante apologizes for hesitating, and thus begins round 2 between the two fighters. Jin and Dante maintain their stance, this time fighting with full strength. Their first clash is a brutal one, with the following attacks pushing Jin away. He reacts with a vicious upward slash, acquiring an opening to overwhelm Dante. With every attack, Jin is physically stunned. His opponent is showing no signs of quitting in this battle. The reality is, Jin is facing a prodigy that only appears after centuries. Dante has a sky-high potential, which was weakened because of the boy's physical strength. It's the same way Jin lived his first life, with a curse. Dante's current physical strength is a testament to the hardships he has endured all on his own to have gotten this far. Jin acknowledges every aspect of his efforts. Meanwhile, Dante believes that the youngest run candle was blessed with everything he could ever ask for right at the beginning of his life. But despite his talent and perfect physique, there is also a sense of desperation and dread. It's a kind of anger, an anger that clings to the desperation of becoming the best. The only goal for why he suffered so much so many times in his training. It's an exchange of blows, as both fighters know the feeling of despair. They both pick themselves from the brink of total collapse. But there's a cost that Dante's body has to pay for driving itself to the limits. However, even Jin knows that if he didn't make the finishing move, it would be insulting to his opponent. With a heavy heart, he reaches to slash Dante, but stops at the final second, unable to kill the boy. Dante instantly faints while Jin calls for a doctor. Fortunately, Veridine has already jumped to the stage to heal the boy, promising to save Dante. But it's impossible, as Dante's condition has been taken a step too far. He is facing aura overload and has destroyed everything inside his body. There's only one way to save the boy. Veridine hopes that this encounter between the three remains a secret. The Zyphal servants try to stop him, but Veridine isn't having any of it. He shows his association to the clan in the arena, Cosmos is scared for his life and immediately forbids anyone from intervening in the fight. What Veridine is holding is a special object called the blood of the numerous. He was once the god of hope. After his death, he left his tears and blood behind. One could bring back the dead, while the other could heal any illness in an instant. Both were considered invaluable to the world, with many clans actively proposing to hunt down his remains. And now, Veridine possessed the blood of that same fallen god. He is planning to use it for Dante, despite the Zephal clan's terrible relationship with the Hurons. It's beyond logic as to why he would do this, but Veridine strongly believes in his values, and thus the healing process is successful. Dante regains his consciousness thanks to the rare artifact. It is still beyond Jin's understanding that he would do such a thing. Veridine reminds everyone that he just suffered a major loss by curing him. Jin thinks he's going to propose a major offer in return for the gift, but all Veridine seeks is a bunch of drinks to hang out with Jin. Our boy is baffled by his stupidly generous offer. He once believed Veridine was a fool, but he's more respectable than he thought. They dap each other like they're the homies for life. The same night, Jin is enjoying drinks with Veridine and Dante. He secured the prize money and the bet money after nearly costing his life in the arena. Jin is generous enough to slide half the money to Dante for his clan. Poor Veridine is jealous as hell that he doesn't get to have a gift. Jin opens the treasure box and finds a map inside. He tosses Veridine an empty box for the keeping. Jin shares his annoyance with Dante, who ultimately decided to hide his strongest move. But Dante thinks it's fine because Jin was hiding his abilities too. He welcomes the opportunity to fight again, this time without holding back. Veridine is excited for the future where they will all lead each other's clans. He even entertains the idea of just chilling for a while for a change of pace. Jin is happy that the next Zephal patriarch is a kind fool. Veridine is offended by the remark, but it is true. All three of them may be enemies, but they will someday have to face each other. Jin wonders what will become of their relationship. Suddenly, Veridine remembers to bring up something important. He's heard of the rumor of someone impersonating his name. Dante is shocked, questioning who could even have the balls to impersonate such a high-ranking member of the Zephal clan. Veridine doesn't know either. He doesn't want to blame Jin, but clearly he doesn't know that our boy was indeed the culprit. Jin asks what their initiative is to capture the impersonator. Jin recommends they stray away from pursuing the rumor. He thinks the people will make fun of the Zephal clan for chasing an impersonator. Veridine is somehow persuaded by this simple suggestion. Jin hastens to make his leave because he has a bunch of things to take care of. Before leaving, Veridine calls him a friend. Jin pauses, smiling in acceptance. Circling back to Kieran, he's annoyed reading long letters of Kashmir every time. In this letter, he finds that Jin won against Dante and finally climbed to the 6-star swordsmanship level. The patriarch is agitated with Kashmir and hopes to have a one-on-one conversation with him soon. Back at his castle, Kashmir feels a cold feeling embracing him. He realizes some bullshit is going to catch him by surprise. Kashmir requests seeing the match that Jin has acquired from the competition. The map confuses him as he's never seen something like it before. It's unclear and imprecise in its destination. Yulia sparks an interest with the map and points to a strange location on the map, sensing something so tragic and horrifying that it forces her to cry. Kashmir is alerted as Murakhan realizes her powers are experiencing a sudden overload. The guardian dragon is necessary to calm her down. Latri rushes to find her. The young dragon helps calm her down in her state. Even a worried Elisa comes rushing to the scene. Fortunately, Latri was able to calm her down to a state of sleep. Murakhan is interested in learning what the girl saw in her vision. Latri explains that it was a hint of the past. It happens when a contractor of Asmiel looks into an object filled with feelings. It could have been much worse if Latri didn't hurry to the scene. Latri describes the vision Yulia saw. On an ancient land lived the natives who served their god and stayed away from the outside world. But then, certain people, namely the Zephals, arrived and approached the locals. The magicians began asking for more and more from the locals until one day they killed a child. After the killing of one child, the Zephals killed many natives in search of a divine artifact. Jin, overhearing this conversation, connects the dots in his head. He requests Latri to illustrate the design of the artifact. He explains that it looked like a silver mirror, which confirms Jin's suspicions. It's the object from his future, the Well of Mana. The Zilfs intruded Kalen for the artifact, driving its people into hard labor. Jin even discovered how they made biological golems out of those people. This means the map is actually pointing to the location of the artifact. Jin is lucky to have obtained an incredibly valuable map from Cosmos. Murakhan observes his interest and asks if he knows something. Jin feigns ignorance and apologizes to Kashmir for what happened to Yulia. Of course, it's not his fault, as she's a divine contractor. Latri is going to stay by her side to ensure Yulia's recovery. Kashmir recommends that they move on to find the object. His organization will first interpret the language of the map to understand proper directions. Jin knows that it would be impossible since most of the natives of the land have already been killed by the Zyphals. The people who know the language are confined in Kalen, so it's a real guess if they'll be able to obtain the Well of Mana before the Zyphals are able to. 2 weeks after the incident with Yulia, a drunkard collapses in the middle of the night. Jin helps him out, offering him another drink for a conversation. Our boy uncovers information from him while he's defenseless. The man explains that his tribe is in a place far away, which is as big of a hint as any. Jin whips out the map, requesting him to read and translate. But when he spots the symbol at the top, the man spirals out of control, realizing that he's been set up. Jin freely exposes the identity of the 2 dragons. Murakhan is offended that he slipped up so much information with such ease. The guy is assured that he's not dealing with the Zyphals, but still shocked that they were able to pin him down. Jin explains how they came to learn about the tragedies that took place in Kolan. They wanted to find someone to translate the map, and coincidentally managed to locate this guy. Of course, even that dude knows it's not because of sheer coincidence, but he's happy to introduce them to his sister. The woman in question had been anticipating their arrival. Even Murakhan finds it strange that Rausa has been waiting for them in advance. She's the definition of divinity, a person of significance from her land. Rausa proves her powers by cleverly writing out Jin's powers and even knowing about Murakhan and Latri. She has an aura that transcends all. Jin immediately realizes that he's dealing with an actual god. Rausa emphasizes that she is but a mere vessel, and that if she truly were a god, Kolan wouldn't have been lost to their invaders. Murakhan spells her doom, as her powers are not going to last for much longer. Rausa confirms this fact, confirming the Dark Dragon's observation. Rausa takes the map and translates word for word what it means. The message shatters her soul as it was written by her grandfather. Thankfully, the map didn't fall into the hands of the Zyphals and met Jin instead. Murakhan wants to strike a deal with the woman since they're en route to visit Kolan soon. Rausa shocks Jin, surprising him about his connection with Soldaret. Since it has been a while, Rausa plans to expunge all her divine powers to summon the God of Darkness. Jin likes the deal and decides to head over to Kolan at once. He's unsure whether he could save the lives of the locals, but he promises to do his best. Rausa explains everything there is for him to know about when it comes to the Kolan territory. Jin, Murakhan, and Kashmir all arrive at the location. It used to be an open location in his past life, but now, since he executed a mission while he was a cadet, it's clear that they have taken measures to close the place down. The journalist that exposed the existence of the Well of Mana will never be able to carry out his will in this timeline. Kashmir loses hope, but Jin and Murakhan don't care if the place is closed. They're still going in, and the reason is simple. The board is probably a placeholder. There are no guards on site, and there aren't any spells either. Suddenly, Murakhan senses the presence of people. They're the natives who are mining for labor. A pure-blood Zyphal is enjoying himself. This man is none other than Muran Zifel, the madman of the Magic Tower. He's a brother to Veridon and commits crimes like crazy. Since he's a strong sorcerer with 8 stars in magic, he doesn't require any guards around him. Murakhan is a feisty one and wants to kill Muran using the direct approach. But Jin doesn't fancy the idea, because he thinks that there will be problems if they keep killing higher members of Zeiss like Andre. Before they kill Muran, they need a valid reason. Just when they were having this conversation, the journalist Dino Jaglin popped out of the scene. Jin catches him and realizes this is the same guy who became responsible for exposing the Zyphals in his past life. It means that the nerd had been coming here all by himself, challenging the likes of the Zyphals without any powers. Jin is almost impressed and curiously asks what she's writing about. Dino concerningly asks about their association. Jin relieves him by stating that they're also just passing by. Since they both share a common goal, it's best to ally with the journalist. Murakhan really doesn't like that approach. Kashmir thinks it's good to follow the journalist who already knows what's going around in the area. This could even help them conduct a sound reason for an attack on the Zyphals. Hesitantly, Dino puts forward his findings. He's investigated many natives and learned about them. Interestingly, Dino knows about Moran and has shared a few drinks with him to get answers out of the guy. He's so clumsy that he would let anyone pass unnoticed. Sensing an opportunity, Jin asks the journalist for a favor. Moran is annoyed by his elders, who assigned him a boring mission as punishment for a prank. He's as drunk as ever when Dino comes around. acting like an old buddy to him. Micron is happy, but suspicious of the people he's brought along. Dino explains that he's with travelers and apologizes for getting ahead of himself. Jin introduces himself in kind to the mad sorcerer. Jin happened to learn a lot about Muran thanks to Veridine's yapping. Even Veridine doesn't think highly of him, since he's just a wretched mess of their clan. Veridine imparted Jin with an important warning to never challenge his brother, since he's the worst of the worst. Right now, that same guy is acting like a clown in front of a Runkindel without knowing. Micron picks apart the journalist's identity. He's slowly growing suspicious of Dino and comes to a sudden realization. Why did he interview the natives at all? Both Jin and Murakon realize that this is a huge problem now. Micron had to torture the ones he interviewed and even erased evidence of their lives. He reduces to a maniacal laughter before calling the dear journalist a fool for acting reckless. At last, Muran reveals that he knows about Jin's identity as a run candle. He thinks Dino is secretly connected to them. Murakon grabs Dino as the sorcerer commences his first attack. Jin is surprised to note that Muran had activated a shield of mana, something that not even he could detect. Murakon emphasizes that such a feat should be impossible, so their opponent is holding some nasty secrets. Muran immediately identifies Jin Runkindel. While our boy is interested in learning how he was able to tell, he's even more interested in fighting him. Muran wants to know why he was assigned this specific mission. Jin fails to comply, making him further infuriated. The mad sorcerer initiates his first attack. Jin dodges his devastating beams, while Murakon helps protect the natives by shielding them against the attacks. Dino tries to help the natives run away, but the poor people can't even utter a single word. Dino roars at the scumbag who ripped their throats, taking away their ability to speak forever. But this is the kind of madness Murakon exercises on his victims. He has always wanted to punish the journalist for going behind his back and interviewing the locals. He pins the blame on him for being reckless. But while he's yapping, a punch comes flying in his face. It was exactly the kind of confession that Jin needed to hear, because now he can really kick his ass without holding back. The Shadow Force ability has left Kashmir in shambles. The fact that Jin was able to drive an 8-star sorcerer to a corner, even Murakon suddenly realizes that the God of Darkness sided with the Run Candles once more. It means they broke the pact, which could jeopardize the existence of their clan. Jin and Murakon can't sense anything from Murakon's attack, making it hard to dodge his strikes. Murakon doesn't really care about beating Jin. Rather, he's enjoying himself feasting on the misery of the locals. Jin wastes no time hearing his yap festival and charges to stroke him down. With his super speed, he dodges Myron's wind magic attacks, to the point Jin is able to dash behind him, surprising the Zyphal again. The sorcerer panics and attempts to widen the distance, but Jin is simply cutting down everything in his path. He's nullifying magic thanks to the effects of the Shadow Force. But before Jin is able to pin him down, Myron engages him with his spell. Jin breaks free of the chains, impressing and exciting the Zyphal. He's happy to use everything in his arsenal to beat down Jin, who is exhausted and can't imagine a future where he safely escapes every spell. Both Murakon and Kashmir are trying their best to help evacuate the people. But it's not going to help, because the mad sorcerer has filled the entire landscape with his terrifying spells. Having them right where he wanted, Myron is happy to enjoy his fight with Jin Runkindel. Total destruction is unleashed as Jin makes his way through dozens of spells, but even he is caught off guard by the eroded land spell. Stepping on the land will siphon his magic energy. The only way out is through since he can't go back. Jin concentrates the bulk of his magic energy and counters Myron's spells, but there's something clearly wrong about his opponent, who can inexhaustibly use so much mana without draining his energy. What Myron has analyzed is that Jin knows a thing or two about magic, because he is carefully avoiding stepping into traps. From this analysis, Myron deduces that Jin Runkindel must also be a spell sword. The mad sorcerer isn't worried as he plans to overwhelm Jin with an even greater surge of mana. Mana backflow is the worst condition for a mana user to experience. It overwhelms their body and destroys organs from the inside. In a fight between two sorcerers, the inferior one experiences mana backflow, immediately determining the victor between the two. Since Runkindels don't have mana, they aren't overwhelmed by this ability, but for someone like Jin, it's basically an exploitable weakness. Myron is extremely confident, but that's exactly what Jin wanted by luring him in. He has prepared light magic to blind the sorcerer in the critical moment. The spell takes off as Myron is completely blinded to his senses. He can't see anything and realizes that Jin's next attack will likely be the finishing blow. But just in the nick of time, Myron is able to cast his escape at the expense of losing his hand. He mocks Jin for possessing both the powers of light and the dark. Jin is impressed by his opponent, and while Andre has more mana, Myron is the trickier opponent of the two. His battle experience indicates that Myron can use more tricks than just relying on mana backflow. The sorcerer chuckles, before admitting that the both of them are one and the same. Jin thinks he's trash-talking at the worst moment, but Myron is dead serious and reminds Jin that he's not going down anytime soon. Jin loses his patience and questions what the mad sorcerer is trying to imply with his words. Myron is happy to inform him about the source of his powers, and how he is able to use more mana than a typical 8-star sorcerer can. The reality is, this psychopath has been using the locals as his mana amplifiers. He's draining their energy to fuel his spells endlessly. So if Jin has to truly make sure Myron is defeated, he will first have to kill those people. That's exactly the intention of the mad sorcerer, who wants to prove to Jin that their methods are one and the same. But one girl, a native, calls out the sorcerer's lies. She explains that he's actually using a divine artifact to increase his powers, instead of siphoning their energy. Jin is still surprised, because he wasn't expecting Myron to discover the well of mana too soon. The woman whines as she confesses the sorcerer's brutal ways of torturing her people. Myron is angered by her every word as she pleads with Jin Runkindel to kill this sadistic psychopath. Enraged by her words, he concentrates a spell to kill the woman, incinerating her body before his eyes. He's mad that she ruined his entertainment. But while this is happening, Dino calls out to Jin and highlights the importance of saving Tika, as she's the only hope of the colonites. Unfortunately, she's currently being incinerated by the secret spell of the Cyphals. He once heard about this spell from his teacher. The blue flames are impossible to extinguish once they're set off. Its only weakness? You burn the blue flames with an even more powerful flame. Remembering his teacher's words, Jin Runkindel unleashes the flames from the fire realm. Tess destroys the spell and helps secure the woman. Myron Cyphal is utterly baffled, seeing Jin's command over the legendary phoenix. The mad sorcerer is speechless. What lies before him are the flames of a phoenix that has only chosen the greatest sorcerer of its time. So for the phoenix to choose a Runkindel spell sword, instead of someone from their clan, means that he's the one bound to become the greatest sorcerer of his generation. The woman opens her eyes, realizing that the flames are protecting her body instead. Jin is happy that she ratted out the sorcerer. She reminds him that Myron is still using the divine artifact to his advantage, but he's yet to acquire its full power. He only learned about certain activation phrases thanks to torturing the people. She even knows that Rusa sent Jin to help the colonites. The woman is prepared to lead him to the location of the artifact. She begs Jin to end their lifelong suffering by defeating the mad sorcerer. Jin confronts Myron, who is frustrated now that his plans have been ruined and that Tess has chosen Jin over the Cyphals. The 6-star swordsman prepares his sword, ready to send this guy straight to hell. Myron unleashes his might, emphasizing that he once loved a witch who shared ties with the king of the Dark Sea. The Cyphal wants to show Jin the true wrath of hell by unleashing his newfound powers. Tess responds with a column of flames, severely overwhelming the Cyphal. For some reason, Myron's sudden transformation has enraged the Phoenix. Murakan joins the fight after having evacuated the natives. He explains how fucked their current situation is. Myron's body is soon going to be under the control of the Demon Beast King. They have to stop him before it happens. Murakan tells Jin to unleash the full might of his powers through Shadow Force. He amplifies Jin's Shadow Force and instructs him to sever the Dimension Gate. But before Jin could execute the attack, he is overwhelmed by mana backflow, so much so that his connection with Tess is wavering, as he's failing to maintain its presence. Myron smiles as he has finally brought Jin to his knees. The monster of the underworld is nearing its awakening. Jin musters every last bit of his courage to wield his sword. Giving everything into this one final attack, Jin slices down Myron's body. The incantation is interrupted as the Dimension Gate collapses over Myron's Zyphal. The last of his remains are annihilated by Tess, leaving nothing but the scorched remains of his body. Jin notices that his final attack was different from all the other times he used it. It was further amplified by his Blade of the Heart skill. Myron's crippled body collapses into pieces. The fight is finally over. Jin has experienced far too much strain on his body, as he too falls unconscious. Regarding Myron's staff, it's a special device only used by the Zyphal Tower Masters. Once waved, it activates a signal and sends it back to the tower, and that means the Zyphals have already learned about Myron's fall. A mysterious presence restores Jin back to health. Murakan spews something inside his mouth. Jin coughs as Murakhan explains that he just had a close encounter with death. It's only thanks to Murakhan's remedy that he was able to outlive the effects. Jin's body is still a wreck, but Kashmir thinks he did an amazing job. The remedy was provided by the journalist who uncovered it from Muran one time. Tika introduces herself properly as the priestess acting on behalf of Rausa. She crumbles into tears, offering her undying gratitude to Jinran Candle, who put an end to the suffering of colonites. She reminds Jin of his mission, that Rausa had only tasked them to recover the divine artifact. Murakhan is confused and wants to know more about the artifact, especially when he has lived for over 3,000 years and hasn't heard a word. Murakhan has a bunch of questions regarding the god of Kalan. The god Clam is a deity not even Murakhan has heard of. Kashmir suggests they look for the artifact at once, as they could come to face Sifil soon. To add to that, Tika explains that they must first restore the artifact before acquiring it. They need to use the energy of the sun for that task, which is why the mission will be delayed until noon. An agitated Murakhan can't find the patience to wait that long because the Zyphals must be en route to attack. Jin pieces together the information, but still thinks that there is something more than meets the eye. Since Muran is fully defeated and the wasteland is abandoned by the Zyphals, he doesn't comprehend how anyone could reach her unless there was a signal sent outside. The fact that Muran Zifal was a tower master is common knowledge. Kashmir catches onto his words. The run candle highlights the importance of the present moment as the signal has already been sent. Their worries are warranted as Midor Elnor, another tower master serving the Zyphals, is on his way to investigate the cause. The staff was given to him for being a tower master. It's a huge deal. Kashmir knows little about the Zyphals, but the staff is a special object which helps gather sorcerers in time of need. Murakhan is stumped that Jin somehow knows this information when he doesn't. The Zyphals are continuously evolving at an immense rate. Jin excuses what he heard from Luna, when in reality, he remembered thanks to his teacher's memorable words. Nearly 100 sorcerers exist in every Zyphal tower, and a lot of them are around the 8-star level. Engaged against them in an actual fight when they also have to defend civilians, it's going to be a brutal battle. Jin inquires how long it would take them to arrive, and he learns that it's going to take a minimum of 2 hours. Given that time limit, he requests Kashmir for a favor in the time of need. Kashmir is alarmed as Jin's secretive plan could end up killing everyone involved. He wants Kashmir to relay the message to a person immediately, or else they are all doomed. The man accepts the condition and begs Jin to make it out alive. Murakhan and Tika are in preparations to restore the divine artifact. The locals have gathered, but Jin's condition is stagnating. His body reacts harshly, as he's driven himself to his absolute limits. Murakhan is pissed that Muran refused to remain honorable in his defeat, and instead called the sorcerers of the watchtower. Jin requested for Luna's help last time, as she was their only hope. Murakhan is worried about Kashmir failing to reach them in time, because if he really doesn't, then they'll have to struggle and survive for as long as they possibly can. The minor tower master and his troops are on their way. They located the Kolan territory where the signal was received. They see no sign of Muran implying his death. Hearing this news, Midor is vehemently enraged, promising to kill those who planned against his brother's demise. Murakhan scouts them from afar, confirming at least 30 powerful sorcerers boarded on 6 dragons. This is a lower-level fleet, which means an even powerful force will be sent after them if they subdue these guys. Murakhan could have annihilated every single one of these chumps in his prime, but because of Tamar's blade, he's still far from recovering his full strength. The Zayful sorcerers descend with the younger fire dragons. They're actually red dragons, which are even weaker. Midor furiously introduces himself as the minor tower master of the Zayfals, demanding for Muran to be shown. Jin plays around feigning ignorance. He doesn't remember this guy from his past life. Midor questions why they targeted his brother and if they share association with the run candles. Before he can unleash his wrath, he calmly asks if Muran is still alive, ensuring that he will not harm them if they confirm his life. Jin is intrigued by his words, who is worried about his brother yet couldn't show mercy to the people of this land. A provoked Midor barely responds before he realizes that Muran has already been killed. He cannot forgive their sinful acts for mocking the clan. Midor readies his troops to attack their enemies, aiming for their capture. The charge spells are all at the 8-star level, so it's not going to be an easy fight for him. Fortunately, help has arrived in the form of an icy blizzard. Midor is shocked as all 8-star levels were interrupted. The one who is here to protect them is Talaris, the beautiful ruler of the secret palace, as well as her daughter. Her terrifying ice magic easily froze their spells. The Zyphals immediately recognize who they're dealing with. Thankfully, Kashmir sent them help just in time. Murkahan is impressed, Talaris has summoned the snow toad Mata. She helps create an icy wall to talk to Jin. After all, Sirius's mother is intrigued by the boy who gave her daughter a hard time. She's astonished to witness his critical condition. Talaris wants to know if he's the one responsible for killing Alcaro. This is bad news, because it means Sirius ended up ratting out the information to her mother. Talaris reminds the boy that she bears no ill intent towards him. Instead, she's looking for a different lover. Like Muru-chan, for example. They're out here flirting with each other while Jin is near the brink of death. Talaris tells her daughter to look after Jin while she's wiping out those fools. Also, she's a strong believer in her daughter's love interest for Jin. She teases him endlessly, and leaves Jin with a reminder that if it weren't for her daughter, she would not have arrived to save him. Jin is left speechless, barely able to stand on his own 2 legs. Ceres catches him just before he hits the ground. She expected them to fight each other, but didn't know he was going to be this busy behind her back. Kashmir took the flowers and handed them to Talaris, as if he was desperate. He was clinging for his life to seek help from Talaris. Jin is happy to receive so much support from the kind people who have always helped him in the time of need. Jin coughs out dark blood, adding more concern. Ceres helps him with a medicine, unable to comprehend why anyone would go this far to fight. She almost feels embarrassed for him like this. Back to the fight against Midor, Talaris learns that he isn't a pureblood at all. Midor knows that he's in deep trouble, and the only way he will survive is by stalling for reinforcements. Talaris doesn't take kindly to their words, and has no intentions of backing off from Zyphil territory. With a glimpse of her power, she kills the Elder. The sorcerers deploy a bunch of barriers to help survive her wrath. Talaris takes care of the dragons with her ice magic. She's impressed that they're still keeping up with this farce, thinking that they'll be able to defeat her. Midor is confident that the Zyphils will come after the secret palace after his death. He activates a spell in point-blank range. Midor has been granted divinity to control high-level flame magic, but despite his spatial explosion magic, Talaris is unimpressed and happily decides to remind Midor what the secret palace is really about. She commands the technique of the Endorma clan, the same sword of sea ice that Sirius used against Jin. Talaris launches a strong gale storm. It freezes the sorcerers to icy statues, crumbling Midor's resolve. The monster approaching him has just crushed their cute barrier. At the same time, she ripped an arm off of the Zyphil half-blood. That's how easy it was for her to defeat him. Talaris mocks him for being a stupid martial artist who can't even look at their opponent. Midor realizes that this woman is crazy enough to kill every single one of his reinforcements after they arrive. He contemplates the thoughts of death when suddenly a portal opens from underneath, interrupting their fight. She is confused at first, but then realizes what just happened. More sorcerers from the Zyphils have arrived just in time to save the minor tower master. Talaris' barrier fades, but she's pissed more than ever. The Zyphil clan has brought along a giant battleship for Myran and Midor. Jin realizes that this situation has gotten much worse than he intended. Way too many of their important figures have been killed. While the battleship is a problem, the crew boarding the ship is an even bigger threat. The White Knight is an elite unit of the Zyphils sent for missions just like this. Talaris assesses the situation and recommends a retreat. She doesn't want to fuck around with those guys either. She's ready to help the natives leave the land, but Jin emphasizes that it's necessary for them to complete the ritual. Talaris does not take his response lightly. She has issued a strict order for them to follow. Jin tries his best to explain that they'll never have a chance to stop the Zyphils if the ritual is incomplete. He begs for Talaris' help on behalf of all the natives of the Colon. She accepts his offer, assigning him an hour to hold off the White Knights. More importantly, she wishes to speak to Kirin after the fight ends. Whoa, looks like things are getting spicy. The ritual is underway when Jin begs Tika to complete the ritual at a faster rate, since they won't have time to survive the attack for the ship. Tika instructs the young Run Candle to leave the battlefield, especially in his dire state. She knows that they won't be able to subdue them until they discover the artifact. Jin stops Tika and places importance on completing the ritual. He didn't sacrifice this much just to leave things unattended. Tika knows of one way to complete the ritual faster, but it would have only been possible if Rausa was around. Ceres learns that she's in Tikan and tells Jin to board the Great Toad so that they can bring her over. Talaris sees them taking off. She's surprised by her child's guts to act by herself. She's got an even bigger role of delaying the White Knight Battalion until then. Our dragon boy Murakan joins the fight, promising to help her out on this mission. The White Knight, an incredibly powerful unit of the Zyphils, announce their one and only order to the ruler of the secret palace. They want her to leave and let them handle the killer of Muran. Talaris points her blade, ordering them to bring the patriarch of their clan if they want a chance to negotiate. Since she didn't comply with their whims, the Zyphils unleashed the might of the battleship. A powerful spell descends upon Murakhan, who punches through the attack, allowing Talaris to use her powers and send an icicle wave at the ship. The sorcerers defend using a powerful barrier. They know about Talaris, but what they don't know about is the guy who tanked their strong spell with just his fists. They view him as a competent fighter that must not be underestimated. The leader of the White Knight issues an order to link with their headquarters so that they can deploy the full might of their battleship. Meanwhile, Jin desperately arrives in Tikan, begging to see Rausa. She had been anticipating his return and was prepared to go along. Talaris maintains her attack on the battleship, while Murakhan takes care of any damage incoming from the ship, acting as her perfect defense. She even helps him by coating his arms in ice, alleviating his pain. Murakhan feels motivated. This dude chucks an entire boulder at the battleship. I'm telling you, he's the best character in the whole series. Talaris thinks they're good for now, since the White Knight unit shouldn't be able to use their strongest weapon in a place like this. They want their artifact, which means the fight is prolonging in their favor for the meantime, but that's exactly where she is wrong. The commander of the unit is simply waiting to deal the killing blow, and after receiving a direct order of approval from his clan, the battleship goes all quiet. Murakhan wonders if they've decided to give up, but Talaris realizes they're in grave danger. An enormous amount of energy is concentrated into one powerful attack. Kiliak has just given them direct permission to annihilate the Kulin territory using the cannon. The leader of the unit issues a final warning for Talaris to obey their demands. She knows they're trapped with no way out. Ceres arrives at the final moment. Jin and his friends meet eyes with only destruction waiting before them. The cannon is released as an apocalyptic beam destroys everything in its path. Talaris casted a final attack right as the beam struck down. She was able to soften the beam strike with her sword of sea ice. Jin and the others are barely able to hold on. He activates Shadow Force to slash the remnants of the beam with his sword. Ceres notes that he's improved impressively, and despite his condition, he was still holding up with her. But with how they're currently holding, Jin is afraid he won't be able to help Rausa reach the ritual site. The ship isn't an easy opponent. It's just as powerful as Talaris. But the commander of the unit is shocked that she was able to stop the beam with her sword. He issues yet another warning for Talaris to stand down, but all she could afford to respond with is a laugh. Talaris isn't worried. The confident ruler of the secret palace emphasizes that she can't be defeated, even if they brought out the best Xyphil sorcerer. She turns the table on them, reminding the Xyphils how outclassed they really are. In response, the White Knight pitches that they could instead target the ones she is trying to protect. Talaris learns that if they're successfully capable of delivering Rausa to the ritual site, they will win this battle. She's prepared to hold them down, allowing her daughter to get to the altar. This fight will decide the very existence of the secret palace. The Xyphil commander prepares for another beam strike, preparing to annihilate the Kalin territory from the face of the planet. Jin tasks Ceres the duty of protecting Rausa. He's going to carve a path by clearing the battle ahead. Ceres doesn't approve of his reckless approach, as he could very well risk dying in the process. He's okay with risking his life, as he would never have made it this far without their sacrifices. So now he's ready to risk his life for others. Rausa reminisces a bitter memory of her past. She was forced to flee from the land so that the Xyphils could never do her any harm. After all, their mission would be jeopardized as they would fail their god. The poor locals begged for her survival, prioritizing her life instead of their own. They wanted her to bring someone who could end their suffering. Unfortunately, those people were all incinerated by the Xyphils in the end. She was forced to flee the territory, all on her own. Then she survived on an island with her flailing powers, waiting long for a savior to finally come to her. It was then Rausa had made her decision. Jinrin Candle is hell-bent on getting her to the ritual site, even if they die in the process. A tear runs down her face. Rausa had been waiting all her life to sacrifice her life for her people. The second destructive beam is about to be launched. Jin and Ceres make their way while Talaris slices the beam to hundreds of pieces. Jin has to protect Rausa and Ceres, trusting in his sword and sword alone to help him survive. Murakhan warns them of the incoming beam. The Xyphils are relentless in their attacks. Murakhan and Jin are fighting for their lives protecting Ceres and Rausa. Just when the Dark Dragon thought they were doing well, Jin suffered a brutal attack from one of beams, sending him down. Even Ceres cries out in worry. She remembers his words, as he was ready to put down his own life to protect them. In her ferocity, Ceres loses her cool and gets injured in the process. She collapses on the ground, leaving Rausa to fend for herself. Ceres commands her to keep on going, or else their sacrifices would be in vain. With a heavy heart, Rausa prays to her god and keeps on moving. She has long since realized that prayers are not enough to overturn the war. Rausa is firm and has come to a decision. Jinrun Kindel is in a space of emptiness. The void calls for his name, commanding that he wake up. When Jin opens his eyes, he bears witness to a future where Cirrus has been killed. The Zyphal sorcerers won the war with the help of the blazing fire dragon. Murakhan was also killed by Khadun's hands. The patriarch of the Gyphils unleashed an all-out attack where not even Jin himself survived. Then, the penetrating voice of a god comes to welcome him, reflecting his choices to keep the battle going even after coming this far. He asks the boy if he is filled with regrets after involving so many people all at once. Despite his wavering resolve, Jin claims that he has yet to regret the decisions he made. His anger stems from a feeling of hopelessness, that he could not help influence the future, and that all of his friends fell to ruin because of his helplessness. He thinks of himself as a powerless warrior. The goddess likes what she hears and reminds him to maintain this mindset. She cleanses the future and at last introduces herself as Clam, the god who has waited many years for the boy's arrival. Jin fails to comprehend the meaning behind her words. The benevolent god explains that they don't have time to discuss. The path that lies ahead for the boy is full of pain and suffering. Jin, in his anger, realizes that the future he fears has yet to come to light. He regains his consciousness and wakes up after another headache. He was scared at first, but then he saw Cirrus all alive and well. Murakhan smacks him for giving them a damn jump scare. The boy feared the worst, but it was all for nothing. Talaris is impressed that Jin was able to invoke the presence of a god. He still doesn't get what is happening. Rausa helped call forth a goddess with Jin's powers. It led to the destruction of the battleship. The White Knight sorcerers were defeated the moment she arrived. Now that she's using Rausa's body, she has donned a new appearance with longer hair and milky white eyes. Rausa sacrificed her vessel-like body to bring forth Clam. She offered Jin a glimpse into the terrible future as a lesson. Basically, she pranked our boy. Murakhan isn't having any of it and inquires what her true goal is. Clam manifests the well of mana in her hand. She is the god of mana, and once nearly destroyed the world when the god of darkness helped her. Soldaret sealed her powers into the divine artifact. Murakhan is clueless about her divine origins. To prove that her words carry weight, Clam shows them the seal casted by Soldaret himself. The seal has since become weaker, so Clam continually helps maintain its power. The Well of Mana is basically access to infinite magic. It's powerful enough to destroy the entire world. The people of Kulin exist to prevent that reality from ever coming true. Murakhan is pissed because those poor natives sacrificed so much in their lives just to protect the artifact. Clam reveals that she couldn't help them when she was sealed, until today, when Jinrun Kindel helped in her manifestation. Both Ceres and Talaris are shocked to learn that the boy is actually a contractor of the god of darkness. She offers Jin the invaluable object. Now that he has Soldaret's powers paired with this artifact, he has gained an ultimate weapon. Clam entrusts the faith of the Kulinites within his hands. She clarifies that the Well of Mana was always a weapon Soldaret intended for the boy to use. Soldaret created the seal at the height of his powers. It's a direct reference to his divine existence. While Jin is happy, he remembers Rouse's reward. She promised to help him speak to his god. Clam knows that it's impossible to make it happen, as the god of darkness wouldn't speak to the boy even with Murakhan by his side. Jin accepts as he wasn't looking for a reward. As powerful as she is, not even Clam knows that the boy is reliving his life. With her mission completed, she returns to her spiritual form. Thanks to Jin's actions, Cullen is free at last. Clam is indebted to the final contractor of the god of darkness, who helped free them from their chains. Talaris is impressed by what she saw. It's not ordinary for a god to be thanking a human. She recommends they make their escape soon since the Zyphals could attack at any moment. Ryosa, who is now a part of Clam, realizes that her god couldn't answer her prayers because she was sealed within the divine artifact. Clam apologizes as the woman had to sacrifice her body to save her people. The pain that she endured helped free them. Ryosa thanks the deity for answering their call and preventing a dark future. She's the happiest she can ever be. Clam is satisfied to be serving the people of Cullen in return. She awaits Jin's strength to help free the world of suffering. After all, if the mirror had fallen into the Zyphals' hands, then all their sacrifices would have been in vain. Tika is immensely happy that it all worked out in their favor. Jin is grateful to the sacrifices made by the Kulinites, because he's the only one who really knows the destruction the Zyphals ended up unleashing in the future. The Run Candle prodigy is prepared to reward the people of Cullen by offering them a place to stay. Since he's incapable of helping them directly because of his mission as a flag bearer, he has given the journalist a note to seek Luna's help. There's the possibility that the Zyphals will retaliate and threaten more lives, but Jin is prepared for that. He wants the journalist to publish all his findings, to gather many supporters and fend against them. His career as a journalist will illuminate with success. After that, Jin meets an acquaintance of Talaris, properly without all the fighting going around them. She's so chill that she called their mission easy. Jin is worried that the Zyphals might come come to hunt her down, but Talaris isn't worried. She believes the Zyphal Patriarch will instead act with caution. After all, he doesn't know about Clam's manifestation, which means he is under the impression that Talaris wiped out the White Knight unit all by herself. Jin is happy to hear that, but Talaris reminds the boy that she didn't just help him out of goodwill, she treated him as a client. And now it's time for a hefty reward, especially from someone who is a legendary spellsword and the contractor of the God of Darkness. Jin waits in anticipation, wondering how big her request would be. In a hearty laughter, Talaris lets him off with a freebie. She thinks she has acquired enough information, and even teases her daughter for it. Jin is utterly stumped that she's not asking anything. The ruler of the secret palace prepares to make her leave. Cirrus wants to settle her score with Jin next time in a real fight. Her mother thinks she's still stuck being a hard-ass. She's making a fool out of her own daughter by messing with her. And now, since we haven't revisited Siren Runcandle in a while, it's time to come see him. Talaris Indorma has personally stepped into the Dark Sea, all for the sake of a marriage proposal for Jin. What a queen this woman is. Over to Luna's place, she learns about Jin's incredible adventures, taking on incredible adventures like Muron and the White Knight fleet. Like the caring sister she is, Luna asks how her brother is faring. After hearing that he's okay, Luna turns to Tika, wanting to know if she's got some skills. After all, she can't promise a good stay if the people of Colon aren't promising to work. She tasks her maid to help the Colonites settle and find work for themselves, which is much better than receiving a favor. As for Diano the journalist, Luna is interested in supporting him fully so that he could execute Jin's wishes to the best of his ability. 1 month after their epic battle, word of the Colon genocide was published, terrifying the world. They were told that a bunch of travelers ended the conflict and pushed back the Zyphals. Even the Runcandles came to hear of the news. The Zyphal clan pinned the blame on Muron for the incident, since he was no longer alive. But some remnants of the battleship cornered the involvement of the clan. It enraged some kingdoms while others remained unaffected. The Vimonth Emperor broke his silence and even spoke in favor of the Zyphals, but his announcement did not come lightly, as it was met with public outrage. The Zyphals made sure to reward him properly for taking their side in this political battle. The reputation of the Zyphals took a major hit, and they're incapable of plotting a major attack for now. They have coped with various losses, all thanks to Jin and Luna's help. The journalist receives much support from the people who are taking his side. The people of Colon will pray for Jin's help, waiting for the day he unveils his name as the traveler who stopped the oppression of the Zyphals. They desperately pray for Jin's success, so that he could be the one to annihilate the Zyphals forever. Circling back to Kieran's encounter against Talaris, Khan is shocked when he sees a huge wall of ice emerge from afar. Talaris gave a warning shot to the approaching Kieran, who was upset by her nonsensical words. The ruler of the secret palace admits that she's not here to fight him. She ends up accidentally slashing Khan, who barely blocks the attack, avoiding his death. Kieran doesn't care about the woman and simply wants to read his next letter from Kashmir. He quickly learns that the boy defeated Moran, and that an unnamed traveler helped free the people of Colon by stopping the oppression of the Zyphals. What shocks Kieran is the mention of the battleship of Kazech, because it's far too powerful of an opponent for Jin to have overcome. That's where Talaris chimes in, because she took it down. She's surprised to learn that Kashmir has been mailing him letters. Kieran is furious that he didn't mention one word of her involvement. Talaris counters that the man deserves praise for taking Jin's side, favoring him over the fate of the Runcandles. The Patriarch accepts this suggestion and realizes that he could have made a mistake just now. Kieran wants her to just fuck off with the marriage proposal. Talaris somehow sees the two of them as the perfect couple. Jin feels a sudden chill run down his spine, and for appropriate reasons. Jilly thinks it's probably a side effect of obtaining more mana, but Jin doesn't believe that to be the case. He improved in strength and ability, having reached 6 stars in swordsmanship and 7 in his mana. All he has to do is maintain the object in his hand to achieve a surplus of mana, but Jin doesn't want to risk using it too much because it would risk breaking the seal. Kashmir's assistant informs him about an unexpected visitor who wants to work for him. This mystery man even knows about one of his bases, so it's clear that he's someone important. Jin is curious just as anyone until he sees a familiar face. It's the same information merchant, the dumbass Jetu. Jetu may have ruined Jin's life in the past, but it wasn't the case anymore. He was spared and came before him. Kashmir is intrigued how he came to discover the location of their bases. Jetu explains his former association with the Akan Kingdom. Kashmir realizes that this guy is connected to Jin and helps bring down the auction house. He still wants to know how he came to find their base. Jetu tries to skip around the specifics of how he managed that. Kashmir is enraged, which causes Jetu to blurt out information on Alu. Intrigued, Jin wants to know more. When Jetu turns around, he is stunned to see Jin Runcandle, calling him a fraud for betraying him so much. After all, he did impersonate Veridine. Kashmir is infuriated by his accusations and nearly cleaves his head off. Murakhan barges in, extremely annoyed that he didn't receive his ice pops. To the Dark Dragon, his ice pops are more important than any investigation. He's even more pissed when he sees Jetu, remembering how he kicked his ass black and blue. Jetu is stunned that they're closely related to Kashmir and realizes that Jin supersedes everyone among the group. He apologizes by smashing his head on the ground. Jin is looking for new information on Alu. Jetu reveals his real name, a former Runkindel cadet. Jin is somewhat familiar with the name Marius, but Jilly knows for certain. After all, they share the same surname as Luna's nanny. Jin's face grows pale. Alu belongs to the kingdom of Delki, one of the many kingdoms of Huster. He was a nobody who passed the test and trained as a cadet. That was the last time he used his real name, before dropping it and never using it again. Jilly confirms this. Kashmir put his blade next to the merchant's neck, suspicious of his words as the commoner couldn't have taken a test to become a Runkindel cadet so easily. While he's pestering him, Jilly explains that it's possible someone from within the clan helped Alu serve his cause. Jin suspects that it has to be one of the purebloods or even the nannies behind their backs. After all, the nannies are more capable than their simple task of caretaking. They've got influence of their own from within. When Luna Runkindel boasted the top rank, she was referred as the leading candidate to lead the clan. At the time, her nanny had a major influence in the clan. So if Alu and Tymian are related, then it's actually possible that Luna cursed him in his past life. But such a thought is inconceivable. Jin thinks Tymian is on her own without sharing any involvement with Luna. Jetu confirms the validity of the information, prompting Jin to use him as a bait for Delki. He wants to scavenge more information about Alu and Tymian. In the kingdom of Delki, a delinquent is bullying a commoner when a woman donning purple hair kills him with an agonizing death. The commoner begs to be spared, thinking that they're heroes of some kind. But these guys are straight-up villains. He kills the man while the woman collects his powers. Kashmir states that only one group in Delki frequently uses the name Marius. It's an orphanage, a facility once used by royalists which, at first, helped the children form bonds with each other before ordering them to kill each other. The only children who survived the harsh treatment of the facility were hired as assassins. The orphanage was shut down eventually. 10 orphans were released, and one of them happened to be Alu. Kashmir hands Jin each of their addresses to investigate in Delki. The Runkindel prodigy is confident that he will be able to locate the culprit who cursed him in his previous life. Jin has arrived in Delik with Jetu. The first person they have to investigate is a man called Gabor Marius. Jin isn't planning to extend their stay and prefers they get the mission finished quickly at first. Jetu knocks on the door, but there's no response. Jin observes a bunch of people hovering over a scene. He discovers the case of murder, a brutal one at that. One man was poisoned to death while the other was slashed clean with a wind spell. One man shouts, believing that Gabor deserved the treatment. Jin uses him as a lead to ask questions. The man states that he and his friends discovered the corpse at night. The guy who owed Gabor some money died in the process. Jin is certain that their real target was Gabor, and in order to leave no traces, they disposed of the witness with a magic spell. He wonders if the criminals were hasty and botched their operation. Jin comes to a sudden realization and asks Jetu for their next target. He senses something dark behind the scenes. Jin's suspicions are confirmed when they arrive to find their second target killed via poisoning. The man was disposed of only a while ago, and the method of poisoning is the same. Jin believes that someone is specifically targeting the survivors of the orphanage to erase evidence. They rush to their next few targets, all of whom are decapitated and killed in brutal ways. Jin notices the remains of an 8-star spell. That means with every target, the assassins are using stronger and stronger spells. Jetu thinks it's bad if they keep pursuing them like this, as even the authorities have grown suspicious of their sudden findings. Jin argues that there isn't much time to waste. He's in a pinch, and despite his rank as a reserve flag bearer, Jin wants to make sure to exact his revenge. One last target remains on the list. They're happy to have wiped out the entire list with ease. It turns out that these guys also survived the orphanage. The both of them were selected as the best of the bunch, and they stepped towards their final target to erase all evidence. After forcing their way inside, the assassins are surprised to find no one. Clearly, they didn't account for this case. Meanwhile, Jin and Jetu have already rescued the last survivor, and they're en route to escape. The reason they were always one step behind the killers is because they were close to the portal. That's how they managed to save the man and his daughter. But there's still a problem. The assassins hunting them down are Varys and Kuzan, the deadly duo and the best of the orphanage. Jin is shocked because there were supposed to be 10 survivors. But in reality, there were actually 12. Varys and Kuzan launch their attack. They've already arrived. Varys is happy to kill her dear brother while Kudan isn't in the mood to play games. But their plans are interrupted thanks to the powers of a sorcerer. a sorcerer they weren't anticipating. Jin is glad to take them on in his clan's own territory. They're both young by their appearance. Varys is not a Zepho, but she's powerful enough to pose a threat. They take Jin for a lightweight. Varys is confident in cutting him down, but Kuzan wants her to be cautious around their opponent. Varys ignores his warnings and launches a powerful wind spell, all for Jin to block it with a defensive barrier. He wonders if Varys is out of energy after depleting her mana the entire day, but the thing is, Kuzan seems to be more of a threat. He's the one deploying poison. Kuzan takes out his poisonous blade, preparing to fight his opponent. Jin orders Jetu to hit the road with their target. The fight starts with Kuzan overwhelming Jin in a show of strength. He's impressed by the existence of a spell sword, and even recommends that Jin prioritize his own life over others. Jin counters his attacks and orders the dumb merchant to just go. Jetu finally listens to his advice and runs off, leaving Jin to fend off Varys and Kuzan all alone. Varys thinks their opponent is arrogant to assume he'll defeat both of them at the same time, but they just don't know who they're dealing with. Jin casts his special light spell, blinding both assassins right when they were most vulnerable. Kuzan is instantly slashed, but somehow reacts to Jin's attack. Varys is still blinded and defenseless. She doesn't know that her brother has already been injured. Enraged, Varys swears her powers to kill this guy. Kuzan recommends that she maintain her sanity, as he can still heal his wounds. There's the fact that she used too much mana, which could overwhelm her with a mana backflow. Instead, Kuzan takes a poisonous potion and drinks it without hesitation. An astonished Jin reflects that some people can develop resistance against poisons and use it as a healing mechanism. However, it greatly hampers their lifespan in exchange for strength. Now that Kuzan is ready for round 2, he's ready to face the mysterious spell sword who can cast even light magic. He has his personal questions but takes priority in completing the mission. Kuzan has ceased the intent to capture Jin alive and instead bursts full speed to blitz him. Jin barely has the time to react to his attack, and at the same time he could hardly dodge the wind magic. Kuzan is stumped. It's inconceivable that a 6-star swordsman is keeping up with someone of much higher rank. Jin is happy to introduce his powers and sets his target on Varys. He unleashes the flames of Tess, the ultimate fire phoenix, engulfing Varys' entire body to ashes. Next up is Kuzan. Our boy casts Shadow Force to entrap him in a void of darkness, before slashing him to pieces. The assassin had never seen such dark energy before in his life. He just faced a monster who could summon the Blue Phoenix and even command the Shadow Force. However, he does wonder if the effects of his poison will work against someone like Jin. The thing is, Jin received an injury which led to the poison kicking in and driving his body to its with Varys nearly annihilated and Kuzan compromised. Jin is near the brink of death. It seems that all 3 fighters have come to a stalemate, but our boy isn't planning to die so soon. He takes his stance, preparing to confront Kuzan again. Before he can, the Imperial Guards arrive to seize hold of the assassins. Lyca Delki is the 3rd prince of the kingdom. It seems that Jetu called for support. Kuzan takes Varys and reminds Jinrin Candle that they will come for him and make his life a living hell. Saying those words, Kuzan takes, leaving Lyca to call a healer for Jin. He's exerting every last bit of his strength to maintain his consciousness to remain alive. Jin wakes up in his bed with the 3rd prince by his side. The man had moved him here without knowing about the boy's identity. 3 hours flew by, and he's lucky to survive a poison that could easily kill an 8-star knight. Lyca somehow seems to know that he's dealing with Jinren Candle because he remembers seeing the boy at the banquet. He inquires information from him, shocked that he was able to corner the 8-star assassins even with his current skill level. Jin thanks Lyca for his support and asks if the man will report the incident to his clan. Lyca has no intentions of doing that as he's being observed by Kashmir's forces who are scouting for Jin. Lyca wants a favor in return for his help. He wants the boy to help Delki by assigning them more guardian knights. He also wants some of the shares of the run candles from their gold mine. At first, Lyca is sweating bullets thinking Jin will be offended, but in an interesting twist, Jin offers him double the reward for his support. In due time, Jin states that he will be able to do anything that he pleases. Lyca searches for the meaning behind his words, wondering if the boy has ambitions to become the patriarch of the Run Candle clan. Jin returns to Jilly and Murakan, who are equally frustrated in his stupid attempts to get killed again. The reason Lyca didn't bother leaking the information is because of Kashmir and Quick Intel, which would have stirred trouble for the Delki kingdom. Jetu, the lousy information merchant, is happy that Jin returned alive. Kashmir talks about Danmarius, their target, but he's not saying anything worthwhile. Jin takes the initiative to speak to the man and emphasizes the lengths he had to go to save his life. Hesitantly, the man finally reveals a bone-chilling fact. It was Timian Marius who trained the assassins as she is their mother. As a matter of fact, they're cowering before her presence for failing the mission and even exposing their identity. Timian is dead serious about their shortcoming and commands them to get lost. She doesn't even want to acknowledge them as her own. Vera begs for her mother's consideration, apologizing for having failed her. She doesn't want to be abandoned, yet that is all the cruel nanny has to offer. She kicks them out and reminds both of her failures to never come back. Kuzan wishes for her health, almost as if he's praying for her downfall. Timian goes outside, reflecting that they definitely fought Jin, who used Shadow Force. Now that the boy has ensured a connection back to her, it's clear that he will come looking for Luna. Shockingly, she believes that not even Luna would be able to kill her. Timian has access to information on the boy. She thinks threatening to expose his powers would be enough to make a toy out of Jin. Anyway, Dan learns from Jin that Elu was killed in battle, but before death he uttered that his master wished the boy to be assassinated. Jin wants to be concerned if this secret master is Timian herself. Timian secretly shook hands with someone inside the clan. The contents of the deal are confidential. Jin is starting to suspect Timian's association with this mysterious man. He hurries to see Luna at once. Luna is enjoying a meeting with Tika, who is happily settled with the rest of the colonites. She's surprised to see the boy waiting at her door from afar, almost as if he's depressed. Jin comes to reveal everything in front of her face, but Luna can't help but laugh at the ridiculousness of it all. She thinks that Jin is for sure wrong about everything, desperately hoping that her baby brother confirms that he's wrong. Luna erupts in rage, slowly accepting the situation for what it is. She even thinks that the people of the orphanage must be framing Timian behind their backs. Luna is ready to accept every reason, except the one that causes suspicion on Timian. Frustrated and confused, she wants to speak to her nanny at once. Timian knows that both Varys and Kuzan will be eliminated in secret. She doesn't care for her children, as she could always make new servants. Timian is confused how Jin was able to get this far. In the middle of her contemplation, she hears a knock on the door. They are the run candles, both Luna and Jin. Luna does not hesitate for a moment before accusing the nanny's involvement. Without any signs of denial, Timian confirms the fact. Confused, Luna digs deeper to infer her motivation for raising actual assassins to get in Jin's way. She counters that they weren't sent on a mission to dispel Jin, but rather she was the one who was surprised that they encountered him. Luna grows furious, more than anything. A feeling of betrayal and sorrow overwhelms her. Timian requests to pass a trial to prove her innocence, but this facade, this side of her, Luna was expecting her to deny the ridiculous claims, but she's just avoiding her confrontation. Luna is infuriated, so Timian finally reveals that she was forced to raise assassins to ensure her survival. Because of an enormous number of enemies within the clan, they were under constant threats. Luna doesn't get this excuse as she was powerful enough to fend off any threat on her own, but she doesn't even know that most of the Run Candle servants never make it past the first year. It's the same for the Guardian Knights. Every single one of their lives were taken by the purebloods who plotted against them. This is a lie, and Luna knows it well. She's devastated that her cherished nanny has to come to this. Timian stops her with a simple question. Would she have killed her siblings? It would not have mattered because Luna didn't care about the bloodshed. She loves her siblings and wants to stop the infighting. Back then, she was a weeping mess who stepped away from her obligations. Just when she rejected the throne, the people around her suffered. It all started 35 years in the past. Timian had clinged to power for the first time in her life. Living a shitty life in a terrible orphanage, she was just a tool to be discarded by powerful people. The Run Candles sought her potential, and that's how she learned how to become human. They treated her kindly and looked after little Luna since day one. She was happy to have been comforted by the little child's warmth. After that, many purebloods were born one after another. All of them stood to become a rival and enemy to Luna. Still, the child possessed brilliant talent and outshone her siblings. She had unprecedented talent. But the truth was, Luna didn't want to fight others. She just liked training. She was an innocent child, and Joshua was jealous of her. Luna became a monster that overwhelmed everyone in the clan. She was the definition of bloodlust and terror by the time she reached the age of 14. More time passed until one day, Luna crumbled under the rain. She couldn't desire a life where her clan dictated everything. She did not want to become the ruler of the clan in her father's footsteps. Timian begged her not to lose her way, but that was the day Luna decided that she would never pursue the path of the throne, as it would require her to face her siblings. She wanted to carve a new path for the clan, to become their protector. That was the decision of a 19-year-old prodigy, but everything faded with her desire. Timian wanted to exact her revenge against the orphanage after being tortured for many years. She wanted her to come to power so that she could carry out her own revenge. But when Luna made her decision to step down, down, Timian was forced to support her will. She was the only one who stayed by her side. She accepted her happiness by killing her own. Ever since the Runkandel purebloods noticed a shift in their older sister, they began targeting her servants. They killed everyone all around, with Timian barely surviving their wrath. She did not want Luna to find out because it would cause her even greater pain. So, for Luna's sake, Timian persevered and came up with the plan to use the orphans of the orphanage as her own. One day, Timian was captured and did not bother speaking a single word. She would accept death long before anyone could make her talk, but the man was no stranger to her fear. He knew all about her weaknesses. He knew that she secretly harbored the desire for revenge. That was the day the lifeless Timian felt truly alive once again. She allied herself with that man and desperately hoped against a day where Luna would uncover her connection. Her confession has left the White Whale in a complete mess. The fact of the matter is clear. Her assassins nearly killed Jin, and that she did commence treason against her own clan. Timian is courageous enough to confess her crimes to the clan. The execution knights are already here because she knew this would happen. Jin mocks the nanny for believing she has a way to escape punishment. He reminds her that no one could get her out of this pinch. Timian is happy to accept her fate, but Jin secretly knows. He knows that she was talking way too much for someone who had anticipated this death. He questions Timian, wondering if her master will reliably get her out of this mess. The nanny leaves with a strong impression of the youngest Runkandel. He is not only strong, but also sharp. She still thinks she's got the upper hand on him thanks to the information she possesses on his powers. Just then, Timian receives an official message from her leader, who bears no interest in protecting the nanny. Saying as much, the executioner knight tries to kill her. The attack didn't make it through. Luna's terrifying rage is at an all-time high. The fact that someone could attack her own nanny before her eyes is unforgivable. She happily reminds them of their place. The knights are operating under the direct orders of their master, but they're still assassins who were sent on a mission. One of them is bold enough to attempt to kill Timian, all for Jin to intervene and stop their attacks. He clears their head clean for treason. The ones left are demolished by Luna's rage. She crushes each knight into the ground before breaking their limbs piece by piece. Seeing such a sight, Timian is left cold. Jin's suspicions proved correct. Her master shared no intention of keeping her alive. Now that it has come to this, Luna squeezes the life out of the knight, only to realize that he poisoned himself to prevent torture. Jin goes on to interrogate Timian for a chance to talk, especially since she just got betrayed. Luna is suspicious of the nanny, as she lied to her about the investigation involving Jin's attempted murder. Timian breaks her silence, but it's already too late. She's affected by the poison and won't make it soon. It's the same poison she gave to Kuzan, only to end up wasting her life by it. Luna becomes a whining mess. She didn't wish for her death. The old nanny reflects on her actions. She simply wanted to stay by her side for as long as she could. It all spiraled out of control when she prioritized vengeance over her obligations. That's why, in her final breath, Timian reveals an important piece of information before her death. She names the man responsible for placing a curse on Jin. Kiddart Hall placed the curse, but the one who commandeered this mission was none other than Joshua Runkandel. He knows everything about Jin's current abilities. Timian, in her dying breath, apologizes for her betrayal, reminiscing the memories of the very first time she held Luna in her arms. The nanny hopes that she doesn't remember her for too long. Luna grasps the lifeless body of the woman who had stuck with her through thick and thin. Meanwhile, the real culprit, Joshua Runkandel, hopes for an easy death for the nanny. Joshua is greeted by the abandoned assassins. They're prepared to pledge allegiance to their new master to help change their mother's mind. Varys is desperate for their mother's attention and is prepared to do whatever it takes. Rising from his seat, Joshua approaches the hopeless assassins. He tells them that Timian rejected them for a reason. It was the only way she could save them. Joshua then pins the blame on Jin Runkandel as the man who killed their mother. He makes himself act as a hero who sent his knights, but it was of no use. Enraged, Varys wants to kill the spell sword responsible for bringing down their mother. Joshua confirms Jin's contract with Soldaret. Kuzan is confident to find their mother's killer. He wants to avenge his mother at once, but Joshua knows that their blind outrage will lead to nowhere. It's clear that Jin will try and hunt them someday. He becomes their benefactor in kind, and at the same time recruits them on his team. Joshua makes fun of them underneath, and even feels indebted to Jin for helping take care of the nanny. Joshua instructs Kuzan and Varys to leave, as he's got something to tend to. That something is actually the outrage of Luna Runkandel. Furious as she is, she trashes Joshua's place, demanding his presence. She breaks the rules of her clan and commands the knights to stand down. While they're hesitant, they still choose to rush into battle to attack her. In response, Luna unleashes a powerful energy wave that drops them dead without even using her weapon. Joshua comes out in the open to meet humiliate his sister, clearly provoking her with every word. He knows what he's done. Luna calls him a pathetic man hiding behind the Black Knights, but Joshua is still feigning ignorance to the matter, acting as if he's uninvolved in their affair. It's her intent to kill, and that's exactly what Joshua wants. He wants her to become enraged and act recklessly so that the Runkindel clan takes his side. Instead, Luna chooses to react with patience, claiming no intention of killing Joshua. Instead, she's here for a final warning. Luna tells him that Jin will slaughter him the next time they encounter each other. She recommends that Joshua heed her advice, but he makes light of the situation and even provokes Luna. But he doesn't know. She's the queen of trash talk. She thinks of him as no more than a little boy. Joshua, on the other hand, wants Luna to stay like this. After all, her powers are necessary to stop the Zyphals, but when he's taken over the Runkindels, he will make sure that she bites the dust. After the confrontation, Luna meets up with Jin, who is worried about his sister's health. She only held back because Jin instructed her to. After all, that was Joshua's plan from the beginning. Jin hears about the Black Knights guarding him. They're the finest warriors among the knights of the Runkindel clan. They actually work under Kieran, so it's strange that they're bothering to protect Joshua. Jin is convinced that his mother has played a part in permitting Joshua the usage for such an elite Runkindel unit. Both Luna and Jin stand to commemorate Timion's death. The vulnerable older sister of the family is devastated that someone so close to her could betray her to that extent. Luna takes responsibility for her personal faults. Timion became her loved one while her own brother became her enemy. Luna is feeling a gush of emotions no one could understand. She confesses her hatred for fighting among her siblings. The wretched tradition of her clan disgusted her. Jin commends her for helping safeguard her siblings and protecting them from causing each other harm. But her naive approach didn't last for long. All she did was run away from her responsibilities instead. Luna declares that she no longer cares about protecting the clan. She has sworn her allegiance to her baby brother Jin, and she will be unafraid to cut down his enemies. Instead of serving her father, Luna surrenders her sword to Jin Runkindel. This is the only way to make amends with her actions. She doesn't care what happens to her siblings, as that is the cost of her hypocrisy. In response to her bold declaration, Jin swears the same to her sister. He wants to share the responsibility and the suffering of her sister. This time, Jin is the one who comforts her with his undying support. Embracing his older sister, Jin promises to protect her once he claims his spot as a flag bearer. He's the only person who understands her. So Luna's final desire is to create a future where Jin seizes the throne. It's been a while, but Murakhan is back to his ranting. He trash talks Joshua for going to absurd lengths against his own brother. Even Jilly is disgusted. They swear at him, pouring insults until their hearts are satisfied. Jilly analyzes Joshua's desperation to assassinate Jin back at the Storm Castle before stopping. It's unclear as to why, but Jin is almost certain that Joshua is aiming to obtain his contract. The Zyphals have already found a way to steal divine contracts. But even so, Joshua can't possibly be working for them. Jin wonders if there's another way to strip a divine contract. Kashmir has found reports on the man who placed a curse on Jin. He's a sorcerer who is hiding himself under an alias. Since Jin has a personal matter to settle, he requests all of his friends not to pursue him for the upcoming 3 months. The man is enjoying his drink at the bar when Jin Runkindel arrives with his own disguise. He acts like a member of the Zyphal clan and locates his target. Jin introduces himself as a student of magic, drawing attention from everyone around. Amel throws a fit and empties the bar by threatening the people. With no distractions left, Jin's disguise is ripped apart. Amel can see that he's got an immense amount of mana paired with brilliant physical ability. Amel accuses him, but Jin, since he's perfected his disguise, has no reason to fear his new identity. He adopts the name of his teacher's clan as part of his alias. The name Heister rocks the Elder's world. He can't believe that this man is the descendant of the same clan that were once wiped by the Zyphals. To prove his identity, Jin comes up with a concrete excuse of his past. He even shows him the invaluable book written by the Heister clan. Jin refuses to let anyone touch the object. He opens the book before Amel, and with the flip of every page, Amel's nervousness climbs. He expresses the desire to study the scripture and takes Jin right to his laboratory. Now that they're alone, the Elder wants to know how someone like him could survive the extermination of the Heister clan. Once again, Jin comes up with an elaborate excuse based on the information he knows about the Heister clan. But in any case, it helps add proof to his powers. Amel emphasizes that if he truly is the last descendant of the clan, then the Zyphals aren't going to let him rest easily. They'll place an incredible bounty upon his life. Sensing the man's despair, Amel makes him a deal. He offers his tutelage and reveals his real name as Kittard Hall of the Backflow Magic. Jin acts shocked, claiming that he's the sorcerer who climbed to the 9-star level without receiving any outside help. He even helped teach some of the Xiphals. He's a master of the mana backflow technique. Amel emphasizes his offer for the final Hister to become his pupil. The Heisters possessed incredible amounts of magic. The man had endlessly spent his life digging up information about them. Until one day, this nobody called Huel Heister popped out of nowhere. He wants to ensure that his legacy lives on in the form of Huel Heister. Having acquired a basic understanding of the backflow technique, Amel is ready to teach him advanced levels of the same magic. Of course, it's not like he's doing it for free. He wants to obtain the scripture from Huel. Amel is furious and states that he could easily adopt the forceful approach, and yet he refuses to do so out of his respect. His words have come out of his impatience, so Amel apologizes for getting ahead of himself. Jin offers him an exchange. He's okay with handing over the scripture as long as Amel trades it for his book. Amel is tempted by the offer and accepts it. He wants to go and retrieve it at once. Jin is prepared to wait for him until the time comes. Amel thinks he struck a golden deal. After all, he was going to offer him the book anyway. What's more important to the man is the magic of the Histers, which could help him get ahead of the Xiphals. While he's getting ahead of himself, Jin is happy that everything is going according to plan. Amel does return and comes to find that Jin has already mastered the advanced backflow spell. Amel is happy to have stumbled upon a prodigious pupil. Jin retrieves the backflow scripture and hands over the relic of the Histers. Jin has no intentions of reading the book for now. Amel recommends his disciple to get a taste of the real world, and by that, he means the humans living in the village. After all, he's an evil man who exercised his magic on innocent lives to perfect his craft. Jin suggests his master use the backflow magic technique on him because he could learn what it truly feels like before testing on real targets. Amel casts one of his advanced techniques, demonstrating his craft. He attempts to absorb Jin's mana, but strangely the boy is somehow immune to its effects. Amel is terrified when he realizes that the boy's mana exceeds that of a 9-star sorcerer, so as a consequence, he's the one who becomes victim to his own technique. Finally, Jin can help him with some real answers. He shows the man the well of mana with infinite mana surging inside. The existence of this object has made all backflow techniques impossible to work against Jin. As for his getup, he tosses aside his disguise. Jinrin Candle was the boy who suffered a lifetime's worth of abuse by his clan, all because he endured a curse that he was never meant to. The boy that was destined to be doomed has returned from hell to kill his perpetrator. It may have taken Jin a combined total of 44 years. All of it was rewarded in this moment. Jin plans to abuse the same backflow magic technique to forward his mission. After all, the entire world is operating on the magic of the Hister clan. They're the ones who cultivated sorcery for what it was. Jin annihilates Amel's skull, which is nothing compared to the lifetime of abuse that he went through. But for Joshua, he will make sure to inflict copious amounts of pain. Jin leaves, burning everything behind in his wake. Jilly is missing Jin for his 3-month-long mission. Murakhan doesn't comprehend how Jin creates new ideas to stir up trouble. Jilly whines because he keeps making her worried. While they're having this talk, Jin is quietly observing them knock themselves out. He's back in one piece, and he's back with a gift from Kiddard for Murakhan to decipher. The Run Candle family shares dinner as they usually would. Joshua seems the most content. The newspaper is filled with reports of the mysterious Jin Gray killing Kiddard. Both the Tona twins are talking out loud, but they can't possibly believe that Jin would be able to defeat a 9-star sorcerer by himself. The sisters Miu and Anne are even more upset at their stupidity. Mary quiets down everyone for ruining her meal. As expected, the Run Candle family dinner is a mess. Joshua takes charge and addresses them to stop. He forwards his suspicions to Jin killing the 9-star sorcerer, but it's clear that it would have been impossible without outside support. Basically, he's accusing Yona without reason. His siblings rise to contest his baseless claim. Joshua tries to control the situation by emphasizing that he was just guessing. It's possible that the group called Anonymous was involved. They're the most powerful assassins, so Joshua thinks it's possible Jin hired them under his name to clear missions. Mary is still pissed that he's taking his hatred for Yona this far. However, Miu is on his side because she's arrogant enough to believe that her brother could never complete the missions by herself. In response to her incredulous words, Mary knocks the living crap out of Miu before reaching for another punch in her face. She's barely able to contain her anger, but of course this is exactly what Joshua intended by his provocations. He's playing them for a fiddle. Mary understands her rank in the clan, but she leaves Joshua with a warning to not mess with Luna, or else Kieran will make sure he suffers. He's advised by his siblings to just defeat Yona in a a one-on-one fight and make a name for himself. That's how he could prove his strength and make others follow him. But of course, Joshua is a coward who isn't ready to take such an approach. In this tense atmosphere between the siblings, the Tona twins are missing Jin's presence. Talks of the 9-star sorcerer's assassination roam everywhere and reach even the likes of Dante Heron. Veridine wants to go and find Jin with him. Talks of their mission have reached Vimanth. There are speculations that the Zyphals were involved in plotting a mole's death. They've been secretly rewarding clans who are helping them benefit. Lars doesn't care if the information is true or not. He just wants the news to reach the ears of the media. Knowing that the Zyphals aren't impatient, he wonders if they're backed into a corner. As for Jin, he's leaving Tikon again, much to Yulia's annoyance, who doesn't want him to leave. Even Jilly is sad that he has to go on yet another mission without rest. Jin's next destination is Samil, the place of the anonymous cult. He wants to retrieve something from that place and meet up with an important person. Jilly realizes that he's talking about Yona, who is waiting for his arrival as a reserve flag bearer. Kashmir also has to take care of a certain mission away from Tikon. Specifically, this man has to speak to Kiaran directly. Jin knows, but chooses to remain ignorant. Murakan barges in, having decoded the document. Next, he helps Jin learn the incantations by imprinting it on his body. Now he's gained yet another powerful magic spell to his inventory. It should allow him to take care of all 7-star or weaker sorcerers without much of a problem. Jin activates Shadow Force Release and uses the technique. Enya is accidentally drawn to the pull of his powers, having barely survived the backflow. Jin is just shocked, while Quick Intel is here to retrieve her contractor. She's getting annoyed that Enya's simping is progressing worse by the day. She has the hots for our boy, unfortunately. Quick Intel heard about Jin's journey to Semel. She wants to warn him about the training ground where many tourists secretly get assassinated. While Jin is pretty strong, it will be tough if he's up against the best of the best assassins around. Even a capable fighter like Luna struggled surviving against the anonymous assassins. So as a token for his safety, Quick Intel gives him an object that will help him when he's cornered. She just wants to support our boy so that he can bring about the best outcome possible. With Jin prepared for his next mission, he leaves. After a long journey, he arrives at the southern entrance of Samil. Jin shows his entry card and states his purpose of visit. Before entering the city, he asks the city guard if the rules of the assassins apply outside the city. Why? Because the guy who literally brought him here lunges to kill him. Jin beats him with a single elbow, which means that the rules of the city apply even outside. He recommends the coachman to look for another job since he's terrible at assisting people. As for the city guard, at least he's not trying to harm Jin and allows entry. The run candle paves his way to find a beautiful city full of people donning the color white. It's a representation of the assassin's skill to kill without leaving a single trace. Instead of being dazzled, he's creeped out. The new visitors are almost always treated as fresh targets for the assassins, so it means Jin is definitely going to die if he stays at a lodging. It's going to be a similar fate to the arena of Cosmos. He looks around for a suitable inn and comes to rent a room. Staying at an inn is dangerous after all. He leads the boy inside and isn't even bothered if Jin doesn't pay any money because he's basically gambling on his life. The man ensures that the boy won't be killed in the room upstairs. Inside, Jin wonders if there are any traps waiting to creep up on him. His composure is shaken when he hears an unexpected clap. Jin prepares to fight, but no one is around. It's impossible to detect their presence. One person is eyeing him down while he's blissfully unaware. Jin knows that he heard someone clap. It's his very own senses that are playing against him now. Yona is impressed by his skills. She was tailing him around to confirm his identity. She's certain that this man is indeed Jin Runcandle. Jin grows restless and eyeballs every speck of his room because he's cautious. Yona is stunned because for a mere few seconds, Jin was able to detect her presence. She excitedly observes his confused reactions. She wants to play a game with her little brother to sharpen his senses and make him stronger. 4 days have passed since the event. The man wants him to leave and he doesn't seek any payment from the boy. He's tried everything in his playbook to assassinate the boy, but nothing has worked. He knew from the beginning that he belonged to a known clan, but he wasn't expecting the boy to be this capable. Jin isn't worried about this guy. Instead, he's put off guard by a familiar presence who keeps creeping up on him. The man wants him to leave and he departs Jin with a piece of advice when he fights another assassin. The easiest way to beat an assassin is to treat him like a magician, as they're capable of pulling off the wildest crap. Jin thanks him and hastens to leave. He's getting a bad feeling all of a sudden because just outside, Jin is met with numerous claw traps. Of course, they're nothing more than a distraction for the assassin to attack him in secret. Jin responds just in time and chases after his opponents. He meets 3 assassins who deploy their traps from the ground to overwhelm him. The traps latch onto his weapon, which means he won't be capable of using it to attack. Sensing their opportunity, the assassins lunge forward to strike him down. But these idiots were unaware about this man's raw raw physical strength. He casually slaps them away. Jin goes for a finishing move, destroying the man's place while defeating 3 assassins. He leaves a bunch of gold as payment for the damage. The assassins he beat were advanced trainees, and Jin just took care of them without breaking a sweat. Next, he's prepared to hunt down a veteran. Jin shatters the poisonous arrow, but the first one was just a teaser. There are hundreds of arrows raining down on him, forcing Jin to evade their wrath. He's cornered, not knowing where his enemies are attacking him from. When he takes the high ground, the assassins collectively jump on him. This is Jin's best opportunity to strike. He kills them all. Jin is confused because way too many of these guys are attacking him for no reason. Meanwhile, Yona is happily enjoying the sight. She's impressed by his skills in combat and hopes that he develops his mind's eye fully after this training. She doesn't even care if Jin dies in the process, as it's just a part of training. Jin has survived the onslaught against the trainees. He is really furious against the assassin's leader. He receives a sudden note from this anonymous assassin, and it's confirmed to be Yona. Since she's messing around with him, Jin is ready to use the secret artifact in his arsenal. The run candles are quick to become victims of poisoning, which is why Jin carries the cure for 10,000 poisons, a rare elixir that guarantees him a chance to survive the worst assassination attempts. Yona was given the same object when she left, but the girl didn't require a use for it since she was naturally immune to poisons after birth. She ended up giving the object to Anne, who fully supported Joshua in both of his lives. Jin hopes to secure the elixir at all costs, but before he's able to do that, Jin has to somehow survive Yona's deadly games. On the second night, he is viciously hunted again. Jin defeats the assassins using his overwhelming physical strength. He knows someone is hiding behind the door and wonders if it's an outsider of some kind. Lo and behold, the secret travelers are actually Dante and Veridine, much to the annoyance of Jin. They made it his problem that he was so hard to track down. Meanwhile, Jin is out here barely able to contain his rage. Veridine and Dante spent their money to travel to this place, trying to lay low from their clans. Jin offers to help them eat whatever they want, so long as they can guarantee him a helping hand. Dante responds generously as he cuts down on the assassins. Yona observes from afar. She certainly wasn't expecting new visitors to come join their game. Sir Owl, the nameless king, comes to warn Yona because her reckless playground has destroyed many houses. The notices Jin run candle and receives a panic attack when he sees Veridine and Dante. Yona rushes to address the situation, but Owl stops her from trying to kill them. She doesn't want any added interruptions ruining her playtime with her brother. Owl suggests playing a game of survival, intending to send real assassins this time. Winning or losing depends on whether these guys survive or not. Yona is desperately hoping for Jin's survival because she likes him. She's going to choose the killers and runs off without addressing how many houses she's destroyed in the process. The following morning, Veridine and Dante are out cold. Jin has noticed how the both of them have massively improved in their abilities. He just can't fathom how the geniuses of his previous life are buffoons in his current one. Jin thinks of a plan to utilize both of them for his gains in a way that he gets out of the sticky situation. But suddenly the owl pops right in front of him undetected. He's the best assassin in the city. Jin identifies the nameless king immediately, who congratulates him for putting on a brave face in front of death. Jin is unafraid of death, but he's still nervous on the inside. He wonders if Owl came here to talk about Yona. The man exerts his dominating aura, offended by Jin's arrogant tone. Just his aura alone is enough to suffocate Jin right where he's sitting. He calls off the attack in the name of the Run Candle Patriarch. Jin realizes that he's severely outclassed and apologizes for his bold approach. The owl tells him that he'll be facing real killers from now on, and it's going to be a huge problem if both Veridine and Dante end up dying. This is a game that Jin has to survive by staking both their lives. It's almost as if the nameless king is warning Jin to act ahead of time. It's if not even the owl can control Yona. He advises Jin to travel to the central part of the city for safety, and the next day, he recommends sending Veridine and Dante back home. In exchange for his mission, the man is happy to lend him a reward, but when Jin asks for the 10,000 poisons elixir, the request infuriates him, but he accepts it as a valuable trade for his life. His only mission is to protect Veridine and Dante from dying. That said, the nameless king wonders why Jin Runcandle took the bold approach of mentioning Yona's name. He suddenly realizes that it was a bold attempt to check their connection with each other. Impressed, the nameless king vanishes before Jin's eyes, who now has to take on the new mission he was assigned. Jin skips no details, and immediately tells the other two jokers about the situation of real killers. Dante and Veridine take the matter lightly, but even as they're traversing through the city, they have yet to feel anyone's presence from around. It's almost as if they're being chased by a hunter. Jin knew the difference between trainees and killers, but he wasn't expecting it to be this much. Yona is enjoying the sights. The owl thinks her baby brother is most certainly going to die when the assassins initiate their attack. Yona argues that it would be impossible with Jin's awakening. He's moving on instinct from the outside, but even he is beginning to detect sharp movements thanks to his mind's eye. She's proud of her brother's accomplishments, a side of her that not even the Nameless King has noticed before. Jin protects them from a sudden attack and immediately grabs both Veridine and Dante to brace for the incoming projectiles. But right when he's blindsided, the assassin comes rushing to attack. Jin blocks the attack, shocking him with how good his detection ability is. Veridine's ice spell doesn't last much longer. The assassins are sure to ambush them if they prolong the fight. The only way they can survive is by reaching their destination. Veridine mocks the assassins for being weak, but it's almost as if they're keeping their distance for a reason. Turns out if it was a distraction, Jin barely survives getting his head pierced from a downward attack. He turns to Veridine and commands him to use the strongest spell in his arsenal. Apparently it takes 10 minutes of charge, so Veridine gets in preparations for activating the ultimate firestorm. Staring at the spell, Jin finds himself astonished. It's the ultimate magic spell once used by the demonic emperor of the Zippel family. While Veridine is charging the attack, Jin fends off the assassins. He realizes the rest of the killers are concentrated on Dante, who activates his clan's secret technique to wipe them all out. Jin defeats his opponent, and has never seen a technique like what Dante used just now. It's clear that Dante has been honing his skills after their fight. Even Veridine's magic is the height of perfection for his age. Just when Jin was congratulating him, Veridine is unhappy to tell our boy that he fucked it up. The spell failed. Jin emphasizes Dante to run with Veridine, who's out here suffering the backlash of using such a powerful technique. The assassins are hell-bent on cutting them down because they're afraid of what Yona will do to them if they don't. Yona pieces together the clues and grows infuriated. She knows for a fact that the Nameless King secretly helped Jin about the restricted killing zone. No crimes can be committed in the central area, and thankfully Veridine and Dante have reached the location just fine. The assassins can't do anything now. Yona confronts the Nameless King, who tries to feign ignorance and attempts to lie. Since he broke the promise, Yona will personally step down and take all three of them on in their next fight. Yona is like a daughter to the Nameless King. Her talent goes beyond any assassin in the world, often considered the god of murder. Some say she possesses a blade stained with chaos. That's the level of threat Jin and his friends are up against. The owl can't do anything to interfere in this fight since he broke the terms. He's hoping his best that Jin finds a way to get Dante and Veridine out of this place. He is hoping for Yona to pull her punches when dealing with Jin Runkendel, since she happens to develop a liking for him. He thinks that if Jin follows his orders, everything will be fine. Or that's what he thought, because Veridine is knocked out cold in the face of their biggest possible threat. Yona is happy to exploit them when they're most vulnerable. She's most pissed that they had to interfere in her game against her brother. Yona gets frustrated when she sees Jin holding a certain object in his hand, the Silver Dragon's Claw, the same object that Qui-Gon Tell gifted him to use when he is outclassed. Jin is surprised no one is reacting to this, but our boy doesn't know both assassins are standing behind, with a presence so light that he can't sense them at all. Yona is barely able to look at her brother. Jin pretends to greet the owl for the first time to conceal their connection. Jin had already fed his friend sleeping pills so that his conversation with Yona wouldn't be interrupted. The Nameless King questions how he obtained the object. Jin explains that he merely obtained it from a friend. It's an item of reputable importance and will always protect you if waved in front of a nameless killer. Before he gives them the gift, Jin wants to know why real killers were used instead of trainees. He thinks that Yona must be attacking him just like his other siblings, but that's not the truth. The Nameless King explains the terms of their bet. One argued that he would survive, and the other side figured they would lose. Owl won the bet because of their survival, so there won't be any more killers pursuing Jin or his friends anymore. They're even safe from the best of the best, like Yona. This gift will last for a decade's worth of time. Jin has eliminated a major problem with his involvement, and in exchange for the Silver Dragon's Claw, he will receive a reward. The owl leaves the two of them to speak in private. After all, it is their first encounter with each other in Seamel. Yona is an Omega-level introvert with how shy she is. Meanwhile, another group is operating in secret, working for Sir Joshua in order to frame Jin and Yona. Since they're not allowed to kill Jin so far, they have to watch and observe. Back to Jin's conversation with Yona. She clarifies that she's not here to kill him, but rather help him improve. She asks about his friends and quickly learns that they're members of the Zyphel and Hyron clans. Jin is scared that Yona will report them to his family, but she genuinely cares for her baby brother and doesn't want him to get hurt. Unfortunately, the fact that she sent killers after him has shaken his trust in her. Jin confronts her, asking if he's a toy for her to play around with. Yona strongly denies before breaking breaking into tears. She shows a gentle side to herself, proving her innocence that she didn't mean real harm. The best killer was supposed to conceal her emotions, but she's an emotional wreck in front of her brother. Yona had become a killer even before she arrived in the Nameless territory. The girl was only 8 years of age when she killed her own cousin at the Storm Castle. Unfortunately, that led her to be punished, but in reality, she was sent here to hone her talent to kill. Kieran was afraid that his other children would be at risk from a young age. That's how powerful she was. Yona is happy to speak to Jin without wearing any defenses. Jin thinks it is messed up for their father to treat Yona so callously. He expresses the unfairness of how she was treated, how their father considered her nothing more than a killing machine. Yona doesn't bear the conscience to see how messed up it is because killing comes natural to her. Jin wonders if she is a contractor of some kind. She has something, a secret skill, but Yona isn't ready to dive into that yet. After all, she knows about his secret powers too. Yona claims that she feels genuine fear as the demon inside of her is aching for her to kill her brother. She's fighting against her natural instincts to not kill him right here. Jin is surprised that she treasures him so much, even though they've met for the first time. Yona offers to give him the elixir of 10,000 poisons. After all, that is the only reason her other siblings come to explore the territory. Jin shocks her by denying any such intentions. He won't start liking her just like that. Yona wants to earn his affection. Jin senses the opportunity and suggests that they walk together, as relationships are strengthened through conversation. He takes his sister's hand and contemplates the best way he could treat his pitiful and clueless sister. As they're walking through the city, no one is around. Yona suggests going to a restricted place she likes. Jin thinks he's about to get his ass pushed from the cliff, but Yona thinks he'll survive even if she does. They arrive at the beautiful garden of green roses, shining brightly underneath the moonlight. Yona treasures them with her life and gives her brother a bunch. It's not the first time Jin has received the same roses. After all, he's found them many times by his bedside. Even in his previous life, someone came to leave them by. When Jin struggled the most against his siblings, they were there. He realizes that Yona has spent many years looking after her baby brother from afar. She has always cared for him even when he had nothing. Jin, genuinely happy, allows her the chance to speak her mind about the talkabout. He learns that she once tried to kill the Nameless King for a harsh scolding she received. Yona was unable to kill him back then, but with her current powers, she could probably pull it off. She's intrigued to learn about the Silver Dragon. Yona wants to collect the Silver Dragon's claws after all. Jin expresses being unafraid in her presence. Normally, everyone she has ever talked to is afraid of the tiny killing machine. Jin recommends that she take a job of becoming a florist, studying flowers and setting up a territory. As long as she doesn't kill her customers, it should be all right. With their conversation coming to a close, Jin has to speak to the Nameless King in private. Yona is offended, but suddenly remembers she also has a mission of her own. She takes a dive and leaves, and right when she does, Jin goes away to see the owl. The owl is offended that Jin rebelled against his order, but at least he guaranteed the safety of both heirs of the family. Jin expresses his honest intentions. He wants Yona to live a life away from Samil. Jin will do whatever it is possible to help her. The reason is a simple one. He will tell them she is talented at being a florist. Jin does not wish for Yona's life to be spoiled by becoming a tool of her family. Instead, he wants to bless her with a happy life. The Nameless King is hoping Jin has a solid plan for when that happens. Jin will soon leave the territory along with Dante and Veradine. A week after this discussion, Kashmir and Khan are on their way to Kiarun. It's Kashmir's first time in the Dark Sea, where the owl, Talaris, and Ciaran are waiting. The dude realizes just how royally fucked he is being in their presence. Talaris is bothered that she can't discuss the topic of marriage with the others around. Similarly, the owl can't talk about Yona with these guys around. Ciaran breaks the silence, ordering Kashmir to take a seat. He's the only person that was truly invited. Talaris and the owl popped up out of nowhere. They all have the same question regarding Jin. Ciaran wants to share a drink with Kashmir after the others are gone. He checks on Jin's status, while Talaris is stunned that this boy can't stop getting himself in more trouble. The owl also came to talk about Jin. He's wary of Talaris, but Ciaran signals him to speak. The patriarch laughs when he hears about the Silver Dragon's claw. Jin wanted him to erase his presence in Simul, which means he wanted him to kill everyone who knew about him. As anyone could expect, it was a bloodbath. They annihilated their own knights who were chasing Jin down. Kieran wonders if they've come here to ask for a gift. The owl confirms that it's indeed true. Ahi's proud of the boy's accomplishments, but more importantly, he wishes for Kiarun to read a note left by Jin Runkindel. Back to Jin and his clueless friends, they're still out cold. He checks his pocket and discovers a note tied to the invaluable elixir, ensuring his survival. Yona wishes her brother a happy birthday and writes a note for Yona. That same note is the one Kieran is holding. He wants Chiarun to free Yona from the territory of Simul. Everything written in the note is the truth. Kieran laughs like the overpowered manic that he is. He almost doesn't buy it and suspects the owl to have a secret hand in freeing Yona. Kieran is prepared to discuss this matter at length at his home. For Kashmir, he has come here to report the death of the 9-star sorcerer who was taken down by Jin Runkindel. Kiarun is pumped and requests the others to leave. Talaris wishes to stay, but the patriarch insists that she also leave. While he's pressuring them, Jin is pestering these ridiculous clowns who just don't want to leave Simmel. Veradine wants to spend as much time with Jin as possible before he becomes the head of the family. He has his priorities messed up, but Jin is busy and wants to deal with his personal matters. He refuses to address the matter of Kaidard's death. Dante recognizes that they won't be able to speak often once Jin becomes a flag bearer. It's true that they'll never be able to see each other after being appointed heads of their clans. They suggest they travel together, helping build Jin's reputation on the way. There are many criminal associations they could help take down, but Jin doesn't like the idea of a 3-person adventure. Varadine and Dante want to travel with him as friends. Jin entertains the idea for a moment. He wakes up in his bed, not knowing how he even got there in the first place. What's even more strange is that Enya is next to him. Jin recalls drinking the elixir and fainting right afterwards. She was scared for his life. Quiquintel comes to mention that he's been knocked out for 5 whole days. It usually takes a month, but his Runkindel body is the reason it didn't take too long. Enya reports that Jilly received an urgent summoning from her family. She is headed for the Garden of Swords and will return soon. Right after drinking an abominable elixir, Jin has to drink a really ugly-looking medicine. He drinks it anyway. Turns out it wasn't even medicine, but actual poison. This idiot Murican really tried to kill him just now right after he woke up too. With this, it is confirmed that Jin's body has become fully resistant to the effects of poisoning, but he has to return Quiquintel's favors by helping train Enya well. Quiquintel emphasizes that they will help support Jin in his battle against his siblings in the future. She wants Enya to become really strong when that time comes. Jin has already decided on his next destination and wants Enya to tag along for the mission. Of course, she's the happiest she can be. In the Garden of Swords, an interesting development occurs. Siren confronts Joshua regarding Yona. The patriarch isn't so kind as to treat him with respect and smashes his face with a gauntlet. He commands Joshua to get back on his feet. Finally, the ass-whooping this bitch should have received ages ago. Another smack to his face, more and more without mercy. He orders Joshua to take off his precious armor. Kieran is pissed that Joshua is being treated like a joke by Jin, but what's more, he gave a precise warning to him and the rest of the siblings regarding Yona. They were reminded not to lay a finger on Yona. Kieran chucks a heavy fist in his stomach, causing Joshua to fall to his knees. The owl is starting to realize that this key Aaron's bold warning for Yona, who requires his daughter's safety at all costs. Kieran calls his son nothing more than a coward and reminds Joshua that he will soon be taking away his flag-bearer rank. As he's being taken away by the Black Knights, Mary laughs at his pathetic and pitiful condition. Because on the other side, Joshua is raging like a maniac, nearly about to burst in his anger. Sharon speaks to Jilly and learns about Jin's next adventure. The armor he retrieved from Joshua, now Kieran wants Jin to wear and acknowledge what happened. When Jin finally hears this news, he's actually shocked. Jilly is excited to tell him how badly he beat the asshole of the family. He also gifted Jin with the black armor, a legendary equipment. Jin realizes that his father wants him to be different from Joshua, who doesn't fight and relies on cheap tricks. Jin's mission is to fight so many battles that it's incapable of being worn. It was also a way to warn the owl, never to use his daughter for negotiation. Patriarch Siren is 10 steps ahead of everyone with his every action, but Jin fails to understand what caused him to take such extreme limits. Maybe he also feels sorry for Yona. Jin wonders if there's more than what he sees in Yona. His next destination is the Dark Magic Association. He hopes to eliminate the evil mages with his backflow magic. Enya has tagged along on this journey with him. Jin reminds this dumbass not to use their real name on a deadly mission. The girl is flustered and faints. The Dark Magic Association is a deadly organization worshipping evil magic. The one who annihilated them was Ryuel Zippel, using the same spell that Veradine failed to utilize. It killed their leader. Zippel happened to be Soldere's last contractor, and he wanted the boy to follow in her footsteps in his previous life. The evil mage Ascoation is known for their vile deeds. They've reduced the people to a gloomy expression. Jin explains that it's because of the nobles who specifically turn a blind eye when it comes to the criminals. Jin suspects that the Beemont territory wants the academy to eliminate the Dark Mage Association instead. Speaking of which, noble mages arrive at once. The people of the city are happy, thinking that they're the hope needed to put down the evil mages. While everyone is cheering in celebration, Jin declares that all of these mages will come to meet death because of their impossible mission. He shares a meal with Enya, who is still cautious of what he says. Jin explains that the cadets are not powerful enough to bring down the Evil Mage Association despite their training. It's specifically because they lack the practical experience in combat, while the Dark Mages are full of it. The 30 cadets sent on this mission simply aren't enough to defeat the Ascoation as a whole. Speaking of those cadets, they share the same sitting area to eat. They're amateurs, and Jin can see that with one look. Jin wants to leave with Enya, but she is traumatized remembering that these punks are the same ones who mistreated her at the academy. Unfortunately, they happen to catch Jin staring at them. While Enya is shivering to respond, Jin replies, meeting the cadet's offense. He comes to threaten the commoner. The restaurant owner tries to pitch in, but he's attacked for no reason. Agitated, Jin punches the shit out of the guy for failing in his duties. He walks away with imposing warning for the cadets. Jin pretends to be a higher mage and instantly dismantles them with just a little bit of his magic. He can't believe that these are the weaklings who bullied Enya. Jin turns the tables on them and threatens to interrogate the cadets for their arrogance. He tasks them with a mission, and they have no choice but to comply. With his expert acting skills down, Jin states that it's time for Enya to shine. She roars at the scoundrels to clean up the place. 5 days after the incident, the cadets prepare for an all-out attack against the evil mages. Jin suspects the presence of nearly 50 enemies, and yet the cadets are acting far too relaxed. An unexpected orc comes flying at them, screwing over their defenses. Fortunately, it was taken down almost immediately. Jin orders Chip to obey his command and warn the others of a potential ambush. Scared, the coward forwards this suggestion. Jin fails to comprehend how a low-level orc could be hiding out in the open. What's more is that a 7-star mage has yet to catch on to the details. They have their suspicions on Professor Orton, who was caught eating meat despite being a vegetarian. Jin picks up on this small detail. The cadets are instructed by Orton to form groups of 2 and enter the cave. They're all acting relaxed, believing in the powers of the 7-star sorcerer, or that's what they thought, because yet another orc comes crashing out of the wall. They await for Orton's desperate orders, but the man happily turns tail. After all, he's the one who conspired their demise. Orton orders the orcs to kill the stupid cadets, but he clearly wasn't expecting a powerful spell hurling at him. Jin prepares to enter this fight while protecting Enya. Jin has commanded use of this amazing spell, wiping away everyone but 2 sorcerers. He thinks they're both at the 8-star level. Still, they're severely injured. Jin is surprised when they recognize the use of his backflow technique. Rolt Joe, a powerful sorcerer, thinks he can deal with a 7-star sorcerer like Jin, but he just doesn't know he's getting outclassed, even if he tries. There are even more powerful sorcerers than Rolty in the association, which spells bad news for Jin even if he survives. Instead, Rolt offers him a spot to join the association for his talents. Jin doesn't really care, and uses the backflow technique to shut him down. He whacks Rolt with such ease that it makes it hard to believe he's an 8-star level sorcerer. The orcs are killed by Enya, who is improving better than Jin's expectations of her. The whole cave shakes to its core as a giant werewolf makes its appearance. He's happy to meet a really powerful mage who isn't even terrified of the monster. Excited, Goltef reveals his name and commands the warrior to fight him. Interestingly, this guy offers him to join the Kinzalo faction. Jin is surprised to learn that the Dark Magic Association is working in close proximity to the Kinzalo faction. Goltef wants Jin to join the ranks, as he will be granted a high position almost immediately for being a talented fighter. Jin would have entertained the idea, if not for the fact that his opponent is weaker than he is. Offended, Goltef fiercely attacks Jin, nearly shattering his barrier. Enya tries to jump in with her wind magic, but he's clearly uninterested in fighting her. While Goltef is distracted, Jin has already sliced him with his sword, surprising the werewolf with his dual fighting abilities. Now he's even more pumped to fight the spell sword. Jin is having fun exchanging vicious blows against the werewolf. He clearly overwhelms him, despite not even revealing a hint of his true abilities. Goltef understands that Jin is way more powerful than he lets out to be. Through combat, he learns that Jin is a Runkandel. To make it a fight of honor, Goltef learns his name and prepares to fight Jin with his tribe's name on the line.
Jin prepares his special incantation, the same one he used to take down Mioran. 1 slash is enough to take him down. The White Wolf does not wish to be spared. He values honor and roars their tribe's pride. Jin responds with politeness. He will treasure Goltef in his memories. Jin slices him down with a definitive strike. The fight has ended.
Enya wasn't afraid and became an even bigger fan of Jin's abilities. This werewolf was without a doubt much stronger than the one he fought in his cadet days, yet Jin didn't struggle even a little bit. He wonders if Enya is okay with seeing so many deaths. She has come to a realization. She doesn't want to hold him down as a burden. Jin reminds her that it's okay if she doesn't fight. As for Chip, he's barely clinging to his life. Enya reveals her true self and emphasizes that she could take him out of his right now. She tries to be cool in front of Jin and vows to help her comrades. As for the imposter Orton, They've captured him after turning the tide. The man thinks that Jin is a student of Kiddard, but it's not Jin he's talking to. It's someone who has uncovered his disguise and isn't afraid to give him a real beating. Elisa is going to enjoy killing him while retrieving information out of the man. After the interrogation, she found out their secret base is in Oterium. It was once the capital of Vankella, but after a demon invasion, things changed. The demons invaded the place to retrieve a relic. The Runkindels and Zippels joined forces to take down the threat. It's the only war where two clans allied themselves to face off one threat. They succeeded in defeating the demons in the war, but since it was impossible to restore the capital, the kingdom decided to switch their capital. Oterium is just a breeding ground for demons at its current state. Jin has a bad feeling about this and curiously asks why the demons made it their hideouts. Isa explains that at least 3 9-star mages are known to be found there. It's worrisome that such powerful warriors exist in that area. The Kinsella are a true force to be reckoned with. It's not safe to jump in without a plan. There's also the fact that they possess transformation magic, allowing someone to wear Orton's disguise. Of course, Bubar is the one responsible for these atrocities. Bubare is also linked to the Iveliano clan. Quicantel has never heard of human transformation since it is a gift of dragons. Elisa explains that not even the culprit knew about the transformation. Bubar's methods are secret. Jin adds that he once encountered imposters when he was young. He thinks it is time they confront the Transfigurator. Jin intends to use someone to get to him and wants Kashmir's help to investigate the relationship of the White Wolves and the Kinsello. 1 week after this discussion, Dante Heron and his father, the Patriarch, learned that a few of the competent cadets died on their mission to eradicate the Dark Magic Association. However, 2 survivors, namely Jin and Austin Gray, survived and successfully defeated the Dark Magic Association. One of them used magic, while the other used swordsmanship. Of course, Dante already suspects Jin's involvement. What's more is they uncovered a weapon from the White Wolf. They see a sharp cut that only an expert swordsman could make. Dante laughs, as even someone like him couldn't make a sharp cut like that. It's a skill of a level. The boy humbly confirms that he has yet to reach that level with his strength, so their investigation proved baseless. He's extremely impressed by Jin's incredible growth and feels the urge to speak to Veridine. Lots can't see anyone but Dante deploying a precise cut like that, aside from Dante, but he is fooled into believing that Dante is hiding his true powers. A month passed. Jin was waiting at the teleportation portal concocting his plan. While he's busy contemplating, the woman next to him looks at the swordsman with intrigue. Jin arrives before Bubra's hideout. Bubra is worshipped as the greatest transformation sorcerer of their time. Dudes literally have a statue of this man, tempting Jin to annihilate it to 1 billion pieces. He knocks on the door and finds Bubra shocked. It's been a while since they met each other. The man is pissed, of course. He doesn't want to welcome Jin, who embarrassed him at the banquet. Bubra lunges to attack him, thinking the results will be similar to their previous fight. But Jin isn't playing around. He knocks the shit out of him instantly. Bishkal sees Jin walking. He's astonished to find Jin when he's clearly in the middle of his mission as a reserve flag bearer. Bubara begs him to kill Jin, but Bishkal is frustrated by his antics. He doesn't want to become an enemy to Jin for pointless reasons. Jin apologizes and states his intentions. He came here to commission a sculpture for his father. Bishkek finds it odd. It's as if Jin has changed, or maybe he's here for something else. Jin wastes no time, claiming that the real purpose of his visit is to meet Bishkal. He wants to fight him, but Bishkal is uninterested in fighting him. Just as he's about to speak, Jin feels a sharp cut, slicing off his hair. It was a test to check Jin's reflexes. Bishkek thinks he's still too weak to challenge him. Jin leaves without causing more trouble, but nearly kills Bubra in the process. He does not condone spewing dirt on the Runcandle family name. Bishkal is forced to fight him, to the point he's even warning Jin that it may be the fight that ends his life. Jin is prepared to suffer the consequences as long as he maintains his family's name. It's Bubari's stupidity that has escalated the situation to such extremes. Bishkal wants the fat idiot to apologize, ordering him with bloodlust. Bubari has to eat dirt as he apologizes to Jin for soiling their family's name. Jin is okay with Bishkal beating him for his rudeness, but both swordsmen acknowledge that it was Bubari's fault in the end. He takes his leave, while an infuriated Bishkal commands them to shut up as they have a lot to discuss. Bishkal reveals his findings to Bubari. Their connections with the Zippel family have been cut off. Bubar is insistent in finding a divine object called the compass. Bishkal is happy to ensure its retrieval. Suddenly, he senses the presence of someone and reacts immediately, but there's no one around them. Meanwhile, Jin Runcandle is secretly attacked by Yona, who came on a mission with him wearing an elaborate disguise. The letter she received from Jin made her very happy. Since the owl was afraid of Karen finding out, he prepared a false identity for Yona on this mission. Her objective objective was to gather information from Bishkel, which is how she was able to eavesdrop in his discussion with Bubari. Jin now knows their plans, but Yona is somewhat wary of Bubari, deeming him one of equal class. She refuses to speak about her secrets because Jin is hiding his own. So without hesitation, Jin reveals the Shadow Force. Thousands of murderous temptations engulf Yona's body, calling every fiber of her being to kill Jin Runcandle. She resists her own body, begging Jin to never bring out his powers before her. She's confused why he revealed his powers so carelessly. Jin explains that he wanted to keep them a secret at first, but upon receiving the green roses, he felt complete trust in his sister. He doesn't hope to hide any secrets from her. In fact, he promises to become so strong that she's incapable of killing him despite her temptations. However, even our boy is afraid of messing around with Yona too much because of their father's warning. In the Dark Sea, Kieran learns that both Jin and Yona had fun playing around. The patriarch is impressed by his son's spirit. Kashmir's latest letter reports that Jin defeated another werewolf. Kieran remembers fighting the leader of the werewolf tribe, who was powerful, so powerful that he lasted 5 hours against a fight with him. He comes to know about Jin's newest technique, a technique that uses the shadow sword and hasn't been used for 1,000 years. It was Tamar's original skill. Kieran is getting sudden goosebumps and hopes to fight a shadow force user. Back at Taikon, Kashmir learns from Jin that the one responsible for the creation of the Devil Stone is Bubari. He's meticulously using corpses of dead gods with his ability to create dangerous artifacts. Speaking of the dead gods, Murakhan wonders if it has anything to do with Numoris. It's time to reveal to Jin what Murakhan found years ago in his battle against a giant. It was unclear why it appeared out of nowhere, but the Dark Dragon is almost certain it involved Bubar's involvement. It's possible that he has connections to the god of sculpting, one that disappeared from history itself. He made the creation of the Origin Stone possible in the first place. Eventually, the god was stripped of his rank and forced to become human. The dragons were responsible for annihilating the graveyard giants that he created. But still, it's impossible for Bubar to forge a contract with a dead god. Jin adds that there's an item that could even locate divine contractors. That's how they found Yulia. It's an item called the compass, and while it is an imperfect object, it still led to the lottery. Jin thinks it's necessary to obtain the compass from their enemies. He plans to steal the compass when it falls into the hands of the Kinzalo faction. Jin plans to locate to a safe location. The Silver Dragons suggest they make their move before getting exposed. They will reunite 1 year from now, guarding them from their enemies. Murakhan knows of a place safer than even the Ice Palace. His suggestion? Going to the underworld. As crazy as that sounds, Murakhan thinks it's a good experience. The people of that place are legendary warriors, but the underworld has already been felled. Jin struggles to accept such a place even exists. Murakhan tells him that he's the only person who can go as a contractor. Solderit once made a contract with the people of the underworld, a preparation for the incoming magic swordsman of the Runcandle clan. In order to perfect his skills, Jin has to venture into the underworld. Jin's objective is to get to the Mitra Desert, but his carelessness could invite unwanted trouble. He has come to ask for help from the watertail species. These little guys are met with an exciting gift from Jin. They take the fish and help him on his way to the desert. Even the little ones are afraid that he'll die reaching his destination. Deeper into the cave, Jin retrieves some water and explores further inside. It's the first time he has seen the golden tongue species. The creatures are irritated that a human is exploring their place, but just 1 gold coin is enough to persuade the greedy little mouse. They lead him to the exit. Beyond the exit lies a market for Jin to explore. Darkspark already knows about Jin Runcandle. He remembers him from way back then on his mission. The cute little guy vows to keep his secrets to heart. Jin hopes to repay them in kind for all their help. He exits the cave and discovers the store. Jin no longer needs a guide and happily comes to the market. He tries to lay low and requests a dark canine to act as his travel guide to the desert. Arriving at the entrance of the Great Desert, Jin is happy to tip the guy for his trouble. He walks on his own, heading to the underworld, a place so dangerous that his dead body could never be retrieved from it. The underworld is filled with legendary tales of riches and resources, but even the native beastmen could never find the underworld. So traveling the desert was considered suicide as it led to nowhere. The desert defeated anyone who dared challenge it. But at last, Jin Runcandle is here. The Shadow Sword was heavily guarded by the Myung Wang, a species that disappeared overnight for their arrogance. They ultimately challenged the gods and were annihilated. The Devil Stone is so powerful that despite being a replica, it's powerful enough to cause severe damage. The only god that pitied the race was who ended up saving a few people of the race and made a contract with them. The contract prohibited anyone else from teaching the ways of the Shadow Sword. apart from that race. The first patriarch Tamar learned from them too. Only a handful of records about his existence remain, because the Zippel family was insistent on erasing everything about him. The greatest hero of the world does not even share a resting place in the Garden of Swords. Thanks to Jin's journey to meet the Myung Wang, he will be able to hear much about Tamar's adventures. 2 days of constant travel. Stress is starting to overwhelm his body. It's a more difficult quest than fighting against someone stronger than him. Walking through the aimless desert requires courage. It's a test for Jin Runcandle to overcome himself. An entire month passed. Jin has yet to encounter food or water. All he sees is death surrounding him. Even his footsteps disappear in mere seconds. There's no way for him to go back. It's necessary that he endure this hardship. Suddenly, the first sign of life. A voice calls out to him. These fools are none other than the Tona twins. Jin is almost certain he's facing an illusion. The Tona twins hurry to attack him. He's surprised by their heavy attacks, as they were waiting until he was completely exhausted to attack. Jin wonders if this truly is an illusion he's facing. He tries to escape, but they quickly catch on. Jin barely reacts to their sharp movements in his exhausted state, but he knows that neither of them possesses a strong attack to finish him off. Jin is infuriated that he suffered so much in his previous life when these guys were so weak. He pummels them to the ground, standing as the victor. Diatona and Haitona apologize, but it's Jin who has found himself hesitating to deal the final blow. He knows in his heart and soul that it's necessary to cut his brothers down if he has to advance ahead. Jin delivers the final attack, not because of his hatred, but because he's a member of the Runcandle clan. He is begging for the illusion to fade. Jin has waited an entire day, but they've yet to fade into non-existence. Jin no longer believes that they were illusions. As painful as it is, he buries his brothers as a mark to advance further. Jin rests at night, consuming a dangerous scorpion for nutrients. He wonders how the rest of his siblings are doing. The thought of his brothers devastates Jin. He doesn't have any water left either. Nothingness awaits him in the scorching heat of the desert. He has lost track of how long the journey has been, not knowing why he came here. He is caught in desperation because he has just killed his own brothers. Suddenly, a person offers him water. Jin's senses are as sharp as a knife, and he instantly handles her. Valeria is impressed that his skills have massively improved over time. She's his precious teacher from his previous life, and the real final descendant of the Hister family. She acknowledged the boy's talent and taught him magecraft. Back then, he was banished from the Runcandle family when he met her. But it's impossible that she knows about that, since they never even met each other. The desert he knew has changed into a green scenery. Valeria's appearance is the same as her previous life, so it's not making any sense to him. Jin thinks she's another one of his illusions created out of memory. She offers him a drink, but Jin believes he's going to have to fight her if he consumes the drink. Valeria is confident that she could kill him instantly in his weary state. Valeria strangely knows that he was reborn and orders him to drink so that she can fight him. She calls him her only student. Valeria's words comfort him. But more than that, she just wants Jin to overcome her using every skill in his arsenal. Jin wants to challenge her on the basis of magecraft. She represented everything to him in his previous life, so he hopes to give her a show. Valeria is unafraid as she rains down an incredibly powerful thunder attack. The spear follows him, which makes him realize that Valeria isn't holding back. They fought many times before, but Jin never won, and now she's fighting him on the basis of killing him. She likes his evasive maneuvers, while Jin plans to wear out her mana. Valeria, of course, knew that it's what he was hoping for. She recommends that he use the sword to fight her, because there's really no other way he could defeat his teacher. Jin activates backflow magic, thanks to the teachings of Kiddard. Valeria is a little upset, and says things that would stir his heart. She knows it will affect him. Jin hopes to meet her expectations. He has to use an advanced technique and plans to endure her wrath. 3 minutes of dodging are required for the move to execute. Jin endured for a while, but he wasn't expecting Valeria to catch him from the ground. She traps him with a giant magic circle, while at the same time maintaining her electric spears. The chains burn through Jin's flesh and he realizes what's going on. The spears are also an illusion, as only a single one contains mana. Jin summons Tease in his most desperate moment, but with his flailing state, it would be difficult to maintain the phoenix for long. Valeria's magic entraps the phoenix for a long enough time that Jin is able to activate his advanced level technique. Valeria is unafraid. She's out here resisting the effects of his technique while simultaneously commanding so many spells at once. But still, Jin refuses to surrender this battle. Valeria unleashes everything in her arsenal to fend him off. Jin draws nearer. His tide reversal was actually a weapon to identify the real spear from the fake. Jin activates his armor, narrowing the distance between the two. Valeria thrusts the Thunder Dragon with its full wrath. Jin coats his blade with shadow force. He refused to use his sword for a reason. Jin pierces the mage with the best attack he's got, a symbol of his utmost respect for his teacher. Valeria remains defeated on the ground, proud of her student's evolution. She fades into non-existence. After all, this too was just a mirage. Jin refused to hold back in his final attack, because if he didn't, he had no choice of winning. He weeps in sadness and regret that he killed the teacher he loved most. That night, he finds himself in a bundle of swords in the desert. From out of nowhere appears yet another mirage. It's the first patriarch, Tamar. One flicker of his shadow force dominates Jin into throwing up. It's as if he was facing a god who forced him to kneel. But if Jin kneeled now, all his sacrifices would have been for nothing. He resists the sheer pressure, overcoming the pain to move ahead, to go on and cut Tamar down. Seeing the boy's relentless stride, Tamar smiles when he hasn't for 1,000 years. Jin's entire body is commanding him to slice the first patriarch. He possesses willpower to cut his siblings and even kill his own teacher. While he was sad, he did what was required to overcome his shortcomings. The test is coming to an end. Tamar unleashes a shadow wave that nearly kills Jin, but still, he goes on, resisting the hopelessness of his situation. Tamar commands the swords and cuts Jin down, all over his body without stopping, but Jin still hasn't accepted defeat. He killed the ones he loved most to get this far, and he wouldn't have hesitated even if there was someone else in their place. His willpower knows no bounds. Jin commands use of the special technique, cutting down anyone who stands in his way, and finally eviscerating Tamar's image. Unfortunately, before he was able to cut him down, Tamar disappeared. Jin roars that he came to cut down the first patriarch, but a voice reminds him of the real reason he came here. The land of the Ma Yun Wang is his destination. Jin wonders if the voice was also a mirage. Murakhan had told him about the 3 mirages. It's Jin who forgot about them after losing his sanity. With the 3rd mirage finished, he releases his shadow force, but nothing happened. It doesn't make sense at first, until Jin cuts down a path revealing the location of the one who tested him. The man is impressed that Solderet's contractor passed the test. Jin, on the other hand, is damn pissed for being played like a fiddle. Tantel has waited for a very long time for Jin. He takes him to La Prorosa, the land of the Ma Yun Wang. Jin consumes a drink before spitting it out. It's a special elixir that helps him recover some of his sanity. Tantel wants the boy to rest up before meeting the others. La Prorosa was built 5 millennia ago. It's not a surprise adventurers lost their way just finding it. Luxury of the highest caliber surrounds them. Everything is made out of gold. Jin takes note of the jewel in his chest. Tantel explains that it's nothing more than a heart. There's no one in the city besides this man, which leads Jin to question how many of his race are left. Tantel explains that nearly 80 people live in the city, a small number including the battle god and battle kings. They're the siblings who will pass the shadow sword upon Jin, his most anticipated weapon. Tantel takes the boy to the battle temple. It was made for a god and has immense pressure. It's only because of Jin's 3rd test that he was able to make it this far. Tantel warns Jin to be cautious of his words, as they're not the type to let him fly easily. Jin meets his siblings, who are curious to meet Solderet's contractor. They've been dying to teach him since Tamar. The woman wants to clean him up. Jin is treated like a rag doll as they fight over who gets to wash him clean. Jin enjoys his bath. He had a rough time dealing with the warrior woman. The humans of this era didn't have good hygiene. The size difference is crazy when he compares himself to the warriors. After cleaning himself, Jin dons traditional outerwear. Tantel explains they're headed for the temple to meet the battle god and the 12 kings he saw from before. Inside the temple, Jin notices the illuminated stone on Tantel's body. He wonders if it has something to do with the battle god. Tantel advises him to respond appropriately, or else he's getting his ass sent back to the desert. The door opens at last. Jin stands before the Golden Kings and their battle god. The pressure he's feeling right now is immense. Belize and the other battle kings are staring him down. The ruler of the place is the battle god, a smaller woman compared to the others, but with such a dominating presence that it eclipses the strength of the other kings. Surprisingly, the battle god comments on the differences between Tamar and Jin's appearance. Yet they boast the same energy. It's unlikely that Jin will become the better of the two, and they don't expect him to rival Tamar. Still, Belize trusts in his strength. After all, he's Solderet's contractor. Most of the other kings have already considered him weaker than Tamar, and for good reason. But Jin didn't come here to be treated like an inferior. He's bold enough to claim his name in the presence of the 12 kings. Van, the battle god, introduces herself properly. She makes it clear that the 12 kings are his enemies before becoming his rivals. Jin is okay with that because he senses their open hostility. The problem is, he can't get a read on their intentions. Van will conduct his test tomorrow, and until then, she tosses him her own sword to fight. Jin calls it an ordinary sword, but then it immediately absorbs all of his shadow energy. It is drawing out every last bit of his shadow energy. Van tells him that Tamar overcame the Shadow Asbring sword, so she expects the same from our boy. Jin is bold enough to try and back his words. After the meeting is dismissed, Belize argues that it's too soon for Jin to overcome the shadow-absorbing sword. After all, Tamar was much older and stronger when he overcame the sword. Van knows this, but she chooses to act anyway. It's been 1,000 years since Tamar's fall. Their race stands to test the limits of the current Run-Candle family, which means Van is confident in their evolution, and believes they've grown much stronger since then. The next day, Jin turns up, drained of his strength. He couldn't even sleep because the sword kept exhausting his energy. With no amount of shadow force left in his body, Jin's going to have trouble. Garmund is the first of the 12 kings to test his resolve. He comments on the boy's exhausted condition and emphasizes that he has yet to acknowledge him fully. The first test is to swing his sword 10,000 times. Of course, Jin is confident because he's already done that before. The number goes higher and higher and higher until it reaches 8,000. It impresses Tantel as Jin executes his 9,000th strike. Thanks to Luna's excessive teachings, as well as the steel ball training, Jin's sword technique has been perfected. It is the very technique that forms the Run-Candle family's mindset. At last, Jin completes his final swing, maintaining his stance. Garmund is impressed by the boy's powers, as many Run-Candles failed to do the same. The people cheer in Jin's name, but Garmund is tight-lipped. Jin doesn't want to hear lame compliments from the man. He commands Garmund to accept that he's worthy of his teachings. Garmund is embarrassed, but he admits as much. Now the real training begins. Of course, Garmund has no intention of fighting against Jin, confident of his victory. He thinks that Jin won't even dent his sword, so the Run-Candle decided to prove his strength by pushing him back. Garmund explains that it was a metaphorical figure of speech. The 8th king instructs the boy to take a swing. Jin uses his full strength, but instead he's the one getting pushed back. Jin wants to try again and Garmund is happy to let him. With only aura left at his disposal, Jin concentrates his strength in a single slash, destroying the landscape with Garmund still pushing him back. Jin can't believe the difference in their skills. He has found himself completely outclassed. The 8th Battle King has taken some level of damage from the boy. He wonders if it's because of his perseverance as a Run-Candle who conquered the desert. Even without Jin's shadow force, he's powerful. Garmund gives him 1 week to perfect an attack that will move his sword. The swordsman was expecting him to teach, but Garmund believes the 3rd Mirage and the belief that everything can be cut is all he needs. He asks how long it took Tamar to succeed, and discovers that it took him only 2 days. 4 days have since passed. Jin has yet to move Garmund's sword. He has tried nearly 8,000 times. At last, one of his strikes managed to chip Garmund's weapon. He's still behind Tamar's performance, but the 8th Battle King is impressed by the boy's growth nonetheless. In Tamar's case, he didn't have the shadow-absorbing sword wearing him down, which begs the question if the first patriarch could have succeeded in 4 days like him. It's an impressive achievement and shows that the Run-Candle family has been growing in the outside world. Garmund fully acknowledges the boy and knows that the others will come to see him the same way. But before that, Garmund requests that he be the first to taste the fruits of his achievement. Jin doesn't know the heck he's talking about but accepts anyway. Garmund takes the chipped piece of the sword and straight up eats it. Jin is struck speechless with what he just saw. His next training is scheduled to begin tomorrow. That night, Jin is observing the beautiful cityscape of La Prorosa. He wonders if he could boast the same qualifications as Tamar and uphold the reputation of being Soldaret's contractor. Tantel sees him lost in thought and knows that Jin didn't sleep for 3 days because of his shadow absorption training. He offers him a stone to eat, but Jin is suspicious and doesn't want to consume it right away. It's actually a snack that recovers one's energy. Jin takes a bite out of it and feels rejuvenated. He wants to know which of the Battle Kings is the strongest of them all. Tantel explains that there isn't a ranking system. They're treated as commoners like Tantel. A gloomy, shadowy presence creeps behind Jin, forcing him to react with his sword. It's the 5th Battle King, Boras, who is impressed by Jin's reaction speed. He inspects Jin's teeth and finds it strange that Jin is missing a molar. It happened with his final slash in the 3rd Mirage. Jin was so concentrated and angry that ended up breaking his tooth. It's a considerable achievement. Boras is happy to lend him one. This guy casually chucks out his own tooth and offers Jin. After all, the teeth of Battle Kings can cut through diamonds. Jin can't believe what he's hearing. Boras disappears, leaving Jin at a loss for words. The following morning, Jin observes how strong the floors are. They're made out of a stone that refuses to be cut, and yet there are marks of a sword all over them. That means the training was incredibly tough. One sword slash is gigantic compared to the rest. Garmund is shocked that he's only just noticing the details of his training ground. The marks are from Tyr, who used the first form of the shadow sword. Garmund doesn't have high expectations from Jin and taunts him for it, but our boy doesn't like being compared. He wants to do even better than Tamar. Garmund sheds light on the technique itself. The first form is called Soul Slice, a staple to the sword. He demonstrates the attack by coating his blade with shadow energy. Jin doesn't really want to waste time around the details of shadow force. He just wants to see the technique. Garmin deploys it before his eyes, unleashing a wave of shadow so sharp that it annihilates everything in its path. Jin compares the attack to be similar to Luna's finishing move. While it's less powerful compared to her attack, it's still effective. That means if Jin can master this one technique, he will defeat any swordsman below the 7-star rank with ease. Garmin only executed half of the technique, which is why his attack was smaller than Tamar's. It's a powerful technique that annihilates a person's soul. That means he could easily use it to defeat even stronger opponents and overturn the battle. In order to learn this technique, he has to learn how to unite his shadow energy. It's a feeling that Jin is already familiar with. He might be able to replicate the technique without a shadow absorption sword. Jin felt the same when he fought against Muron. A feeling came over Jin, prompting him to use a swing so powerful that it sliced Muron. The same happened in his battle against the werewolf, and even Tamar. The technique relies on the belief that he can cut anything that stands in his path. Garmin is impressed that he's already familiar with how the technique operates. He wants to show a second demonstration of the technique. Garmin annihilates the training round with an even more powerful swing than last time. Strangely enough, Jin's experience taught the Battle King in bettering his technique instead. Jin knows he's hiding something. He tells the boy that he doesn't like using the Shadow Sword as it drains his energy. He feels like he's wasting his time and requests to see the Ma Yunwang sword, but Garmin strongly declines, stating that it requires a metal heart to use the sword. Jin has a strong reason to see the sword. Only last night he learned from Tantel that he's going to fight warriors every night after his training. He recommended Jin to take a look at the sword. Tantel couldn't show it to him because it would cause him great trouble. Jin is ready to blackmail Garmin's reputation if he refuses to show him the sword. He has no intentions of backing down. Garmin is forced into a corner and accepts his terms. But right before he's about to show the Ma Yunwang sword, Boris chimes in. He's made the perfect tooth for the boy. Jin literally received no say in the matter. Boris just grabs his face and adjusts the tooth in place. It's weird for Jin to be accepting a nasty gift like this, but the moment he receives the tooth, Jin experiences the effects of memory transplantation magic. He learned about it from Valeria in his past life. The Hister clan used a device to exercise the use of such magic. Every bit of information about the Ma Yunwang sword is currently being instilled in his memories. Boris chooses to keep his secrets, but confirms that what he received isn't related to magic. Magic is nothing more than a term of humans. In reality, mages don't exist as a race, and the people who use magic merely become blacksmiths. Boris is one of those blacksmiths, the most skilled one of all. They keep yapping about each other while Jin is contemplating how this civilization could use magic half a millennia ago. It's even more advanced than their current magic. Jin thanks the legendary blacksmith, who didn't just offer him the gift for no reason. Boris wants the boy's second achievement that not even he himself knows about. A month passed as Jin finally managed to learn Soul Slice. He also honed his abilities thanks to Boras's, allowing his body to be faster and precise. The techniques of the blacksmith helped him unlock amazing levels of power. It took a while, but Jin eventually became capable of forming an aura heart. At last, he could nearly even execute the Ma Yunwang sword. Boras is happy with his development, as he formed an aura heart that not even Tamar did. After all, he didn't receive the memory transplant from Boras. The blacksmith reminds him that training his Ma Yunwang sword is nothing more than a secret. He is yet to be acknowledged by the others, after all. The Ma Yunwang race were born with jewel hearts made from aura. Every one of them boasts the strengths of a 9-star warrior. Basically, they're the strongest from birth. For Jin, it should be considered impossible as a human. With Garmin and Boras finished with their training, it's time for the 4th Battle King to help with Jin's development. Jin questions what he will learn from the 4th Battle King. The training will focus on the second form of Shadow Sword, a topic of interest for Jin. The 4th Battle King happens to be mute. Although not entirely, she considers it a form of training which started when time stopped for the city. She's finally here, the only Battle King whose presence is undetectable among others. Garmin and Boras have their peculiarities, but she's different. Jin politely introduces himself, but he wasn't expecting to get attacked right away. Rinfa is even faster than Boras. She annihilates Garmind with a show of her strength. Garmind, now enraged, comes to attack her. Even Boras steps in, launching her sword and kicking her away. Rinfa seems to be really mad. She doesn't want to hold back against Garmind. Boris takes him and leaves Jin in her care. When he sees her, Jin is reminded of his dear sister Yona. He thinks it should be a good idea to treat her the same. Jin's training with Yona began. He's training by himself and has yet to ask anything from her, which is also why she's observing him training on his own. Just like Yona, she observes him quietly. Every time he tries to gather aura, Rinfa appears before him to teach him the second form, but she doesn't like the way he executes the first form. Rinfa sometimes strikes him down, satisfied with dealing him the blow. If it wasn't for Jin's training with Yona, Perfecting his mind's eye, he would have been killed. Still, he hasn't addressed Rinfa's weird way of training. He has to make sure Rinfa is the one who approaches him, instead of the other way around. 10 days passed. Confused, Rinfa asks why he's yet to ask about the second form. Jin claims that he's uninterested and instead wants to know why she's not spoken a word. Jin calls her out. He thinks that not communicating with others through speech and instead communicating with writing invalidates the purpose of her training. Jin emphasizes that he doesn't want to train under someone who is hollow on the inside. He wants Rinfa to put her efforts into teaching him, the same way Garmund and Boris did. After his bold words, he offers an apology and returns to training. For the first time in hundreds of years, Rinfa breaks her silence. In order to show her sincerity, she prepares to demonstrate Jin an incredible technique. Rinfa executes a beautiful dance, different from the first form Jin learned from Garmund. Each strike resembles a reflection of itself. It's an attack that cuts both ways with one sword. Jin is astonished to witness the miraculous second form. Rinfa completes the beautiful attack after executing it with elegance, impressing even the likes of Boris and Garmund. She asks for his thoughts. Jin is left amazed and is really happy to earn her trust, as the techniques she showed days before was just a fake. Boris wants to break the news with the others. Jin performed a feat not even Tamar could by making her talk. The second form is called Scissors, which befits its nature to interlock the Shadow Force. Jin's mission is to copy the technique, but even he knows it's going to take him a while. He also doesn't feel confident with the Shadow Absorption Sword, constantly draining his magic. Rinfa explains that the sword doesn't absorb energy, but instead refines the quality of his shadow magic. It's more of a cover, a sheath for his blade. This will further allow Jin to use shadow energy with refined consistency. Rinfa is hoping for our boy to overcome the Shadow Absorption Sword. She loves to over-explain, and Jin likes this side of her. He wonders why she stopped talking. It was actually a punishment she gave to herself, something Rinfa couldn't share with the others. Jin acknowledges her feelings and understands that she must have struggled so long on her own. He's happy to lend her an ear and hear her out. Rinfa ends up telling him everything. She faults herself for the failings of her people. She unnecessarily blames herself for stopping the arrogance of her race from challenging the gods. Rinfa was able to move past this hurdle after Jin's conversation. She thanks him and believes Jin possesses a unique quality to transform others. News of the fourth Battle King reaches the ears of the commoners. They're here to celebrate, and Jin is most happy that she can communicate freely with others. Boris confronts him. He not only knew about her story, but he also knew that Jin Runkandel would be the person who could finally make the fourth Battle King break her silence. The fourth Battle King, the mute Rinfa, began talking once again ever since she started training the Runkandel warrior. Under her tutelage and training, Jin Runkandel sharpened his understanding of his sword skills. She helped him overcome the Shadow Absorption Sword, taking away his powers, and taught him how to control its energy. Apart from that, Jin was taught the Shadow Sword's first form as well as the second form, both devastating attacks that he could now release after constantly learning for 2 weeks. Jin's rate of growth was impressive, and he could at this point only use the ability instead of perfecting it. It was an incomplete technique, but he thought about consistently practicing and getting used to both forms first. Perfection comes later, after all. The Shadow Sword is a real problem obstructing him from doing so. A month passed. By this point, Jin had conquered the shadow-absorbing sword at will and retrieved his own sword. He's surprised to receive his precious weapon again. After all, at first he was told that his sword won't be used in the temple. Tantel confirms that from this point forward, it's crucial for him to use his weapon as part of his training. Right after he finishes up his training with the fourth Battle King, the real battle begins. Jin will have to face against their kind in actual duels in the form of sparring matches. It's been a while, but it's going to happen. Tantel confirms that the first few matches will take place in the afternoon, and people will come to see his strength. Currently, the first Battle King is selecting a suitable opponent for Jin Runkandel's skill level. Jin is excited to finally come face to face with a Myung Wang member. Their kind is exceptionally more powerful than average humans, so he has been itching to clash his swords against them ever since he first came here. Tantel worries for him, however. He thinks Jin is taking on a challenge far too difficult for him at his current level. He's right, because the Myung Wang are overpowered from birth, and Jin is nothing compared to the strongest of their race. From his words, Jin is able to piece together the fact that he's getting destroyed in the upcoming exhibition match. He was originally thinking that his opponent would be equal to the level of a member of the White Wolves, but this oversimplification and underestimation of the Myung Wang makes Tantel laugh, who confirms that only one of their members is strong enough to beat the average warrior from Red Tiger Tribe, which is even tougher than the White Wolves. It's a short way of telling Jin that he's got 0 chances of victory in his upcoming battle. There's also the fact that the first Battle King, the the one selecting his upcoming fight, really doesn't like Jin at all. It's almost certain that his opponent will have a tough fight. Jin admits that the typical Myung-Wang member is at least 9-star level when compared to humans, which is just overpowered as hell when you really think about it. Without a doubt, any opponent that gets picked is going to give Jin a tough fight. Tantel is supportive of Jin, however, and is prepared to support him no matter the outcome of his battles. He wonders if Jin followed his advice, the advice to watch the Myung-Wang sword at least once. Jin remembers going out of his way to do just that, even behind the backs of the Battle Kings. Jin contemplates that he learned about it from the memory chip he received from Boris, and now he's going to see the real deal in his upcoming duel. Tantel is glad that he followed his advice. The next thing is to wait for the duel to come, so he leaves Jin to rest until the afternoon. Some time passes, and the fated time arrives. Boris comes to check on Jin's preparation for the fight. Jin isn't worried about making any special preparations, probably because it won't help him much anyway. His only mission is to focus on defeating his opponent. The other Battle King confirms that his strength is commendable, so much so that it is difficult to call Jin Runkindel a human being. He has faith and confidence in Jin's abilities and thinks he will fare well in the upcoming fight. But Boris is worried because he thinks failing once can be really demotivating and discouraging for the soul. Rinfa argues the same, but all three of his teachers are hopeful for Jin's learning progress. They want him to use this as a learning experience and hone on his mistakes. Jin really doesn't like their pity party circling around him. He knows from Tantel that he's already going to lose, and yet people are treating him like he's already dead lost before the fight even begins. Boris explains that they're worried for a reason. In fact, they're worried that Jin's reaction will be the same as Tamar's, the first run candle. This is an interesting piece of information that catches Jin's reaction. He learns from the Battle Kings about Tamar's undefeated record in the outside world. While Tamar was unstoppable in the outside world, he faced limitations in La Perosa and lost many times. Curious to assess his strength, Jin questions how strong Tamar was at the same time of their first duels. Rinfa claims that he was still stronger than him at this level, but even he couldn't defeat the average Myung-Wang for a long time. Right after his first hard defeat, Tamar's soul took a hit. He stopped eating food and felt like a failure. He wallowed in despair, never knowing what defeat felt like. They assumed that Jin had the same trait as the first Runkindel patriarch, but that's actually wrong. Jin's mentality is far stronger and refined than even Tamar's. He doesn't get why it's a big deal for someone to react in this manner after losing once. Jin isn't the type to lose his morale and give up on his mission. He's already lost many times at the hands of capable warriors and knights before. Defeat isn't a new experience for Jin Runkandel, who has previously lost countless times in the name of training and growth. What's more, Jin's situation was even worse. He was defeated in his original life and lost his very life. Throughout both of his lives, he has experienced what it feels like to lose. Hearing them out, Jin assures them that there's nothing to worry about, as he's not going to end up like Tamar. This confession shocks the Battle Kings, who assumed he was just like his predecessor. Anyway, it's time for the fated duel to take place. It's a special one as duels didn't take place for 1,000 years until Jin arrived. The Colosseum is filled with people placing bets on the underdog challenging the Myung-Wang warrior. The audience is cruel as they're open about Tamar's disappointing defeat in the first battle, who apparently couldn't even survive a bunch of hits before being taken down. The warrior he's facing is a man named Shaku, known and adorned for his lightning-fast speed. He's a tall figure with long hair, and apparently he's a favorite of the crowd as they cheer his name. Shaku politely addresses Jin as the successor to the first patriarch. The underdog has only one request. He wants Shaku to give it his absolute best to try and kill him. Initially, even Shaku is shocked to hear this provocation from the boy. Jin doesn't feel fear and certainly doesn't want the fight to end up like any typical duel. He wants a real fight to showcase his endurance and strength. Shaku bursts into a heavy laugh, acknowledging Jin's reckless bravery before getting serious and reminding him of his place. Shaku emphasizes that he despises those who are unable to wield the sword. Jin materializes a wave of electricity from his mana gem and concentrates all of it on his sword. Shaku is astonished. What Jin has done is impossible for his current level. He has just casted use of the Myung-Wang sword, right when he wasn't supposed to. Shaku is offended and calls for the traitor responsible for revealing the Myung-Wang sword to the unprepared Runkindel. Jin is done talking and blitzes his speed to attack him at once. His thunderous speed leaves cracking lightning behind him. Shaku is still in utter disbelief, as even if someone demonstrated the Myung-Wang sword to the boy, Jin shouldn't be able to cast it at his level. He's actually right. Jin reflects that the Myung-Wang sword is a fighting art known only to the Myung-Wang race. That's why he had to create a glowing gem heart using his aura to replicate them. But the heart isn't the only requirement to activate the legendary technique of this race. The The answer lies in the memories Boris shared with him. The molar he obtained was the key ingredient. Jin practiced the Myungwang sword in secret, exerting himself every day to gain control of its power. He refused to give up until he could cast it. Now, he concentrates his full strength in an obliterating blast that destroys the arena. Or that's what he thought. Because even as he used Myungwang's sword, Shaku merely blocked his attack effortlessly. The man roars for the fifth Battle King, offended to find Boris as the culprit responsible. Shaku takes a breath and casts an energy wave of his own. Before long, he releases a powerful wave of aura. A wave of power falls upon him. Shaku is pissed that Jin deployed the Myungwang sword in battle. He wants to pay him back dearly for disgracing the technique. Shaku isn't letting this one slide, and Jin can only prepare for what's coming at him. He props up a spell and tries to summon Tess. To his great shock, Jin can't even access or summon Tess into this dimension. He wonders if it's because the La Prorosa dimension was created by Soldere, hindering the Phoenix's access to the dimension. Shaku sees him wide open for an attack and blitzes past Jin, who is barely able to respond by dodging his vicious attack. Shaku follows up with a second attack while Jin responds with an attack of his own. The attack slashes Shaku, but doesn't have any effect on the man. He merely releases an energy wave, sending Jin flying back. None of his attacks seem to be working in this battle. Jin lunges forth to try again and attack. Their clashes are almost equal in speed and power, but Jin is slowly getting overwhelmed with every attack. Not only is his opponent extremely fast, the man also boasts an impenetrable defense. There's not a single opening he can exploit for a counterattack. It all seems hopeless for Jin, while Shaku is confidently hammering him down. In this pinch, he decides to make use of a weakness of the body that can never be strengthened, no matter how much training. Jin plays dirty and pierces Shaku's eyeball with his finger, but to his utter shock, he breaks his finger instead. He had massively underestimated Myungwang's strength. Shaku explains that his cheap trick won't work since their eyes are as tough as their hearts. He only had one chance and he blew that up too. Jin is really in a tough situation right now. He's starting to realize why these guys are called the strongest species on Earth. The fact that there are hundreds of people like Shaku, who are all similar in strength, is terrifying. Jin wonders how a powerful race such as this can survive. Shaku is enjoying himself. So far, he was merely toying around with Jin. But now, he's going to use a special technique. Jin's present condition is one of fear and shock. His body can't even bear the confidence to wield his sword properly. Shaku chimes in with a confident punch, explaining how he just used an ability called weapon oppression. Just like its name, the Myungwangs have the ability to imbue power into other weapons, forcing it to stop moving even in their opponent's grasp. Jin's face is wide open to eat a powerful punch coming full speed right at him. In this critical moment, he takes the initiative to dodge the attack, which causes a shockwave on impact. Jin can't afford to use his sword anymore either, since weapon oppression will kick into effect and work against him. He optimizes to gain distance and leverage a long-ranged battle, but Shaku doesn't seem to be worried at all. He sees Jin running off like a bird and merely catches up without any problems. Jin needs some time to execute the Shadow Sword's first form attack, as it's the only move that could prove effective against Shaku. He exhausts his body's limits to run as fast as he possibly can. Having gained the distance he needs to execute the attack, Jin charges the Shadow Sword's first form, engulfing his weapon in a column of shadows. But as he's chanting the slash, Shaku catches up and stops him from executing it. He catches Jin's sword with his own, preventing him from using the slash at all. Shaku then tosses his weapon away completely before grabbing Jin's clothes and dishing a really strong jab to his face. So powerful, in fact, that it launches Jin away. But the torture doesn't end here. Shaku catches him and decides to give the Runkindel a taste of the real Myungwang sword. He stops Jin's foot into the ground, preventing him from moving. Now that Jin is completely wide open, he eats hundreds of punches from Shaku, one after the other, in endless punishment. Shaku releases a final attack with a frontal kick, stomping Jin's entire body into the ground. Then he lunges forth for another charged kick, sending Jin flying into the air. Jin's lifeless body plummets into the ground, all battered and bloodied from impact. At this point, he's incapable of battle, but Shaku isn't quite done. He grabs him again, before catching his blade and preparing to deal the final blow. As punishment for Jin using the sword before his time, Shaku intends to slice off his limbs, hoping that he isn't as arrogant in their next match. Jin's pitiful state renders him unable to respond, and just like that, Jin Runkindel loses his legs in painful punishment. After his disgraceful defeat, Jin ended up knocked completely unconscious. Vaughn wanted to use his blood to cure Jin's condition, even though the risks involved were high, as humans cannot handle the blood of the battle god usually. Jin could regain his consciousness in this fickle moment. He couldn't figure out what they were talking about. The battle god was fine with the treatment, recognizing Jin to be different from the average human. The blood transfusion process begins with Jin receiving whatever blood he can get from the battle god. After coming in contact with his body, Jin's nerves electrify from the sudden changes. Since he's a human and not a Myung-wang, his body reacts abnormally and grows tense under the pressure. A voice calls out for him, confirming that the Run-Kindel can no longer hear the voice of the god of the darkness. There's a clear error, because if Jin cannot survive the blood and eventually dies, then that spells utter doom. The battle god has previously confirmed that Jin's death implies the complete annihilation of their race. His survival is critical. The battle god Vaughn speaks to the boy in his memory's consciousness, confirming that his death would mean the death of everyone. Jin at this moment is reminded of his miserable past life, and how he faded during that time too. His senses become sharper and more pronounced. The elixir of 10,000 poisons that he acquired from his sister is working itself to maintain Jin's survival. The elixir is so powerful that it will make it impossible for any assassin to kill Jin easily. Jin fights against his body's negative energy, refusing to give up right here and now. He has many objectives under his belt to accomplish. Failing here would be the end of it all. Most importantly, Jin has many people to protect, and has to endure this suffering for their sake. Instead of the Myung-Wangs deciding his fate, Jin takes it upon himself to be the one who decides what happens to him. His mana heart strengthens, and after 1 month of remaining unconscious, Jin finally wakes up again. The very fact that he was able to wake up means that he survived the blood of one of the battle kings. He gets up acknowledging that a month passed. Still, Jin believes that he's wasted too much time like this. He has to be done here by May, and it is March already. In his contemplation, Jin confirms that the only reason he survived is via the effects of the elixir of the 10,000 poisons. For some strange reason, he feels an immense energy and light coming from inside his body. Jin glances at the mana crystal in his chest, which is beaming in a flash of light. He can't believe that he has actually acquired the real deal. Jin had no idea that he could obtain the Myung-Wang heart after receiving a blood transfusion. Since he's now awake, Van comes to visit him on her own, wanting to know if he's all right. Jin can't fathom what to believe or expect. He acquired the molar from Boras, and then he formed a Myung-Wang heart thanks to her blood. She acted without even asking for his opinion. It's a surprising objection from Jin, who literally could have lost his life anyway if Van didn't offer her blood. Jin is annoyed that he didn't have any right to decide his fate. He also didn't know he would end up developing a Myung-Wang heart as a consequence. Van apologizes for acting without permission, but Jin isn't worried about it. All he's concerned about is his new heart. He's trying to understand what's been going on. After all, he received blood from a literal god. Van is surprised that he isn't complaining instead. Jin would have things to say if she was an enemy of some kind. He's worried that having acquired the Myung-Wang heart means that he has now become a part of their race. He's also unsure about the reaction of the Myung-Wang people, because people like Shaku might as well kill him for that. Van doesn't deny his words and thinks that's exactly what will happen. Faced with this situation, Jin asks a curious question. He wonders if he would have gained any acknowledgement from the Myung-Wang people and the Battle Kings without Van's help. Van observes his reaction. She can see Jin's fist tensed up in frustration. She counters and asks if he will destroy the heart if her answer is yes, because it is a power that Jin didn't obtain on his own. The Run-Kendel confirms that he's frustrated, but in the end, he also helped create his new heart. It wasn't something he wished for, but at the same time, if Jin failed to meet Van's personal standards, then she wouldn't have decided to offer her blood. Van believes that is required for Jin's succession to become complete. She questions why he wishes to oppose what she has done for him. Jin explains that if it's a heart that he created, then he can always create it again when necessary. He doesn't share any intention of eliminating his new powers if they can be used for good, since they would serve a greater purpose. Van confirms that even if he didn't take her blood, Jin's performance would have gained acknowledgement of her people. Happy with her response, Jin intends to use his new heart to his advantage. He tells Van about his departure in the month of May, as he's also got things to take care of. But he will return to La Puerosa after that, so he wants the battle god to adjust and tune the rate of his training with this trip in mind. Since there are only 2 months of training for Jin to use, she alters his training schedule, commanding the warrior to train with the 7th Battle King in the morning and in the afternoon. He will train with the man who put him in critical position, Shaku. 50 days passed in the blink of an eye in Jin's training. The Myung-Wang clearly opposed him, and grew even more hostile than before, ever since Jin obtained his new heart. But after a while, when they learned that it was against Jin's personal choice in the matter, they came to stop hating him. The Myung-Wang race is unquestionably fierce and dominant, while normally Jin would have wished to become just as strong as them without having to utilize his new heart. But it's impossible, and he knows that after facing Shaku in 49 matches. The outcome? He lost every single match decisively. But every time he faced defeat, Jin Runkindel mustered his spirit to train again. Instead of fixating and turning inside his loss, Jin felt the need to climb higher and stronger than before. He could feel his mind opening to new perspectives and strength. After facing Shaku in 10 whole battles, Jin was starting to believe that he might be nearly as strong as Luna, his older sister, whom he deems the strongest among his siblings. Shaku's overwhelming strength and aura blew apart Jin's chances of victory. Every fight was a fight to survive. After 20 harsh and strong battles, the Runkindel realized that Shaku wasn't an equal to Luna at all. After facing him 30 times, Jin began to grow stronger on his own and was able to match the warrior's blows. By this point, he thought Shaku clearly doesn't hold a candle to Luna's dominating strength. After 40 long battles, Jin had the confidence to believe that he could slice off one of Shaku's arms. Their strength and speed matched each other, and the gap was narrowing with every fight. Jin's physical skills were increasing at a godly rate, and the spars of suffering soon became battles of joy for him. He began to enjoy those fights with Shaku as a rival instead of an underdog. Despite his struggles, Jin still had to seek outside help from the 5th Battle King Boris. Why, you might ask? It's because after every fight, Jin's body would be mutilated and sliced apart. After a while, Myungwang stopped talking about Tamar, his predecessor. In fact, they were starting to cheer the underdog on more than ever. Now came the day for the 50th duel, where Jin was cheerfully supported by the people. He observed Shaku's stern and annoyed face and mocks him for fearing an incoming loss. Shaku explains that he's actually grown attached since they trained together every day. With every battle, it's gotten harder and harder for him to slice Jin's body. But that's not the kind of man Jin wants to face. He wants someone dead serious and strong coming right at him like they've got a grudge to settle. Jin recommends the man to fight him seriously without any brotherly feelings. Van is eagerly watching this fight take place. She comes to hear from Tantel about Jin's scheduled departure from the land of La Perosa. Tantel makes a quick suggestion. He wants the rest of the people to also have the chance to fight Jin, as Shaku has had enough chances of his own and fought Jin for too long in their training. The other battle gods also confirm that Jin has gained a positive audience of supporters who spectate him eagerly, waiting for the chance to fight the successor. Van draws to a pause before requesting the permission of the people. Before their fight begins, Van announces Jin's departure in 2 weeks. She thinks it's time they all accepted him as one of their own, allowing them the chance to spar with him without any problems. Van asks if anyone has a problem with what has just been discussed. Some of the Myongwang are still on the fence about accepting Jin Runchendel as one of their own. But seeing Garman, Boris, and even Rinfa support Jin in his journey of growth has influenced their hearts. He has impacted the lives of the Battle Kings in his short stay, and he didn't even have an arrogant attitude despite receiving the Battle God's blessings. Even though his limbs were severed each day, Jin had the tenacity to return the next day and fight again. His undying persistence earned him the praise and recognition from the Myongwang. Instead of despairing like Tamar, he didn't fret about his losses either. In a moment of silence, the first Battle King Valtarok stomps the ground and accepts Jin Runchendel as his brother. He leads the pathway for others to accept Jin as well. Boris and Garmand are the happiest homies they can be. They also stomp in acknowledgement of Jin Runchendel. The gatekeeper Tantel follows, and even Shaku confirms they also believe in Jin Runchendel as one of their own. Soon, Jin receives a wave of acknowledgement from every single person at the arena. At last, the Myongwang people have agreed to accept him. Van makes the announcement and declares Jin Runchendel as one of their own. After gaining acceptance from the Myongwang people, they decided who would come to fight him using the age-old game of rock, papers, and scissors. The sequence of fighters was soon finalized, and Jin became the victim of many fighters throughout the day. 2 days passed, and even Tantel was there to obliterate Jin's body with fierce slashes. Every morning he endured, every noon he suffered, and every evening he suffered even more. Jin endlessly fought the Myongwang people without taking any form of rest. He was physically strained all up until he had to face Shaku in their 50th rematch. Jin was pissed after getting the living crap beat out of him in every match, so he wanted to return the favor. But surprisingly, the moment he landed a small scratch on Shaku's face, the man accepted his defeat and surrendered. Jin was furious like hell that he couldn't dish out the same treatment that he got in return. He was really mad, but at the same time, came to accept the fact. After all, his new goal was to beat the Myongwang people instead of Shaku. When the fight finished, Jin regained his composure and helped Shaku get up from the ground. 9 days remained until he departed from the realm. He has a duel with each of the Battle Kings scheduled right after he returns from the human realm. So for now, he's simply training with the other Myongwang members for the meantime. In conclusion, that's how he fought a total of 60 64 endless matches against the Myeongwang people. After his battles, Tantel decided to throw a celebratory treat in Jin's name, who has been consistently putting in the effort and surviving the brunt of every battle. He offers Jin the same mineral drink from day one, but he's just not interested in remembering his previous experience, which was filled with disgust and bitter taste. Tantel emphasizes that this time, it will taste much different, so he should go ahead and drink up. Jin is surprised and suspicious, but he decides to trust the man anyway. He chugs the drink down, and this time, Tantel wasn't kidding around. The drink does taste different. It packs a powerful, rich flavor now. The fifth Battle King explains that the change in taste occurred ever since Jin acquired the Myeongwang heart. Jin is pleasantly surprised it's possible to influence his taste. Shaku has become best buddies with him and offers his drink too. Jin has no choice but to accept his drink in kind. They both chug it all down like old rivals. The rest of the party shares a drink with Jin too, pouring him a damn tub of alcohol to drink. This man, Jin, actually gulps down all of it, impressing his fellow brothers. They even toss him in joy and happiness, celebrating the moment to its fullest. After the party, a drunk and defeated Jin returns to the roof. There he finds one of the Battle Kings waiting for him. Belize's surprise appearance made him wonder why she came here. She draws a wide smile, realizing how happy Jin is while enjoying the company of her people. She came here to enjoy the beautiful night sky. The dimension was once reproduced by Soldere, but it's actually the same as the original place they belonged to. Belize can't help but admire the purple hues of the sky. Jin curiously asks if she's interested in the outside world ever at all. Belize explains that since time has forever stopped for the Myeongwang people, they merely accepted their fate and no longer possessed the desire to return to the outside world. While it sparks her curiosity, Belize drops a wise thought. She thinks it is pointless to dwell on something they could never have in the first place. The memories of the people they loved are no longer there after all. Jin apologizes for his rude remark. Belize admits that she heard something from the battle god Van herself. It's been 5 millennia in the outside world, so maybe there is something that could free the Myeongwang people from this dimension too. Jin hears her out, but even he knows that in the modern age, nothing like that has been developed. No amount of magic or advanced technology could free them from this dimension. The reason for that is simple. They've yet to connect to the fire dimension, the home of the phoenixes itself. Magic from the outer dimensions is forbidden and prohibited by every association too. The kind of magic that could potentially free the Myeongwang people will likely never be developed according to Jin. He still asks if there is any possible way to explore the outside world. Jin remembers Tantel contacting him from the outside world, so he thinks there may be some other way. Belize confirms that it's because Jin was lingering in the desert, and Tantel was the gatekeeper of the dimension to receive him. Belize makes a hopeless and pure request to Jin, asking him to explore a method to free the Myeongwang people and help them escape this dimension. Jin confirms that he's going to find a way for them to get to the outside world. The following day, Jin contemplates and prepares for his plan to obtain the special compass. If he fails to obtain it now, it's going to be impossible later. Yona's help in extracting information from Bubar's meeting was critical. Something like that won't happen again, so Jin doesn't want to waste this opportunity. His only goal is to succeed in his mission no matter what. Van comes to find him in a distressed state and asks what's keeping him busy. Jin tells her that he was just on his way to talk to her regarding an alarming matter. Van inquires if it has something to do with his departure. Jin confirms that he wants to leave and execute a plan with his friends, but he's still unsure if his current strength will be enough to take on the mission ahead. Van finds it rather hilarious that he's still uncertain in his, after all, he's fought one of the toughest people on the planet who are even stronger than humans. They've all reached divinity in their own ways. Jin confirms that he wouldn't have anything to worry about if he actually defeated any of the Myeongwangs. The problem is, he's still falling short in every fight. He's unafraid of receiving injuries in battle. What Jin is really worried about are his friends, who aren't as strong as him and won't be able to survive tough blows. Van senses his shaking confidence and encourages Jin, reminding him that he's the only human on planet that can become their salvation. That means, if the current Jin is finding himself uncertain, then the very fate of the Myeongwang tribe will flicker in his uncertainty. She hands him a brand new weapon as a gift. This sword is the Phoenix Thunder Sword, slightly adjusted by Boras for Jin to use. With whatever time he has left, Van wants Jin to fight against her and improve his strength.